In the afternoon, Hesu slowly descended the stairs in a hallway. Inside a room, a couple was intimately entangled. She stood in front of the house for a long time, while inside, the two continued their lovemaking. Hesu, unaware of what was happening, opened the door and entered. I've seen this before. She looked down at the house, her mind in turmoil. Like in a movie. Below were a pair of men's sneakers and a pair of red high heels. A TV drama, perhaps. Over there, looking into the living room, drinks and food were left to cool on the table. A dim light stretched from the bedroom, accompanied by unpleasant sounds. Hugh walked through the dark hallway towards the source of the noise, her thoughts swirling. Once you've witnessed your partner making love with someone else, inside, the couple was about to reach their climax in the missionary position. She stood frozen outside, her hand on the door, unable to push it open. Things would never be the same again. From the crack in the door, their figures were clear in her eyes. Inside was the girl's voice. Ah, UHN, ah. The echoes of the girl's climax reverberated in Hesu's mind. Things could never return to the way they were. Returning to reality, she startled awake in a small chair. It was that dream again. Exhausted, Hugh leaned her hand against the wall to regain her composure. The dream of my husband sleeping with a strange woman. She turned on her phone to check the time. Must have dozed off for a bit. Almost the end of break time, Hesu pushed open the door to go outside. Gotta get back to work. Just as she stepped out, someone called out, Hesu, wait. She responded, Yes, boss. He pointed to a corner and said, Come talk for a moment. After going to a corner, he took out an envelope and handed it to her. Take this. Hesu was a little stunned. He explained, You requested an advance on your salary this month, right? 5 million, wasn't it? He handed her the envelope, grumbling. They said they couldn't withdraw it from the account, so I got angry having to borrow cash urgently. He smiled kindly. But because Mikles, Hesu is such a diligent worker, I don't want to lose an employee like family. She bowed deeply, sincerely. Thank you. Hugh took the envelope and put it in her pocket. The owner's voice continued. By the way, is the debt still not settled? She smiled and replied, Yes, the interest rates are high these days, so it's not easy to pay it off right away. He raised his eyebrows. Wow, what about your husband? I heard he's working now, she explained. He's still learning a trade, so it's hard to find a job right now. Hugh smiled optimistically. He's working hard, and things will get better. Seeing this, he didn't feel comfortable saying more and could only sigh. Then he replied, trying to lighten the mood. That's right, miss. Hee-Nyeon works so hard without rest, so naturally he has to work hard too. Let's go, back to work, and close up shop. Later, Huma returned to the cash register and rang up a customer. That'll be 85,000 won. Will you be paying with a card? She smiled and said, Yes, please insert your card here. Another customer called out, Hey, can we get 2 more orders of pork belly at this table? Hugh gently replied, Yes, I'll bring it right out. She went into the storage room and brought out 2 slices of pork belly. Here's your pork belly. At the same time, the girl who ordered the food complained to her boyfriend. Why did you give me all of it? You've been grilling the whole time, so you haven't eaten anything, the boyfriend replied adoringly. Don't worry, I know how to take care of myself. Just watching you eat makes me full. Hugh went back inside, but the couple's voices still reached her ears. The girl said playfully, Then let me feed you. The boyfriend laughed happily. Ha ha ha. Thoughts flashed through Hisu's mind. Lovers are so beautiful. An image of the girl happily feeding her boyfriend appeared, because whether their love is first-rate or third-rate, it shines brightly for the same heart. She swiped a customer's card while thinking, maybe it's beautiful because they're young. Halu silently watched the couple leave. Youth dares to love passionately, and has the courage to embrace hurt. Feeling sorry for herself, she sadly hugged her own arm. So does that mean my bland life is over and no longer beautiful? The scene shifts. Just then, an apron was thrown mercilessly to the ground, along with a complaint. Why do they keep calling me Miss This, Miss That? A colleague who was changing clothes with her said, What age are we living in that they're calling you Miss? Hey, aren't you annoyed? Hisu replied with a laugh. I'm married and have a family. What else would they call me? Hearing that, she used both hands to grab Hisu's face, making her look directly into her eyes. Look here, you're very beautiful. The most beautiful out of all the 33-year-old women I know. You wear the same clothes every day, but you still shine even without makeup. Hago, putting on her coat, teased, No amount of praise will make this old lady fall for you. She also smiled, joining the conversation. What do you want me to do? I'm just happy to work with beautiful Hesu. Helpless, she said. Okay, I give up. Let's go home, alone. Hesu quietly walked home with a jumble of thoughts. I think her heart is even more beautiful when she says that. She stepped into the dilapidated apartment. a person who is innocent and naive, easily adapts to everyone. Without hesitation, Hayu stood before the door. It seems that all the young people in this world are so beautiful and outstanding. Hisu's face remained cold as she opened the door and stepped inside the room. That's why I'm jealous. As the door opened, Mignon's indifferent face appeared. Her inner voice echoed. Because of me. The entire rundown room revealed itself. Inside was Mignon sitting and looking at her. Hoon said with a little richness, "It's not beautiful anymore." He raised his chopsticks and pointed at her. "Dress up and put on makeup." She was now carrying a bowl of noodles to the table. Mignon grumbled. "What kind of woman doesn't wear makeup? It makes me not want to step foot in the house." She sat down and coldly retorted, "We don't even have money for rent. Where am I going to get money for makeup?" He scoffed. Mignon then offered evidence. "Even those P's earning 180,000 won a month, about 3 million Vietnamese dong, wear makeup all day long. You're just lazy and making excuses." After hearing that, waves surged in her heart. Do you know how expensive cosmetics are these days? I'm even scared to spend 1,000 on myself. Put on some makeup. Your husband likes it that way. Inside the house there was only the sound of Minchon slurping up noodles, while Heshu sat silently, her heart filled with jumbled thoughts. Does love also grow old with time? Empty beer bottles and cigarette packs were now displayed on the table. Our relationship is also wearing down like an old, damp basement. A love that fades faster than youth. A love that has long withered is the years that have worn me down. Her hands were wrapped in bandages, and calluses were clearly visible on her hands. Or is it because of a hard life, working day and night just to fill the gaps in the bank balance? Mignon impatiently put down his chopsticks. No one finds it tasty anymore, Jesus said with a bit of resentment. I think you're the reason I'm not beautiful anymore. She sat there without saying anything, her heart heavy with tangled emotions. Or is it just because I love you that I extinguished my own light? And so, another night passed in the dilapidated house. The scene changes. On the table is a note and a pencil. A person exclaimed while reading the schedule, "Oh my God, what is all this?" Hoa Dung muttered in a daze. Weekday afternoons working at the meat restaurant, weekends working at the motel, mornings selling flowers. Is that real? Hermione's schedule in Harry Potter? She asked Hisu with difficulty. Sister, don't tell me you live 48 hours alone. Who can handle this schedule? She just replied calmly. Stop exclaiming. Put on your apron. We have to open the store. Hua Dung was still shocked. Hey, you're still thinking about work now, she asked. Are you an S? Heisu didn't understand what S was. Hua Dung wondered. You don't know about MBTI, Heisu, turning on the lights, said, Yeah, she exclaimed. Wow, this older sister really only knows how to work. Roy ah. This is a Vietnamese interjection, difficult to directly translate without context. A possible translation could be seriously, or even better, omitting it as it doesn't add much meaning to the sentence. Heisu didn't say anything, but picked up flowers and started cutting, working. She arranged the flowers beautifully and delicately in the pots. Since I became an adult, I haven't rested for a single moment, except for the day I went to the emergency room because of the flu at age 24. On the wall was an old calendar. The 14th on the calendar was circled in red, the 13th wedding anniversary, Hinu's thoughts continued. In the beginning, I struggled a lot to balance married life at a young age without the support of my parents, and then, at this moment, a memory flashed. Minion was kneeling before her, begging, I'm really sorry, I tried to make you happy. He trembled, but failed. Heisu didn't say anything then, only wearing a look of indulgence. She asked, her voice firm. How much? How much did you borrow using my name? Tears streamed down his face as he looked up at her. Hearing this, Minion was overjoyed and hugged her tightly. You forgive me. Back in reality, she was trimming a flower. Contemplating the debt she had to face. I don't feel overly sad or desperate or anything like that. I think I'm quite calm, like I just need to work hard enough and I'll pay it all off. But Helu's hands trembled. Sometimes for a while, only after a moment did her hands return to normal, along with a stifled feeling in her heart that she couldn't share with anyone. The sudden surge of emotions often made her want to cry. She remembered the image of Minion hugging her, the debt still remaining. The small, dilapidated house appeared faster than light, and his love faded away. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, jolting her out of her thoughts. Hua Dung cheerfully called out, Come in, Tae Ha, slowly stepped inside. She exclaimed in a low voice, astonished. Wow, it's the Rose guy? Hisu was curious. Rose guy, Hua Dung explained. He's the handsome guy who comes to buy roses every day, sis. Since we don't know his name, the part-timers call him that. She eagerly stepped out to the cashier. Let me take his order, she agreed. Okay, go ahead. She was excited. Thank you, Hinu smiled gently. She's so young. Hwa-dong stood at the cashier and asked, "Are you here to buy flowers?" Tae Ha removed his scarf. When he removed the scarf, revealing his handsome face, Hwa-dong's eyes sparkled like headlights as she looked at him. But Tae Ha didn't pay much attention to her. He glanced to the side. Tae Ha immediately saw Hugh cutting ribbon to decorate. Tae reached his hand closer to where she was sitting. As his hand reached closer and closer, she also stopped what she was doing and looked towards him. Tae Ha's voice rang out, "I'd like to order." She was a little distracted. "Yes, please say your order." She recalled her recent conversation with Hwa-dong. It seemed like he was the rose guy she mentioned. Hwa-dong, feeling ignored, dejectedly walked away, while Hae-soo looked at him strangely. "What? Isn't he the handsome guy who buys roses every day?" Hyunhee walked to the cashier, annoyed by his smiling face, which seemed more odd than handsome. Hae-soo, typing on the register, repeated, "A bouquet of roses, right?" Tae Ha smiled faintly and replied, "Yes," he said suggestively. "Remember this, it's really funny." Hae-soo held the bouquet of roses and trimmed each stem. In this world, there are people who are the center of attention, like the main characters in novels or movies, and there are people like a pathetic extra in a story no one wants to hear. Hugh leaned over to peek behind her. Tae Ha was sitting there, intently looking at his phone. From the first glance, it was clear that he belonged to the former category. Hyo began to think about herself again. "And me." She wrapped the roses into a beautiful bouquet and handed it to him. "Here's your order, sir." Always the afterthought. I'm so sick of it. That's how he suddenly walked into my life, where I was indifferent to everything except my work and my husband. She looked ahead, and Tae Ha also looked at Hugh with affection. This man had made a deep impression on my heart. Hwa-dong was excited. "Amazing. Right? See? I was standing right there, and he only told you his order. Did you think he came here for you? I felt like a ghost. He only comes here in the mornings when you're working. And you know what? He's never spoken to me or the owner." Who threw a bucket of cold water on Hwa-dong? "But this is the first time I've seen him." Hwa-dong was startled. "What?" She immediately shouted, "Oh my God, how could you not see him? He comes here to buy flowers every day. It's been months." Hum pondered, racking her brain. "Really? I guess he always gets the same bouquet." Hwa-dong rested her chin on her hand, looking at Hugh's schedule. "I didn't think you'd easily remember regular customers anyway. But even so, how could you not remember someone like him?" "I still remember the face of a handsome guy the first met on the subway 10 years ago. But this is just my opinion. I think he might be interested in you." Hugh paused slightly at those words, but then avoided the topic. "Don't talk nonsense. Get to work." Hwa-dong continued on the same topic. "It's not nonsense at all. You saw it too. Earlier, you saw it too. He only looks at you." Hee-lu said sadly to Hwa-dong. "Did the young guy not take his medicine? Why would he, like an old lady? He must be 10 years younger than me." Hwa-dong further educated her. "Ugh, you don't know anything. These days, young pilots flying old planes is a trend. Who knows, maybe it's because he really cares that he's like that." "My friend is so beautiful." Looking outside, she saw Tae Ha raise the bouquet and smell its fragrance. Hal didn't believe that anyone would like her. She picked up the bouquet with a frown, admiring its beauty. "Everyone beautiful must be dead for me to receive that title." Hwa-dong immediately dismissed her self-deprecating words. "Really? Hasn't anyone told you that before?" Who realized that Tia had also heard these words recently. "I know it's all just a kind lie to make a poor woman like me feel better. So when I hear it, I feel more embarrassed than relieved. But it's okay to laugh. I heard those words from someone other than the man I love at home." Hwa-dong encouraged her. "Go for it. You two look great together. Only love ruins the film." Hae-soo's sudden words made Hwa-dong look at her in disbelief. She carefully asked Hae-soo. "Really?" Hae-soo didn't deny it. "Yeah." Hwa-dong admired her even more. "That's awesome. I didn't know anything. You should have told me sooner." "So you have a boyfriend? Then I don't think he'll be hanging around here much longer." Hugh quietly listened to her, holding a flower and admiring it. Hwa-dong asked further. "What's he like?" It reminded her of her husband's current appearance. As soon as Kam Min-cheon came home, he threw his work bag down on the floor. "I'm home." He irritably took off his work jacket. "Damn it! Get me a glass of water. Is there anything other than water to boil in the house?" Hae-soo went out to pick up her husband's bag. Seeing her husband ask, she replied, "There's barley tea, but it's still hot." Min-cheon insisted on drinking barley tea, then put ice in it. He took off his clothes without paying any attention to his wife. "I'm going to take a shower. Your underwear and socks are all over the place, and I have to pick them up and clean them." By the time Min-cheon finished showering, she was already asleep. He felt refreshed after the shower, So comfortable, Min Cheon pulled back the blanket and lay down in bed. But suddenly he noticed his wife and coughed. Ahem. Minon's hand unconsciously reached down to his wife's soft butt. He felt strange. It seems like she doesn't work out at all, but she's still hot. Not long ago, at a gathering, my friend brought a young girl, but her body wasn't as curvy as now use. She wears those soft old lady clothes every day, so it's okay to ignore her. At this point, he reached up from her stomach and touched her bra, then reached up and lifted her bra, grabbing his wife's round breasts. Her breasts are big too, a handful. Min Cheon felt a little lightheaded. It felt so good to touch. It's been a while since they did it, and his legs couldn't stay still and kept twitching. Seeing that Haesoo didn't move at all, he was a little curious. But why doesn't she react at all when I touch her? He shook her. Hey, Haesoo, are you asleep? Because he kept shaking her, Haesoo opened her eyes and spoke, her voice a little sleepy. Yeah, Minyon frowned at her, annoyed. Then why aren't you reacting? It's not like you're a wooden doll. Whether you whine, sulk, or make a scene, don't be so indifferent to your husband. Are you even capable of feeling anything anymore? React a little. Haeryu's voice seemed to lack any strength. I'm a bit tired. But Minyon kept shaking her. He suddenly sat up and yelled. Are you the only one working? Haesoo told him. I have many part-time jobs. But then he angrily flopped back down and pulled the blanket. Whatever, what was I expecting? Ugh. Hugh didn't close her eyes to sleep either. Instead, she lay there silently, then closed her eyes to sleep the day away. The next morning, the 6 a.m. alarm rang with the sound of Tears of a King on Fallen Petals, and Hefu's day started at 6:00 a.m. On weekdays, the flower shop didn't open until 8:00 a.m., but she had to wake up at 6:00 a.m. to prepare breakfast for Mignon. Of course, she had to close the door and cook carefully so the noise wouldn't wake Mignon up. Minchon wouldn't eat breakfast without soup. He also hated reheating food. So even for the simplest soup, Haesoo would make it fresh every day. Yet, by the time Haesoo finished preparing breakfast, she looked back for a moment and realized how quickly time had passed. The one who cooked breakfast was the one leaving home on an empty stomach, just to make it to work on time. She went to open the door. Hwa Tae-dung's voice greeted her cheerfully. Good morning, sis, Hemu replied warmly. Yeah. Good morning. She quickly put on her apron to avoid getting her clothes dirty. Fastening the clasp carefully, she sighed softly, trying to hold it in until lunchtime before opening the changing room door and going out to the shop. At the start of the day, the flower shop welcomed its first customer. Welcome. A man walked towards Hinu. She was focused on the abacus, so she didn't look up, only offered a greeting. Are you here to look at flowers? Yes, I'm here to look at flowers. Hearing the familiar voice, she looked up and recognized B.H., the rose guy. So familiar with him, she asked, as usual. A bouquet, perhaps? Tae-ha replied. Yes, that's right. 10 roses. Exactly. It was only now she realized something. Only now I see that not only is your face handsome, but your voice is nice too. The slow, deep voice politely responded with, yes, for some reason, my ears feel tingly. She calculated for a moment, then offered, here's the bill. We also have some pre-orders, so it will take a while. Please have a seat and wait. Hagu pushed the bill forward in front of him. Tae-ha focused on her hand. He reached out and touched the bill to take it. Her stomach suddenly rumbled. Hao turned away embarrassedly, a little worried. Did he hear that? My stomach must be growling. How embarrassing. Tae-ha kept typing away on his phone, ordering things like coffee and a sandwich. She reassured herself. No way. Looking at his focused expression, she reassured herself. He probably didn't hear, right? At this moment, Hwa Dung, who was bringing in supplies, noticed them a little bit. She looked outside and recognized the rose guy. Is the person in front of him someone he knows? That walk looks like a model's. Hwa Dung looked at him, wondering, how tall is this guy? He came in with coffee and a sandwich in his hand. Hwa Dung looked on admiringly. Wow, whose son is this? She was floating with excitement as she looked at his beauty. So handsome. So handsome. At this time, his flowers were also finished. Sir, your flowers are ready. Tae-ha took the bouquet and left. She bid him farewell. She was about to turn back inside when she suddenly saw something. On the chair was a sandwich box. Thinking he'd forgotten it, she hurriedly chased after him. Hey, sir, excuse me. She kept running after him. You forgot this sandwich. Tae's eyes glanced down at her. Recognizing Haesoo from the flower shop, he said to her, Ah, that's a gift for you. She was a little surprised. Huh. Seeing him about to leave, she quickly grabbed his sleeve. Sir, you can't do that. If you give this to me, Tae leaned in to ask her, why not? Is it because you're missing a drink? He looked down at Hyu, making her a little hesitant. He handed her the coffee cup he was holding. Here, take it. Hesu's head was filled with question marks. Tae kept holding the cup in front of her. I only took one sip, it's not poisoned. He picked it up and shook it. Just take it. Seeing her come back with the things, Hwadung teased her playfully. Hesu, I told you he likes you. See? He deliberately left the sandwich for you? Wow, even coffee. Seriously. If he's not interested, then what is it? Hyuna looked down at the coffee and sandwich in her hands. Was I really looking that pitiful, I thought? She turned her face to the mirror and looked at herself. In the mirror, I saw a haggard woman with no makeup. Her skin was covered in blotches. His actions felt more like pity and charity than interest. She remembered that time. My stomach was growling so loudly. If it were him, I don't think I could have just walked away either. But what if it's a signal that he's interested in me? If that's the case, I should draw the line immediately. She put the coffee cup on the table, thinking that she's drawing a scene that will never happen, and that her work is also lighter now, right? Hwadung asked her curiously. So, what are you going to do now? Who didn't understand what she meant? Hwadung clarified. Well, you said you have a boyfriend, so are you going to reject the Rose, or change your boyfriend to him? Hwadung giggled excitedly. Change him! Thinking about it made her heart heavy. Not a boyfriend, but a husband. Hwadung was a little confused. Oh, when you said you had someone, it was a husband, not a boyfriend. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were married. But speaking the truth didn't bring her pride or joy. She remembered her husband's words. Don't reveal too much, we're separated because of debt. You should only call me husband at home, and why do you keep telling people about our business? I must be so proud of being divorced and still living with my ex-wife. Ugh, this is so frustrating. Hwadung insisted. Yeah, he's my husband, so don't talk about this anymore. Hwadung felt guilty. Yes, I'm sorry. At the company, a female voice called out to Minyon, Min, Cheon Oppa. The girl was Yoon Adi. She placed a cup of coffee on his desk. Have some coffee. Minyon noticed the cup. There was a note stuck on it. Let's do our best today. After reading it, he smiled. Ugh. His eyes unconsciously followed Dika's figure as she left, humming a tune. The colleagues outside kept praising her. Look at that, Dai's pretty hot. She said she's 25, right? Hey, that's a great age. Late 20s is the best. Her skin must be both firm and smooth. Minyon started thinking. Firm and smooth. The way these old guys talk about it, it's a whole new world. Why is that? He recalled the note stuck on his water cup. Do your best today, too. She does have her charms. A colleague suddenly mentioned. Speaking of which, Dee seems interested in our newbie, Min Cheon. The way she looks at him is definitely different. Whenever we tried to set her up with someone else, she'd get annoyed and say she wasn't interested. Another person chimed in, well, Min Cheon is handsome. Another person wondered, Min Cheon is 33, right? It makes sense for him to go on dates at this age. He's still single, isn't he? Suddenly, Dai and another female colleague walked past. The female colleague beside her heard the male colleagues chatter and glanced at her friend, giggling. Dai blushed, stopping her. Hey, don't laugh. Minyon answered them without hesitation. Yeah, well, I am single. Someone else said, then try going out with Dai, she's gorgeous. Minyon stubbed out his cigarette and threw it in the trash can next to him. Should I, then? When he got home in the evening, he sprawled out on the couch watching TV, leaving Hugh to fold the pile of laundry alone. Suddenly she spoke up. How's work going? Min Cheon grumbled before asking. Now you're worried about your husband's struggles. What job isn't hard? Who knows how to answer a vague question like that? But then he thought she was just nagging while he was resting. Hey Sue, that's not what I meant. It's not nagging. When you get paid, we can pay off the debt faster. Then we can remarry. Min Cheon was annoyed, always talking about remarriage and whatnot, afraid that I won't do it after paying off the debt or something. Hey, Naihesu, how could you live without me? Hearing that, the hand that was folding clothes paused slightly. Even so, don't rush too much. If women nag too much, it will make men run away. Suddenly he sat up and called her. Oh right, Hugh. He immediately put on a flattering face and hugged his wife. I need some spending money. Hesu already understood. Spending money, he answered without hesitation. Yeah, I'm buying cologne. Hesu wondered. You don't wear cologne. Minyon flattered her, making up all sorts of reasons. But I go to work now. There are a lot of well-groomed guys there. Even the old geezers wear cologne. I can't be the only one in the company who smells like an old man, Hesu asked. How much do you need? Minyon stated a large sum. Who knows? Probably around 200,000. What are you looking at? Hum was startled. What kind of cologne is that expensive? He immediately made up a reason. At this age, you have to know to buy from brands in the shopping mall, not the cheap stuff that kids use. Unable to get what he wanted, he lay down again, feigning anger. Forget it. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't. Hu went back to her room and checked her money again. We had more expenses this month. Because Minion started working, we had to spend a lot of money to buy new suits and shoes. It's true that in the early days of starting a job, your expenses will exceed your salary. She started thinking about all sorts of things. No matter how much I save, it's going to be alarming. I'm even thinking I'll have to take on more work. She reached for the pocket of her clothes and thought about her jobs. I work at the mart on weekends. From afternoon to evening, if I do the night shift at the convenience store after that, then the shifts won't overlap, I just need to sleep less. She put the envelope containing the money in her pocket. He said the cologne costs about 200,000 won, right? Then she sat back at the table and calculated expenses for a while. Afterwards, she wrote a note for him. Go buy the cologne. I have 24 hours that feels like playing a jigsaw puzzle. I divide my day into pieces, filling the empty time with jobs. For my family's happiness, she went out for the sake of our home and happiness. Someone in the alley spoke up and said, why did you invite him to eat? It was Do Dongguk. He's got a cigarette hanging from his lips. Is the world ending? Or something? Boom. Thai is actually inviting me out to eat first. Guess we're having barbecue. But is this really okay? Taeha leaned back against the wall. You never liked going to crowded places. Dongguk unlocked his phone and checked. I'm happy to be treated too. Who should I call? Taeha replied. All the people you know, Dongguk wondered. Anyone is fine. Yeah. Just say you're inviting them and you'll have a truckload of girls showing up. He just had some kind of feeling. Weird. He glanced at Taeha, the guy who never sets foot in cheap restaurants of all people. He spoke up. Can I call 2 girls to come? Yeah, Dongguk, seeing Taeha's appearance, promptly said. He seems to have something good going on lately. Reaching the beer place, they immediately called out, Miss, 2 more beers at this table, please? Yes, right away. A man drank his beer and slammed the table with a thud. The man spoke up, his voice loud. You all know, we men go crazy for women. Men are simple. If he has a good and loving wife, he will automatically know to earn money and take care of the family, right? Hingu was there delivering beer to them, and had to listen to their slanderous words about women throughout men's history. This reminded her of Mignon's words. No matter how much you whine, sulk, or act up, don't be so cold to your husband. Are you feeling numb now too? We used to love each other very much. Was he ever like that because I wasn't clever enough, not loving enough? As they say, am I the one who destroyed this relationship? Suddenly a voice called out. QSSI, what are you doing? We have customers. Seeing customers arrive and hearing someone call her, she replied, Ah, yes, come in. A girl stepped into the bar. This girl is, Heiji Heishu hesitantly asked, how many are in your party? She looked and saw Taeha in the group. She couldn't quite react to this situation. Oh, Mr. Rose. The chattering of the 4 people was lively. They gently stepped into the bar. Heisu silently folded her arms, staring at them. H-I-D, I said. 4 people. Heisu blankly paused before saying, yes, H-I-D. I continued to emphasize, there are 4 of us. That seemed to confuse Hinu quite a bit. Then she quietly turned away and said, Ah, I'm sorry, please have a seat. The restaurant was bustling with laughter and chatter. The quiet figure of Heiyu preparing food for the customers. In a corner of the restaurant, the Thai group quietly had dinner. Why is Heinu's back so silent? She secretly recalled Hua Rung's words. I think he likes you. It's obvious he has his eye on you. Isn't he trying to impress you by buying flowers every day? Hilu, who was very self-conscious, looked at herself in the mirror. The reflection showed a lovely face, but somewhere with a hint of sadness. She thought, I'm not interested in that. I've never thought about it. Furthermore, I never wished to receive this kind of attention. Hesu was cleaning up, her eyes filled with sadness, her mind cluttered with thoughts. Although I feel ashamed for overhearing their conversation, for some reason I find it really awkward facing him. On the other side, Heiji saw Taeha was silent and not eating. She asked, Aren't you going to eat? Taeha just smiled and replied, Eat plenty, HID. I hummed and teased. Yeah, I was planning to, even without you telling me. Hiro stood nearby, suddenly wondering. Girlfriend? They look good together. The bouquets must be for her. Although I work with all young people, I can't understand what they're saying. Taeha is different. His eyes are fixed on Hu. She was filled with thoughts. She reassured herself. Calm down, Nahasu. Suddenly, Heiji spoke up. Hey, who are you looking at? You've been talking in that direction for a while now. Hearing that, her friend Dongguas grumbled, reminding her, Heiji, are you sick? He doesn't care about you at all, so why are you making such a fuss every day? Whether he looks at someone else or makes out with someone, it's none of your business. Just eat. Why are you staring at him like that? Heiji retorted irritably. Sick my ass, you son of a bitch. Dong Guok turned to whisper to the person next to him. Wow, seriously, Heiji is so scary. The girl next to him quickly stopped him. Hey, What's wrong with you? Dongguak added fuel to the fire. See, am I wrong? Tae Ha, seeing this, stepped on Dongguak's foot. He gently reminded him. Dongguak, the meat's burning. Dongguak, seeing that, replied dejectedly. I know, it's okay, just eat. That bastard is so serious. At this moment, Hee-ji noticed Tae Ha's eyes fixed on Hu. She asked, Hey Tae Ha, you keep looking at that girl, do you know her? Tae Ha didn't hide it and asked, Is it that obvious? Then he smiled brightly and agreed. Yes, I know her. Hee-ji felt a little unhappy after hearing that answer. She glanced at Tae Ha, but her mind was racing. What is this? I vaguely guessed he knew her. But they really know each other. The image of a dimly lit room shrouded in darkness. Here and there, flashes of light illuminated bouquets of roses scattered on the floor. After working at the restaurant, Haesu returned home and did her housework. She quietly sat and folded clothes, when suddenly a part of the pants tore a little. Hun thought again, I'm going to get yelled at. She looked at the tear and said to herself, I haven't had them long. It's a bit of a waste to throw them away now. I'll just sew it up. Minion lay beside her, watching his phone and giggling. He glanced at Haesu with a displeased expression, asking in a cold voice, Why aren't you resting, and what are you doing? Haesu replied coldly and concisely. Sewing, Minion grumbled. Sewing what? With that, he jumped up and snatched her pants. Let's see. He looked at the pants and exclaimed, Wow, these look so worn out. Are you protesting for new clothes? At this point, just throw them away, Haesu, reluctant to waste them, retorted. Why throw them away? I can still wear them, Minion called her wearily. Haesu, men won't like a pitiful woman like you. Looking at Haesu's pitiful and adorable face, he pretended to be educated and said, I don't like tight underwear, and I hate stretched out underwear even more, because it makes you look like an old hag. Hugh felt so pitiful, she remembered the rose guy, Tae Ha, and thought, those words echoed in my head again. I don't know what topic we were talking about, but the conversation was a misunderstanding. Haesu silently ordered Minion, Give it back. On the outside, that was it, but Haesu was internally a sea of questions. Why, instead of forgetting, do I keep remembering those embarrassing and shameful memories? Minion complained with a disgusted expression. No matter what I say, you always look so depressed. But suddenly he embraced Haesu tightly, sighed, and said, Anyway, na Haesu. He hugged Haesu and lay down, curling up on the blanket. He lamented lovingly. No charm, no spirit, doesn't know anything about men. Despite all that, I still live with you. I guess it's just me, huh? Haesu heard that. Her face still sadly pitiful but still lying in Minion's arms. She just grunted in response to brush it off. In winter, the biting cold seeps through the walls of the basement apartment, making us ache. I'm trapped in a cramped house. I'm ruined. Our life is so ordinary but also so unhappy. Haesu's inner self was a screaming voice reassuring herself, I hate it, but I can endure it all for you. Cut to the next day. Haesu was still preparing in the kitchen. The radio news rang out. Rain is forecast for this afternoon, with the rain likely to last until late at night. After finishing the housework, Haesu started her hard work again. Because she heard the rain forecast, she went to the closet and took out an umbrella. Looking at the closet, Haesu wondered, It will definitely rain, until tonight, right? I have to bring an umbrella. Looking at the two umbrellas in the corner of the closet, she asked herself, Of these two umbrellas, which one is still intact? She took one out to test it. This one is perfectly fine. Then she took out the other one. The remaining umbrella looked quite tattered as it was missing a spoke. Hesitantly, Haesu tried to reassure herself. It's still usable, not completely broken. I'll use it just for today and then throw it away. Meanwhile, Haesu decided to give the intact umbrella to her nagging husband. She left the umbrella behind and went to work. So that umbrella was for Mignon to use at his company. There was a pretty colleague named Ah Dai. When she went out, someone asked, Where are you going? Ah Dai smiled gently and said, I'm going to make coffee. Entering the company's tea room, she coincidentally ran into Mignon making tea. Dai approached quietly, looking for coffee. After searching for a while, she still couldn't find it. Dai turned around and wondered, Is the instant coffee all gone? Where's the new pack? As she spoke, she approached the wooden cabinet above, thinking they might have left it there once. Suddenly she cried out, and rushed towards Mignon, grabbing his arm like a fragile girl needing protection. Mignon gallantly asked, What's wrong? Dee shyly, with a hint of fear, buried her head in his arm and replied, There's a bug over there. Hearing this, Mincheon laughed and replied, Ha, you scared me. I thought I did something wrong. You're afraid of bugs, Dee? She replied, Very afraid. Saying that, she pressed her massive bust against Mignon's arm. her voice dripping with sweetness. I'm super scared of bugs. Min Cheon was momentarily swayed and thought to himself, so cute. Then, he gallantly offered, let me catch it for you. Where is it? Dina said weakly. Over there. The two of them approached the cabinet. Dee, still clinging to Mignon's arm. Huh, why is that? I'm sure it was there just now. Mignon's inner self began to stir. He thought, Nahesu has never been afraid of bugs. Seeing someone act like this is kind of refreshing. This alone makes coming to work worthwhile. Back at the flower shop where Hesu works, her colleague Hechua Rung spoke up. You're late today? Hesu was a bit curious and asked. Who? Hua Rung replied, annoyed. Who else could it be? That Rose guy. Just seeing that handsome face is comforting, at least during this miserable work life. As soon as she finished speaking, a familiar figure of Tae Ha appeared from the doorway. Hua Rung exclaimed, Speak of the devil. At that moment, Hesu's eyes avoided him. I'm a bit embarrassed to see him. Then she hid. Hesu said to Hua Rung, I'll go to the back to take care of the flowers. You take the orders. Hua Rung called out, What? Where are you suddenly going? Seeing this, Tae Ha was also a bit surprised, looking at Hesu's back as she hurried away, feeling heavy-hearted. His breathtakingly handsome face entered. Hua Rung had no choice but to take the order, and asked, Are you looking for any particular type of flower? Or is it still a bouquet of roses as usual? Tae Ha, his eyes fixed on Hesu, replied indifferently, Yes, give me that. Seeing this, Hua Rung was speechless. Do I not even get a chance to make eye contact with him? I'll just wrap the flowers and be done with it. After work, it indeed rained heavily. Hua Rung held up her umbrella and turned back to greet Hesu. Be careful getting home, Hesu. About to take her umbrella, quickly replied. Yeah, you too, she thought to herself. Luckily, I didn't run into him today. The rain was pouring down, and Hesu's heart was as heavy as the raindrops. But I can't avoid him forever. I won't do this from tomorrow. These embarrassing moments will be over in a few days. Hesu's small hands were about to open her umbrella. The forecast said it would rain heavily, and it really was pouring. I hope Min Cheon remembers to bring his umbrella today. Before she could open it, Hesu's umbrella was torn to shreds. Hesu was a bit flustered and then thought, It was fine this morning, but now it's really broken. Looking at the pouring rain, Hesu considered how to get home. The convenience store isn't far from here, but you can't run even a short distance in this heavy rain, and the news said it will rain until late at night, so I can't wait here forever. Remembering the image of the two umbrellas this morning, Hesu's tragic and pitiful fate, poverty quietly devouring people, she dropped the umbrella, a cheap umbrella. If I hadn't hesitated and just bought a new umbrella, I wouldn't be in this situation now. What should I do? Hesu opened her phone to call Mignon, but then stopped herself. Mignon probably wouldn't like me calling him. He seems tired lately. He must have taken on more work. For now, I'll just wait a little longer. Suddenly, an umbrella was held out towards Hesu. Tae Ha's tall figure appeared. He held the umbrella towards Hesu, his handsome face and deep voice. Tae Ha asked Hesu, Where are you going? Hesu shyly clutched the strap of her bag and replied, No, it's okay, my house is too far. Hesu dodged the question, saying tactfully, Just go on ahead. An unusual silence fell. Taeha spoke up. It's going to rain until morning. He walked towards Hesu with gentle eyes, his tall figure causing her to look up at him. Would you like to share my umbrella? He offered. Hesu stared at Taeha, speechless. She thought to herself, It seems like fate is teasing me. Because I dared to make a mistake, it's creating a situation where I can't avoid this man. Looking at Taeha's handsome face and deep eyes, Hesu reassured herself. It's just kindness. If I refuse persistently, it would be strange, a little awkward. But after thinking about it, Hesu agreed to share the umbrella with Taeha, replying politely, Thank you. Walking under the heavy rain with one umbrella between them, Hesu kept repeating in her head, It's just sharing an umbrella, just sharing an umbrella. The awkward figures of the two walked down the small street. Taeha and Hesu walked in silence, not saying a word, Hesu thought with some embarrassment. Contrary to my expectations, he hasn't said a single word on the way home. However, thanks to the sound of heavy rain, sharing an umbrella for one person wasn't too awkward. Occasionally, Taeha's eyes glanced down at Hesu with an indescribable tenderness. A heavy downpour. Taeha's handsome face, full of secrets, was truly captivating. Long, slender legs walked through the rain, Hesu thought. He's walking at a strangely slow pace for someone with such an unusual height. Hesu remembered Mignon and compared them. Min Cheon Oppa is also tall, but I always lag behind him whenever we walk together. Recalling the image of Taeha and Heiji in the restaurant, Hesu overthought. Maybe it's become a habit for me because someone used to care about me. Thinking this, Hesu spoke up. Your girlfriend wouldn't like this. Hesu looked away shyly, continuing bashfully. What if she finds out you're sharing an umbrella with a stranger? Taeha's face didn't change as he asked, "Who said I have a girlfriend?" Hasu was a little flustered but also felt a little guilty, replying, "Oh, you don't? Then that girl you were with at the barbecue restaurant last time?" Taeha, his expression a little gentler, looked at her. He denied it. "She's not my girlfriend, just a friend." With that, Taeha moved closer to Hasu. There seemed to be no distance between them, Hasu thought. So, suddenly, Taeha confirmed again. Really, his large body seemed to embrace Hasu, he affirmed firmly. "Believe me, Hasu." Flustered, blurted out without thinking, "Oh yes, I believe you." After replying, Hasu seemed to realize she had said the wrong thing. She thought again. After answering, "These words feel a little strange. Yes, I believe you. What is that supposed to mean?" Suddenly, a car with blinding headlights sped towards them from the front. Taeha's eyes met the light, and for some reason they looked so cold. Before Hasu could react, large, slender hands grabbed her shoulders. He pulled her to the edge of the wall, using his tall body to shield Hasu from the rain. Hasu was nestled in Taeha's arms. Taeha, holding the umbrella, his extremely handsome face lowered to look at Hasu, said softly, "Sorry, the car was going too fast. I was worried you would get hurt, so..." Hasu interrupted shyly, "It's okay. Feeling a little scared inside. Really scary. What kind of driving is that?" The two continued to stand pressed against the wall like that. Suddenly, Husa realized something and panicked a little. Oh, Taeha. Hyun is calling out loudly, aren't they?" Hearing this, Hyun asked back with a questioning tone, "Huh?" But then Taeha praised himself. "I'm tall. I shielded you from getting wet." Haenu only opened her mouth slightly to say, "Ah," then said, "Okay again." Taeha's figure was still tall, and the two continued to walk home. But Hiro was mentally confused, questioning herself, thinking that it wasn't just her imagination. No one would ever do that to a stranger. Her eyes glanced at Taeha, noticing his soaked shoulder and commenting, "I just noticed that the side of his jacket is completely wet, while my clothes aren't wet at all." Hasu seemed to realize something and was a little hesitant. "Should I ask if he really cares about me? If that's the case, I need to draw a line immediately." Walking through the dark, rainy streets with the neighborhood houses looming, Hu gathered her courage to ask Taeha beside her, "Why are you so nice to me?" Taeha, in a gentle voice laced with teasing, replied, "I've been caught. I have my reasons." Then he leaned down, looking every bit the soft boy. He looked into Hasu's eyes, answering softly, "For sure, I just want to know more about you." Hasu quickly refused. "It won't work," Taeha continued to tease. So cold, their voices echoed in the rainy space. "I'm curious, why won't it work?" Hugh replied. "You're young and quite popular with women. Why bother trying to date an older woman like me?" Taeha, hearing this, questioned. "Because I'm young and popular with women, I can't be with an older woman." Taeha's broad shoulders hunched slightly under the umbrella. Hasu repeatedly affirmed and refused him. "Yes, it won't work, so just stop." Hu stood in front of her house and said softly to Taeha, "We're here." From beginning to end, Huing only stared at the ground, her voice low and her expression both shy and melancholic. She responded, "This is my house. Thank you for today." Taeha hesitated. "So, from now on, we'll go back to being strangers." Hasu didn't hesitate. "That's right, let's go back to being strangers." The Rose Boy suddenly turned indifferent. "I understand." His face didn't change, his head tilting slightly to one side. Taeha spoke. "I heard you loud and clear." Hasu stood there watching Taeha's back gradually disappear, a slight feeling of disappointment in her heart. "I thought he'd be more stubborn. This man changes his mind more easily than I imagined." Looking at that back, word by word appeared in Hua's mind. After giving such a strangely obedient answer, his back looked so long, solid, and heartbreaking. Hasu silently stepped into the house without a light on. Why on earth would he like someone like me? It must be because he's young. Sometimes it's just out of too much curiosity. Then Hasu's eyes suddenly fell on the umbrella near the cabinet that she had left for Mignon. Hasu realized. Oh, Mignon didn't bring an umbrella. Images of drinking at a company party, along with comments about family matters, flashed through her mind. Men's affairs all depend on women. If he has a smart and loving wife, he'll automatically know how to make money to take care of his family. Right? A shadow of gloom crossed Hiku's face. She grabbed the umbrella and made a decision. I'll go to his company to pick him up. He'll like that, right? Hoon arrived where Mignon worked. Her small, lonely figure stood sheltering under an umbrella in the rain. She looked at each person coming out, waiting for the figure of her husband, Min-chae Onan. She kept calling, but only received the subscriber you have dialed is currently unavailable message. Her eyes fixed on the phone screen. The gentle Hugh still endured the unfairness. She defended her husband. Maybe the network connection is lost. He hasn't read my message. I said I'd pick him up because his phone ran out of battery. I shouldn't have come without notifying him or making an appointment like this. Just as Jesus was about to go home, Minion came out, sheltering under a yellow umbrella with a pretty girl. Jesus' heart skipped a beat as her eyes looked at the two of them. 6 eyes meeting without a word. Adi Dongdang suddenly turned to ask Minion, "What the heck? Why is this person staring at us like that?" Mignon mumbled vaguely. "Hey, what's wrong? You came all the way here to pick me up in this heavy rain." Before whose lonely figure and empty gaze, Min Che coldly denied. "That, who is she? This is my family, just family. Adi quickly apologized. "Oh my god, I didn't know, I'm sorry." The two continued to whisper to each other. Like friends who are so close that they treat each other like relatives? Ah, close relatives, huh? Then he smiled brightly, waved goodbye to Abalaya Dai, and ran to Hook's umbrella. He didn't forget to remind her. "Okay, Miss Dai, I'll go first. I'll share this umbrella. Goodbye," Abalaya also replied. "Ah, okay, see you tomorrow, Mr. Min Cheon, then complained to Jesus. "Phew, why didn't you tell me you were coming to pick me up? You're suddenly doing such nice things, it's not like you at all. What's going on? Isn't Nahesu going home?" Whose eyes stared at Adia and asked, "Who is that?" Min Cheonan frowned. "What?" Who said. "The person from just now," Min Cheonan replied. "Who, that girl?" He just indifferently brushed it off. "Just someone I know. From the same company." Noticing Hugh's expression, he grabbed the umbrella and grumbled, "What's with that look? She and I are just colleagues. Do you always have to turn everything into some guy meets girl attraction?" Hyun quickly tried to explain. "It's not that," but Mignon didn't let her get a word in. He blurted out, "Relax, it's just a social thing. I don't know if it's because you don't have friends or anyone to contact, but we just can't be close with the opposite gender normally. However, now there are things called colleagues, friends, and stuff like that. Please, don't do things that make others feel embarrassed." Each word felt like a stab to Jesus' heart. She recalled the moment Taeha had suggested getting to know her, feeling a surge of regret. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in my ears from under that umbrella. Jesus' small frame was barely covered by the umbrella. At that moment, Jesus seemed to realize something. Her face looked miserably pitiful. The chance I threw away was, once again, nothing special. Scene changed to the Huadong flower shop. Huadong lamented, "Ugh, I'm exhausted. It's not even peak season. But why are there so many orders? I should be getting paid extra. I'm about to collapse." Seeing this, Hugh cheerfully offered, "If you're tired, just take a break. I'll take care of the rest." Huadong gratefully replied, "Thank you, sis." Then she sighed, leaning back in her chair, and said, "Please, no more customers until closing time." Ah, except for that Rose guy. Just looking at his face is enough to recharge me. Suddenly, the door chimed, and Huadong jumped up, groaning. I can't even catch a short nap without another customer. Standing before her was Taeha, his face as handsome as ever. Huadong perked up considerably, thinking to herself, "Oh my god, the Rose guy actually came. He's ridiculously handsome today, oh my goodness." Huadong figured she could take a break. Since he was probably there for Jesus to take his order, Jesus, who was cleaning nearby, looked up and saw him. Step by step, Taeha entered, but then he brushed past Jesus. Before Jesus could finish saying, "Welcome! What would you like?" Jesus' face was stunned, as if she had just lost something. Her eyes followed Taeha's figure, filled with surprise, but also a hint of regret. 2 weeks had passed, and Mignon seemed to be growing closer to Adi. Jesus also noticed some unusual things. Min Cheon was often coming home late or going to work on weekends. Jesus continued to work at the barbecue restaurant. Other than those things, everything else was the same as always. Tae continued to come to the shop to buy roses, but things were different now, Jesus seemed to realize. Ever since I told him that we could never be acquaintances, Jesus silently sat packing the flowers, her mind flooded with thoughts of Taeha. He also quickly stepped out of my life. The image of Taeha resurfaced, along with his question, "I heard you loud and clear." Looking at Taeha, Jesus noticed those words and his unusually obedient attitude. This man had truly moved out of my zone, as if his interest in me was nothing more than a quickly dismissed curiosity. I was relieved. It wasn't anything deep. The caring messages he just sent to Minion went unread and unacknowledged. Helu looked at her phone, her eyes reflecting a sorrow she tried to conceal. Because the final wounds left by deep emotions are often scars that cannot be erased. At the barbecue restaurant while working, Jesus kept checking her phone. She was worried about Minion not being home yet. She had fallen asleep yesterday, so she didn't know if Min had come home, and she hadn't heard anything from him. She hoped he made it to the office safely. Suddenly, a customer behind her called out, "Hey!" The customer then ordered, "Bring 4 servings of pork belly to this table." Hugh quickly replied, "Ah, yes, I'll bring it right away." The sound of delicious meat sizzling on the grill mingled with cheerful chatter. One guy was chatting with his boss. "So, how do you feel about being here today? Do you feel better after the divorce?" The boss cheerfully exclaimed, "I'm so glad I don't have to listen to that annoying woman's nagging anymore." Then he put his arm around the pretty female colleague next to him, awkwardly making some crude jokes. "From now on, I don't have to feel awkward sitting next to young female employees at company parties anymore." This only made the girl next to him give an awkward smile. The playful chatter of some people in the company, they raised their glasses and toasted, "Of course, the company is on a roll, director. Just enjoy your second youth. Go meet some women, ahem, or so." In a slightly tipsy state, the boss chuckled and said, "That's right. A man can't be alone for too long without a woman around." If possible, as he spoke, his eyes and words were all directed towards Hesu, a beautiful girl with a slender figure. He had bad intentions. "If I could start a life with a woman who has a killer body and is still beautiful without makeup, I'd be king." He took a sip of his drink while looking at Hesu, his gaze incredibly perverted. He thought, "I've been noticing her since the company started having parties at this restaurant. She seems like a hard worker and doesn't know much about luxury. We're probably only 10 years apart. I'm a regular here, so she probably knows I'm the director, right? If a man like me makes a move, she'd be head over heels, wouldn't she?" Then he held out his glass and ordered without asking, "Hey, pour me some wine." The employee opposite him thought the boss was talking to him, so he happily picked up the bottle and replied, "Of course. Let me pour you some wine, boss." He casually refused. "No, not you." The boss, still oblivious to Hinu's shock, pushed the glass towards her and nonchalantly ordered, "I want you to pour me a drink." The employee chuckled nervously, reminding him, "Director, this is just a normal restaurant, okay? I think he's had a bit too much to drink." He didn't stop, even as horror dawned on Hisu's face. "Hurry up." His face, both fierce and arrogant, relentlessly pushed the glass towards Hesu, urging, "Are you going to be quick about it, or what?" Over something so trivial, he relied on his position to yell, "Do you know who I am?" The staff quickly called for the owner. "Boss, come quickly." The owner seemed flustered, asking, "What's going on?" The employee urgently reported, "That jerk is berating Hesu." Outside, he continued to arrogantly point at Hesu, shouting, "I'm the owner of Miret. I sell goods in this very restaurant, you know." The owner rushed out, asking gently, "Sir, is there a problem?" He seized the opportunity, launching into a tirade. "Ah, here you are. You're the owner, right? Do you know how often I've come here and supported this establishment during these tough economic times? And this is how you let your staff treat me?" The owner bowed repeatedly, apologizing and yielding. "It's my fault. I apologize for my employee's attitude. Please calm down. We'll offer you a free serving of meat as compensation." But the boss wouldn't have it, interrupting loudly, "No." He arrogantly looked at Hilu, demanding, "Kneel." Drunk on alcohol, his perverted gaze was hard to hide, he thought. "These serving wenches in places like this dare to act arrogant with me. I'll crush your spirit right now." The employee quickly tried to intervene. "Director." The owner, feeling indignant, spoke up. "No matter how angry you are, you can't do that to my staff." The director didn't stop, arguing back, "Oh, what? Can't? After all, I'm eating well here even during this economic downturn. How can you run a barbecue restaurant in this neighborhood like this? All my friends, all the directors around here. I'll spread rumors about this place until no one dares to set foot in your restaurant again." While the two men argued, poor Hesu resigned herself and knelt down. She knelt on the ground, speaking respectfully to him as if he were a god. "I sincerely apologize." The owner and her colleagues kept calling out, "Hesu, MS, Hesu." She repeatedly apologized to him. "I was wrong. Please forgive me." The owner bent down to help her up, saying, "Hesu, you don't have to do this." Hesu insisted. "No, it's my fault for making a customer feel upset. I sincerely apologize again, and I hope that we'll still have the opportunity to welcome you in the future." Hesu's small figure, kneeling in such a degrading way, seemed to highlight her suffering. After the restaurant closed, the owner asked her, "Why did you do that?" He said, "I heard what happened. That guy was really out of line. You didn't need to go that far." Hesu resolutely replied, her eyes pitiful, "I couldn't. Not many companies are holding gatherings these days. There are many other companies in this area, so people often come here. If we lose customers, the restaurant will suffer, boss. I know you've always considered my situation, so I can't cause you any trouble." The owner sighed, comforting her. "This world is tough, isn't it? There are a lot of bad people, and a lot of heartbreaking things." Hugh smiled faintly, a miserable smile, and casually replied, It's okay. She thought back to the days when Thang worked all kinds of hard jobs. It's not just empty words. I'm really okay. I've done all kinds of jobs since I was young, and I've been through a lot. There were nights when I was so sad I couldn't sleep. My heart, full of wounds, has hardened and grown used to the pain. The lights gradually went out. The owner suggested to Jesus, "You're walking home, right? Let me give you a ride." Jesus politely refused. "Oh, no need. You go home first." Once outside, Jesus explained, "Actually, I just started working a late-night shift at the convenience store for a while." The owner was quite surprised, asking, "What? When do you sleep? Are you made of steel?" Hugh smiled faintly and said, "The convenience store is only open on weekends, so it's okay." Then the owner became a little embarrassed, hesitating. "I don't mean anything by asking this." Looking at Jesus' pensive face, the question echoed, "Are you still in a lot of debt?" Faint memories flickered back, like shards of glass scattered everywhere. Thugs smashing everything around her, along with desperate pleas, "Stop it, I'll pay, please stop." Jesus sat there, sobbing with her face buried in her hands, surrounded by broken furniture. A man's voice rang out, "I'm sorry, it's Minion." He hugged Hyun tightly, promising, "Once we pay off this debt, we'll definitely get remarried. Then, we'll definitely live happily." Receiving the question and the flood of memories, Jesus looked down, only softly replying, "Yes." Walking on the dark street, Jesus' heart was heavy, sometimes hearing the wind banging against the old window. "I worry again about whether the debt collectors will come again. Even so, I still live and dream about the future." The boss, on his way home, couldn't help but exclaim, "Ha, that feels great." He walked through the alley, muttering to himself, "Seeing her kneeling made me feel so good. If you'd been nice from the start, you should have just been obedient. Do you even know who I am? Daring to argue with me?" He didn't notice a tall, cold, and terrifying young man appear in the alley. As Taeha, he quietly followed him. The boss was still reveling in his recent satisfaction. "So what if she's pretty? It doesn't mean others can't look. I'll crush her spirit first, so that even if I treat her well later, she'll know her place." The plump figure turned away, the boss still harboring disturbing thoughts. "That pervert just yelled at her this time. If I treat her nicely next time, she'll fall head over heels for my irresistible charm, right?" "Ha ha." Taeha quietly trailed behind, not uttering a word. He thought to himself, "I'll drop by next week and have a chat with her." Taeha's slender legs moved forward and kicked him. He fell down but still arrogantly looked up and cursed, "What the FCK? Who is it? What the hell are you looking at? You wanna die?" Taeha grabbed his hair and coldly said, "Let's see." The handsome face that was once gentle with Hengyu was now utterly cold-blooded, his eyes indifferently staring at the director, his voice full of murderous intent. "Who's the one craving death?" The director screamed in pain. "Oh my head!" Taeha suddenly ordered. "Sobered up a bit, huh? Throw a punch." He was a little surprised and let out a gasp, as the rigid voice continued to command. "Hurry up!" The director, oblivious to the imminent danger, roared, preparing to strike. "You little punk, don't you know how to respect your elders? I used to box back in the day. You're done for, kid." A fist, like a thunderbolt, hurtled towards Taeha's handsome face. Blood splattered, but Taeha remained strangely calm. Glancing at him, he gently raised his hand to wipe the blood from his lip. Taeha stood up and said, "Impressive. Do you know who I am?" The director, sitting on the ground, frowned. "What the hell are you barking about? Why should I know who you are?" Taeha warned. "Ice cold. No. If you don't, take this opportunity to find out." Scene changes to a convenience store. Haru was arranging cans of drinks on the shelf, then went outside to tidy up. After a while, she returned to the counter, sighing softly, thinking to herself, "Night shifts have a lot of work, but because there are no customers, it's more comfortable to work quietly. There's hardly anyone here at this hour, so I can sit down and rest for a bit." Just as Haru dozed off, the sound of the door opening startled her awake. Haru said, "Welcome." Seeing the figure entering, Himuru couldn't help but be surprised. She exclaimed softly in her mind, "Oh, it's the Rose guy." She wondered, "Do we live in the same neighborhood or something? We've coincidentally met at the flower shop, the meat restaurant, and now the convenience store? How could it be such a coincidence?" Then Jesus realized that there was only one person working this shift, so she was probably going to take his order. "Never mind. We already decided we're strangers." Taeha approached the checkout counter with his broad back. Hiku thought to herself, "Just treat him like any other customer, like a normal customer." Haru suddenly noticed that Taeha was buying bandages. Only then did she look up at him, slightly startled to see that Taeha's handsome face was now bleeding and bruised on one side. Hilu wondered, "What's this? What happened to his face?" She blankly examined him. His face was bruised and his lip was torn. No matter how you looked at it, it was obvious he'd been beaten. Heku was angry inside. Who's the evil person who beat a kid like this? The space between the two of them seemed to freeze, and even Heikyu didn't know what to do in this situation. What to do? We decided to act like strangers. She clenched her fist, looking in another direction, but her heart couldn't bear it. After a while, Hemu sighed, but had decided something. This won't do. She lowered her head, looking at the cash register, and said, if you only put on a bandage without applying medicine, what if it leaves a scar? Taeha remained silent, not responding. Hesu glanced away to hide her embarrassment. I knew it. He'll think I'm meddling unnecessarily. Right. I decided to act like a stranger and then suddenly intervened. It must be ridiculous. But then he gave a faint, victorious smile. Taeha leaned against the checkout counter and continued the story. So what should I do? Tae moved closer to her and said, teach me. Hesu looked away, flustered, and remained silent. There it goes again. Looking at his smug face, she felt annoyed. With his strangely obedient tone, Hesu, defeated by his attitude, walked out from behind the counter. You're still young, aren't you? In that case, I won't use honorifics. She walked towards the back. Follow me. Taeha narrowed his eyes at her, feeling delighted inside. Speaking informally, how nice. He obediently followed behind Hesu. She led Taeha outside the store. He followed behind her like a grown-up kid. Her voice echoed in the quiet night. Here, take this medicine. It'll help the new skin grow faster. Taeha put his hands in his pockets and rubbed his eyes, acting cute. I don't know how to apply it. Hesu didn't believe him when she heard that. Try to be a little reasonable. He remained silent, not intending to apply it himself. Hesu sighed and picked up the medicine. All right, give it here, Hesu warned. It might sting, so bear with it. After saying that, she started applying the medicine to Taeha. He exclaimed, making her worried. Does it hurt a lot? Taeha replied. No, he averted his gaze from her. It just tickles a little. Hesu applied the medicine while asking for more information. How old are you? He replied. I'm an adult. She felt tired inside. That's why I'm asking how old you are. Even your answer is strange. She questioned. You're old enough to be fighting. He smiled. It wasn't me. Hesu looked at the wounds on his face and asked, then what's with your face? He hesitated. It really wasn't my fault, it was just bad luck. She was speechless after hearing that. Taeha continued, my family is a little. In her heart, sad memories of the past surfaced. Those words made me weak. An unhappy life. Now unhappy. A child unable to escape violence and trapped in poverty. I seemed to see myself in that man. Her eyes became deep. I thought I couldn't help but care about him. Hesu looked into his eyes and sighed. When I saw those deep, bruised eyes, my heart suddenly ached. Taeha was quite surprised and asked her, you feel weak? She turned her head away and replied, yes. Hesu opened a bandage. We should have become acquainted last time. As she put the bandage on the wound, she whispered just loud enough for them to hear, okay, let's consider ourselves acquaintances. Taeha smiled, hugging the spot where she had just put the bandage. That's a relief, she wondered. What is? He shook his head. Taeha's eyes lowered because she was under his feet, sitting comfortably. Suddenly, he closed his legs, and a thought appeared. She pities me. After applying the medicine, the two of them stood in front of the store, adding each other as friends. The scene shifts to a restaurant. At this moment, Mignon was sitting silently, listening to the people in the company talking lively, but he felt uncomfortable inside. Do they think I'm really that easy to fool? Wanting to go for a third round today, although I don't want to go back to that poorhouse either. The old men in the company urged a girl. Come on, Mikis. So-and-so, have a drink, she slurred, already drunk. Director, I'm too drunk. The old director smiled and asked. Mikis, you wouldn't refuse my drink, would you? She panicked. That's not it. The old director quickly poured the wine into her glass. Here, take it. She froze, looking at the glass of wine in her hand. The old man called out. Come on, come on. Is there anyone who hasn't had their drink poured yet? Adir frowned, looking at the glass in her hand. Ugh, this beer cocktail is only 5% beer. So much soju has been poured in that the color has faded. She looked over at Mignon next to her. I only came to the third round because Min Cheon is here, but why is everyone making such a fuss? It's annoying. At this moment, he picked up a bottle of beer and poured it into a glass. Then Min Cheon pushed the beer towards her. He reached out and took AD's beer cocktail. She looked surprised. Huh? He gestured. That's no good. Drink this. Mignon smiled and said, I'm just pouring beer. She looked at his handsome face, combined with the alcohol, and her heart fluttered slightly. This is definitely it. I like him so much. At this moment, a voice suddenly asked, What's Mignon's type? Let's see. Asking about his ideal type is too common. On the contrary, what kind of woman do you dislike? He pondered while drinking. Let me see. Then he remembered Jesus' appearance, the kind of miserable person who acts like an old woman and is a buzzkill. Then he concluded decisively. And I hate women who wear stretched-out bras just because they feel comfortable with their husbands the most. The group burst out laughing. Ha ha, everyone hates that. The old director laughed loudly and patted Mignon on the back. Sometimes you talk like you're married, even though you're single, but you understand our thoughts. Then he asked, but why is the type of person you hate so specific? It's like celebrities. When asked about their ideal type, they say something very vague, but when they have a lover, they're very detailed. It seems to me that you, Mignon, are the same. Someone spoke up. Even if that's the case, would you ever like a woman who's like an old woman? This question made him silent. Mignon frowned and let out a sound. No way, he continued. I like cute girls who wear makeup and are childish. This statement made Dix next to him blush. He continued. Not a poor, miserable old woman. Fade out. At the same time, the scene switched to Jesus, who was playing with her phone. Earlier, when she left, she asked him what his name was, right? He replied, BMT. At this moment, she had added him as a friend on her phone and sent a message. Save my name and send a cute puppy sticker. She thought to herself, Bimta? His name is unusual too, isn't it? She was still confused. Maybe it's good to get to know him. But then she worried. Min Cheon hasn't replied yet. Is he very busy? It must be difficult to adapt to company life. Maybe I shouldn't have contacted him. The scene continued to switch to Mignon. At this moment he was helping Adai get home. He asked kindly, AD, where do you live? Can you take a taxi by yourself? She said shyly. Mignon, there's something, he asked. What is it? She buried her face in his chest. It's really strange. Dai's voice trembled. You're different from other older men. What if I really, really like you? Why am I like this? It's like I've known you for a long time. She reached out and put her arm on his shoulder. Let's go have a drink. Min Cheon looked down. Adi's voice continued to ring out. Let's go have another drink. Mignon was silent for a moment. At this moment only the two of them remained intertwined in the darkness. He opened his mouth dryly. Where to have another drink? Heksu picked up her phone and texted, sensing an unlucky premonition. At this moment, Mignon and Ahadine were intimately together, like excessive humidity in the summer night. The two of them led each other into the bedroom and took off their clothes like tar clinging to melting asphalt. Minchon pinned her on the bed. Cling to me with an intensity I can't handle. He was doing it with that bitch dinning in every position like he wanted to show me. The two of them were intimately embracing and kissing. A disturbing thought resurfaced in her mind. How could things possibly get worse for someone as unlucky as me? Hinyu finished work and walked out. Her colleague's voice echoed. Goodbye, good work. She trudged home alone towards her boarding house. Hiryu stood in front of the door, thinking, staying up all night is exhausting. I need to hurry home and take a nap before going back to work. She went inside, but strangely, there was no sign of Mignon. This surprised her. Isn't Min Cheon home yet? At the same time, in another room, he was embracing that bitch Dai, lost in sleep. That morning, on the street, Mignon was on the phone with Jesus. Yeah, he stood by the road, explaining, the company party ran late, so I slept at the nearby sauna. Am I a child? How can you call the missing person hotline after I slept out just twice? Mignon grumbled. You used to beg me to find a job. But now you're like this, Dai's figure approached. Seeing her, Mignon hurriedly said, I'll know to come home myself, so I'm hanging up now. Hao sat silently in the empty room. Am I overreacting again? She sighed and put down the phone that had been hung up. I'm just habitually anxious. Min Cheon is happily going on a date with Dai. His casual words only reassure my worried mind that nothing is really happening. He smiled contentedly at this new relationship. And she's gradually growing cold, but doesn't know that my heart is withering. She still sat blankly in that cold corner of the room, unaware that only my heart is withering away to a painful death. The scene shifts to Thai's place. He was lying leisurely on the sofa. Then the scene changes again. Joe was slowly moving downstairs. While walking, he was stopped by someone. Joe. The person was none other than the polite Tae Ha. Hi. He was a little surprised, but quickly replied, Oh, it's Tae. Ha, hi. He panicked inwardly. What is this situation? Jae-ho looked at him, still smiling friendly, and was surprised. He usually doesn't even remember my name. Why didn't you call me, buddy, like usual? Tae Ha started a conversation. It's been a while, hasn't it? He was a little embarrassed and avoided eye contact. Yeah, that's right, haha. But Tae Ha. Jae-ho asked the question in his mind. How do you remember me? He smiled. We were in the same class in 11th grade. He hesitated. That's right, but images of Tae Ha sitting in class, surrounded by female students, flashed through his mind. His seat was always that spot. When the break ended, Gio and his friends sat reading comics like bookworms, while Tha was surrounded by people laughing and talking. The two were like in different worlds, and I was sitting on this side, Joe silently judged. Originally, he didn't bother the quiet people, so his image was pretty good, but would someone like him remember an ordinary person like me? He said, Joe, are you nervous? Tae Ha made a suggestion, can I ask you for a favor? This surprised him. What? Huh? Is this some new kind of extortion? He's extorting a classmate now? Jae-ho hesitantly asked. What is it? He smiled. What's your shoe size? He was surprised but still replied. Shoe size? Compared to my height, my feet are a bit big, so I wear a size 290. Tae smiled brightly. That's great. If it's okay with you, let's trade shoes. These words made Joe freeze for a few seconds. He glanced down at his luxurious shoes. Tha's shoes are a branded item worth about 1 million gold, while Gio's shoes were bought to wear anywhere 50-something thousand won. In his heart, thousands of horses galloped past. Why? Why trade? Because I don't understand. I don't know how to answer. He leaned down and asked. You don't want to, he stammered. It's not that. I think it's too good, but is it okay to trade? Those are expensive. In Diho's heart, he secretly prayed. Surely he's not bullying me, right? He smiled and replied, yeah, it's okay. Then they started swapping shoes. Taeha smiled in satisfaction. Thanks, Joe, for helping me. Joe gave an awkward smile. No need to thank me, right? In his heart, he lamented. You just lost over 1 million won, Taeha. Finishing up, Taeha said as he left. Okay, be careful on your way. Joe nodded. Yeah. Joe watched his receding figure, thinking, haha, seems like the girls were right. He really is a nice guy. Joe looked at Taeha, who was as happy as a child who just received candy, and was filled with emotion. He's like someone up in the clouds, impossible to know what he's thinking. Scene changed. Currently, Taeha was sitting in a restaurant when suddenly a hand reached out and snatched his earphones. What are you listening to? Heiji didn't say much and just sat down in the seat right next to Taeha. The melody of the music played, captivating her as she listened intently. Everything was fine until the lyrics started. I like cougars. The more I look, the more I like them. I like them so much, so much. I like cougars too much. Hearing this, Heiji froze for a few seconds. Taeha smiled, looking at her, and asked, the song's good, right? Heiji cursed inwardly. He really is an unpredictable guy. She looked down, while he continued to get lost in the music. Hey, B.T. Heiji pointed at his shoes with her foot. What's with your shoes? Taeha asked back. Huh, she said. No matter how I look at it, they don't look like your shoes. Since when have you been wearing shoes like this? Taeha didn't answer, instead asking, they're nice, right? Her face twisted. Are you serious? He smiled. Yeah, she cursed. You're crazy. While the two were talking, someone else noticed. What's going on? A hooded guy spoke up. Isn't that Dohiji? This caught the attention of the person next to him. The hooded guy was jealous. That's B.T. with her. So jealous. Why do all the girls only like him? Even the girls I know are asking me to introduce them to him, he sneered. You wouldn't know if you asked, dumbass. It's obviously because of his face. Haven't you looked in a mirror? He got angry. You son of a bitch, the hooded guy quickly retorted. Look at Dudongguk taking his side. Just because B.T. hangs out with you doesn't mean you're on the same level as him. And you even got Doohiji stolen from you. He uncomfortably covered his mouth. Inside, Heiji was gazing thoughtfully at Taeha, and he unintentionally saw that scene. Damn it! Scene changed to a flower shop. Hwarung looked dejected. Haru looked bewildered. Huh. What's wrong? She was dazed. Then Hwarung explained, I thought the rose guy was interested in you, but it seems like it was a misunderstanding. He's only been buying roses from me lately. I thought I might have made you misunderstand too, so I feel a little guilty, Hisu pondered. She quickly turned her face away, remembering the time she applied medicine to him. Okay, let's become acquaintances. In her heart she felt a little flustered. I probably don't need to say that, right? Beside her, Hwarung was lost in thought. When will the rose guy come here? His voice is so nice, I want to hear it again. Henu was silent. As expected, it's better not to say anything. She looks so happy. At that moment, the door opened, and Hwarung's voice rang out. Welcome! Speak of the devil. Taeha pushed the door open and came inside. Hwarung stared blankly at his injured face. What happened? Who damaged that national treasure of a face? He stood in front of Haru and said, I came to see roses. She sweated. Too close, Hinu quickly regained her composure. What would you like to buy? He replied with a smile. You know what I'm buying? Taeha teased. We're acquaintances now. She stood up. Then I'll wrap a bouquet of roses. Please wait a moment. He followed her and watched Haru carefully and meticulously wrapping the flowers. He continued to watch, and she continued to wrap. Taiha initiated the conversation first. Are there any discounts here? For acquaintances, that is. She replied coldly. No, he continued. Like a discount for acquaintances, employee acquaintances. Huarong, standing beside them, was stunned by this scene. Crazy, what's going on? She replied to him, there aren't any. In Huarong's heart, she was confused. What are those two? Taiha's warm voice resonated. Then, no need to lower the price anymore. What do you do after work today? She frowned, holding the bouquet she just finished. Seriously, she asked, do you want to get scolded? Taiha smiled inwardly. I want to be scolded so bad. As dusk settled, Hesu finished her shift and stepped outside. You asked what I do after work, right? She looked at Taiha and said, sorry, but I have to go to work again, so I don't have time to hang out with you. He just smiled gently and looked at her. I know, Huma was surprised. Huh, he asked. Didn't we meet at the barbecue restaurant last time? She tried to remember. That's right, he continued. It's hard to become acquaintances. You're really busy. She avoided Taiha's gaze. Adults are usually very busy. He tilted his head. Is that so? Then Taiha smiled lightly, his voice heavy. That's why I don't want to become an adult. Hesu looked at him in surprise, his face clearly still youthful. She gazed at his figure. He really is tall. Are all kids these days like this? Taiha, noticing her staring, teased. Why are you looking at me like that? Hesu hesitated. You're 1.9 meters, right? Even Min Cheon SSI is taller than 185, but you seem even taller. Taiha answered obediently. He asked suddenly. It seems like you're really picky about men's height. She calmly replied. Of course I know. But inside she was thinking, in the 13 years I lived with Min Cheon, I always picked out his clothes and underwear. In contrast to her thoughtful appearance, Taiha's expression was cold. I'm jealous. Who was confused? You don't need to be jealous, you're much taller. Hearing that, he could only chuckle. She wondered. What? Why are you laughing? He shook his head. It's nothing. Taiha walked with her for a long stretch. I'll take you to work. Is that okay? She agreed. Okay. As they walked, Taiha thought to himself, Na Hesu, unfamiliar and innocent. They continued moving to her next workplace. Hesu looked down. Paying attention, I usually don't notice. Seeing it today, I realize his shoes are all worn out, but he looks so bright he still looks good even wearing old shoes. Anyway, he should buy something more practical like shoes, instead of always buying flowers. After thinking it over, Hesu spoke up. Where do you get the money to buy flowers every day? Wouldn't it be better to use that money for something else? He just silently looked at her. Then Taiha slowly said, Let's see, is there a law that says unhappy people can't buy flowers? His words struck a chord in her heart. Hesu's eyes widened, the words coming out slowly. She was immersed in thoughts blooming like a single color in a world without color. She just silently looked at him. I tried to scold him in my poor way. Now I feel ashamed of my impoverished prejudice, Hesu recalled while working. Even though I always wrap flowers for people, I never thought about wanting someone to give me flowers. Then her eyes drifted away. Felt heavy-hearted and filled with stories, but still grateful. You're right, thank you for today. Taiha looked at her with clear eyes, handed her the bouquet, and smiled. If you're thankful, let's meet often in the future. The scene shifted to a display case of luxurious shoes. On the other side, Adi was looking for someone. Where's Min Cheon Oppa? Did he go for a smoke again? She heard a hateful voice. Looks like you and Adian are doing well. Adian covered her mouth in surprise. Heh! Hua looked at him and said, How nice. Dia looks very arrogant, but is she? Or is it because it's you, minion? Even so, she's still young, so you never know when she'll change her mind. Women get uppity when they get older. They look at a man's finances more than his face. He's being a sleaze, so you have to hold on to her while she's young. Simple, right? If you can get a woman to spread her legs, her heart will follow. Did he already? Dicke frowned. Overhearing those words from behind, Min Cheon stopped puffing on his cigarette and said, Mr. X, Hoyan, isn't your title assistant? He was taken aback. Yeah, what about it? Min Cheon retorted frankly. From what I know, you've been with the company for a few years, but if you're still an assistant, you probably don't have time to be gossiping about this stuff. Holayan's hands trembled, Min Cheon continued. I don't know why you keep laughing to yourself like that, like some pathetic loser. He glared. People aren't amused, so cut it out. After saying that, Min Cheon left. I'll head in first, leaving Hodian seething with anger. That bastard. The scene changes. Min Cheon grabs the door handle and walks out. He goes down to a corner of the stairs to drink coffee. It's laughable. A guy who probably only meets women at work is lecturing others. Suddenly, Ah-dae came and hugged him tightly. Her face flushed. She leaned her head against Min Cheon's chest. To be honest, I've been feeling insecure. She remembers the night the two were intimate. Because things moved so fast, men often lose interest once they've gotten the body. I've been very uneasy. Ah-dae then kissed Min Cheon's lips. I can feel it. She remembers what happened this morning. He's a man who's a little different. The two continued to kiss passionately. She slowly sank into this feeling. This man really is a special man. Min Cheon reached out and pulled down her bra strap. Soft moans escaped, making her blush. Their bodies leaned against each other like that. This feels so good. I absolutely won't let him go. The two continue to hug and kiss in the corner of the hallway. This man is mine forever. The scene changes. On the table is a sticky note. Heat up dinner and eat it yourself. I made the ribs you like. Min Cheon and Ah-dae happily eat dinner together. In contrast to the cold scene inside Haesu's house, there wasn't a single ray of light in the house. In another room, a light is turned on. Hum is sitting on a chair, text messages ringing non-stop. Those are Thae's messages. He's wishing her, "Have a good day today," accompanied by a cute puppy sticker. She smiles as she reads the message. It's like a stew that warms her freezing heart. He has a fresh scent that hasn't been tainted by the world because he's still young. Haesu smiles and thinks. The romance of youth, buying flowers for yourself, just like that innocent age. At this moment, Tae Ha is in a dark corner, smiling as he texts her. Suddenly, a person walks up to Hugh and she greets him. Welcome, the drunken man blurted out. Give me a room card, she replied. Yes, 50,000 please, he said crudely. Call a woman for me, she frowned, looking at the driver's license in her hand. Hugh tried to explain. Sir, you need to give me a credit card, not this, the drunken man said. What? What are you saying? I already gave you my card. Hurry up and give me the room. Hugh tried to explain. Sir, this is not. Next to her, a person in a vest walked up. The person asked, Are there any rooms available? She replied, Yes, will you be staying overnight? The drunken man was still drooling and shouting, Hurry up and call a woman for me. The man in the suit pulled out a black card and handed it to her. I'll take all the remaining rooms. Who held the black card in her hand, bewildered. All of them. Tae Ha was standing in a dark corner, waiting. At that moment, the man in black texted him, I've chased him away. The drunk staggered away. These stuck-up people won't do business even with money. He left. What kind of inn is this? Hick, no rooms? At this moment, Tae Ha also left the place. In the dark night, the landlady's voice echoed. Oh my God, what's going on? She was happy. Business with the ducks hasn't been good lately. Now all the rooms are booked. Oh, I'm so happy you can go home early today, Hugh. She nodded and put her coat back on. Then I'll go home, landlady. That day, for some reason, she felt so lucky. She walked home, thinking it had been a long time since she had some time off. She felt like this dark and scary night road had become warmer. She stopped dead in her tracks in front of her house. So I didn't realize on the table were still the cold ribs and her sticky note. All of those things foreshadowed the misfortune that was about to come. In the kitchen, the beautiful woman was busy cooking when the phone suddenly rang. She froze when she saw the sender was BMT. He texted her, I heard it's colder than usual today. Please wear warm clothes. Below, he also sent a dog icon with a cute face. Haesu was so busy that she put her phone in her apron. Then she took 2 bottles of alcohol and went outside. When the bell rang again, she opened the message he sent. Don't work too hard. Take a break and then work. In addition, there was a picture of a dog covering himself with a blanket to sleep, looking very cute. Hanu silently lowered her head and looked at her phone. Without saying anything, for some reason she felt touched. Haesu curved her lips into a warm smile. She looked at his messages and pondered. The youthful spring was so frighteningly fresh. Her eyes were glued to his sweet messages. Her heart fluttered slightly. Every time I received a sudden message from him, I felt like that beautiful youthfulness was transferring to the worn-out sleeves of my clothes. At the same time, in the bar, Tae Ha was also staring at his phone with a gentle face. As soon as Min Cheon glanced at the expression on his face, he was immediately so shocked that his eyes widened in panic. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly smiling like that, Tae? Ha smiled regretfully and replied, I got a kinky scene, no reply. As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted, What? Someone? Scene? No reply. You? Is it a woman? Dong couldn't believe his ears. He asked him, Tae. Ha simply replied, Yeah, one word. Then he stared at his phone again. Dong sulked, eating butter with a dozen question marks on his head. He glanced at him a few times continuously. The expression on his face couldn't hide the surprise. Biha, contacting women and even being seen. No reply by one. Do he know about this? That evening, Hesu was rushing to prepare dinner. Suddenly from behind, Min Cheon hugged her tightly. He asked in a lazy voice, "What are you cooking?" She looked at him and replied, seaweed soup. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly suggested, "Let me taste it, feed me a taste." Hugh scooped a spoonful of soup and brought it to his mouth. She turned around and gently said, "It's hot, be careful." Min Cheon saw the steaming spoon and paused, saying, "Then blow on it and feed me." Hui obediently followed his words. She blew on it a few times. Then Min Cheon seriously tasted the food. She looked at him and asked softly, "How is it?" He chewed for a while before replying, "It's good." Then Min Cheon leaned on her and teased, "Whose wife cooks so well." He told himself that the reason I said things I normally wouldn't say wasn't because I felt guilty about messing around with another woman for the past few days. It's just that I feel a little sorry for her today. Min Cheon thought that because when he finished showering, he stepped out and saw her quietly cooking food for him. "Hugh's back is preparing food for me in the poor corner of the house. No matter what I do outside, this woman's life is still silently looking at me, as always." Min Cheon shamelessly thought that if you cheat, the relationship between husband and wife will become closer. Maybe it's true. Hyun saw that he kept hugging her and wondered, "Is something wrong?" He replied briefly, "No." Then he suddenly continued in a remorseful tone, "I just wanted to thank you for giving me money to buy perfume." Hugh didn't blame him at all. She just asked, "Have you bought the perfume yet?" He shook his head. "Not yet." The two hugged each other in the small kitchen, Min Cheon's affectionate voice close to her ear. "I've been a little busy lately. Seeing you so hard-working, I feel a little embarrassed to spend the money." Hugh shook her head and reassured him, "It's okay, just buy it." But Min Cheon was silently observing her face. He was pleased with her indulgence. As expected, if it's me, everything will be fine anyway, because Nahu is gentle, commendable, and bland. Min Cheon didn't say anything and slipped his hand inside her thin shirt, making Hu shudder. Her breath hitched, and she called out to him, confused, "Cheon." He resolutely didn't stop and said in a low voice, "Don't move." Hesu looked unwilling and pursed her lips, saying, "I have to cook quickly and go to work." But he didn't listen to her at all, only thought darkly, "It really is bigger, huh? What is it?" He fondled her to his heart's content, then whispered in her ear, "I'm hard, Huche, only getting a surprised." Huh. In response, Min Cheon couldn't stand it, so he pleaded softly, "Just once." Min Cheon only asked half-heartedly. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on her like a ravenous tiger, despite her continuously crying out, "Cheon, I really can't be late today," she said helplessly, then tried to escape the kiss that was falling on her neck. Min Cheon did what he wanted while carefully observing her expression. Normally, she didn't know how to act cute, and her reactions weren't anything to see. But when she was at a loss like this, it was really something to watch, her face turning red. Seeing that she was determined to stop, he could only sigh and say, I know, will letting you go be enough?" Then he released her, and she was afraid he was angry, so she asked, "Are you mad?" Min Cheon immediately raised both hands, reluctantly saying, "No, I'm not an animal to be angry. Go to work. To me, Humi is like a flower that I picked at will when I was young." He looked at her soft back and continued with his childish thoughts. "She can't live away from my reach, doesn't know how to grow thorns, a beautiful and bland flower." Afterwards, Min Cheon had nothing to do, so he just lay down and fiddled with his phone. A message suddenly came to him. "What are you doing?" Min Cheon smirked and quickly replied, "It's the weekend, so I'm resting at home." A few seconds later, the other person replied with an ambiguous sentence, "Don't you miss me?" Min Cheon immediately denied it. "Of course I do." The other person sulked. "You never text me first." Then the other person suggested, "Let's go out." Min Cheon's eyes turned cold as he looked at the question on the screen, and he frowned and thought, "I have to buy perfume anyway, should I go with her?" Then he hesitated again. Should I go with Nahum Hai anyway? Min Cheon recalled a few days ago when she was choosing clothes at a clothing store. He had witnessed her very shocked expression when she looked in surprise at the price of a shirt. Hesu was stunned. "That's too expensive." Then Min Cheon came up beside her from behind, and he asked softly, "What are you looking at?" Hesu hurriedly put the shirt down and looked at him, shaking her head. Nothing. In the expensive shopping center, melodious music played on and on. Hesu walked past a handbag, then she couldn't help but stop and look at it for a moment. Seeing this, Min Cheon asked, "What's wrong? Do you like that?" Hesu replied in confusion, "Huh?" Min Cheon frowned and looked at her with displeased eyes. Then he reminded her, "That's a designer brand. Touching it will cost you millions of won." She was shocked when she heard that. Millions of won? Hugh pursed her lips, thinking to herself, what kind of handbag is that expensive? Then Hesu didn't say anything more and she urged him. "Let's go." Min Cheon stared at her, his tightly furrowed brow and displeased eyes fixed on her. As if she had just offended him, Min Cheon lay sprawled on the floor, and as soon as he recalled those images from before, he immediately cursed under his breath in annoyance. Damn it, I suddenly thought of that. So annoying. Then he pouted and decided, that's right, Nahan doesn't know anything about designer brands anyway. What's the point of going with her? Min Cheon slowly sat up, then he texted the other person. "Let's meet later." He was determined, I have to go with that girl. On the other hand, in a hidden corner somewhere on the street, Tae Ha leaned against the wall, facing a man in a black coat. He flipped through the photos recording Min Cheon and his mistress Dee sneaking around from inside the hotel to outside the car. Then he flicked open a lighter and slowly burned the photos. Tae Ha silently watched the photos burn to ashes and fall to the ground. On the other hand, at the hotel where Hugh worked, she sat down and sighed wearily, her eyes constantly squinting. I still have to go to work at the convenience store later. Suddenly, her phone rang with a message from Tae Ha. He asked her, "If you're done with work, can we meet for a bit?" Hyun looked at her phone and pondered. What's wrong? After seeing him and the wounds on his face, I couldn't help but worry. Worried about an unlucky kid? Then she pressed the button to reply, thinking to herself, I'm almost done with work anyway. I can meet him on the way to my next job. Even though I'm very tired and sleepy, I still think that if I walk and chat, I'll probably wake up. The streetlights flickered on and off continuously. The handsome and tall Tae Ha stood leaning against the corner of the wall, silently waiting for her, looking very well behaved. Hesu finished work, and as soon as she stepped out of the hotel, she saw Tae Ha waiting for her outside. She looked him up and down for a moment and said, You look a little different today, he said in a warm voice. Really? She nodded honestly. Yeah. The man named Taeha stood silently motionless in the night, quietly looking at her with a warm smile, but she was only busy admiring him and thinking to herself, the atmosphere is quite mature. Then, they walked together. Hugh whispered, I can only see you for a little while, he asked regretfully, because you have to go to work. She slowly nodded in response. Yeah. Although quite disappointed, he still said, It's okay, I'll walk you to the convenience store. Hugh paused at his words, wondering to herself, Did I say I was going to the convenience store? Taeha looked around. Then he stepped forward a few steps, acting dangerous. This alley is very dark at night, so it's quite dangerous, Hugh calmly replied. I'm an adult, this level is nothing to be afraid of. A moment later, she suddenly called out, and Taeha quickly leaned down to get close to her face. Hugh looked at him, unable to help but say what she felt. Because you're so tall, you look like a wall, a walking wall. He could only chuckle after hearing her. Taeha thought for a moment, then suddenly said, Then I'll walk behind you, okay? As soon as he finished speaking, Hesu felt his tall body standing right behind her. Yuni shook her head and sighed, then stepped forward a few steps. Okay, just obediently walk beside me, Taeha replied to her like a good younger brother. Yes. Seeing that she was about to leave him behind, he quickened his pace towards her. Suddenly he stopped, not taking another step. Her small and weak, thin back walking on the deserted road caught his eye. Taeha lowered his gaze slightly. He immediately noticed the ambiguous marks on her neck. Taeha unconsciously reached out his hand. He grabbed her shoulder, causing Hugh to pause in confusion, turning her head to look at him. What's wrong? Hugh asked him curiously. Taeha stared at her neck, then he smiled faintly, pretending to say, It looks like there's a mosquito bite here. She couldn't help but be surprised. A mosquito bite? Hyuna ignored his touch on her neck, murmuring in confusion, It's winter and I don't feel itchy either. Taeha's eyes remained fixed on her body. He knew what the mark was, but still pretended to say that it was an insect bite. Hesu felt that he was a little strange. She couldn't help but turn to look at him, saying softly, Where would there be insects in this weather? A series of 18+ NG images flashed through her mind, Hesu remembered earlier. When she was at home, she was held by Mignon and messed around with for a while. That shameful hickey must have been caused by Mignon. Thinking of this, Hesu's face immediately turned red. She quickly broke away from his hand and flusteredly covered up. It seems like I was bitten. It must have been a bug bite. Taeha didn't seem happy. He leaned in and whispered in her ear. I knew it. His hand wiggled, deliberately scratching her neck lightly. Taeha's deep voice sounded. Let me put a bandage on it for you. With that, Taeha focused on putting a bandage on her. Hugh stood still. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's naive. It would be embarrassing if others saw it. I have to cover it up. Taeha's fingers were like a snake crawling, gently stroking her sensitive skin possessively. Feeling Jesus' whole body tremble slightly, he stopped and seriously put a bandage on her neck. While doing so, Taeha said resentfully, Why don't you ever reply to my messages? Jesus frowned slightly, calmly saying, I saved your phone number, teacher. He shook his head, acting spoiled. It's not about saving the number, it's about replying. Jesus felt dizzy, not understanding at all. Replying to what? Taeha curled his lips, continuing to whine at her. Yesterday I was sick, the place where I was hit keeps aching. Jesus worriedly scolded him. You just put a bandage on it again and didn't apply any medicine, right? Seeing that she cared about him, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then Taeha mumbled in a sad voice. It's just that if you don't reply, I'll be very sad. The messages he sent to her were like, I heard it's colder than usual today. Remember to dress warmly. Or his encouraging and reminding words like, don't overwork yourself, take a break and then continue, had messed up her thoughts. This is the first time I've received such normal messages from someone. When she received that message, she thought, so, I don't know how to reply, or rather, I don't even know if these kinds of conversations need a reply. But his words, filled with childish anger and concern, if you don't reply, I'll be really sad, kept echoing in her head, unable to escape. I say I don't know, but actually, I know better than anyone. When she sent Mignon a message asking, La fête again today, she waited and waited but never saw him reply. Her whole body was enveloped in coldness at that moment. The sadness of sending a message and not getting one back. Jesus, moved, turned her head sharply to look at him. I'm sorry, she said unexpectedly, choked up. Taeha stood motionless, silently listening to her explanation. Because I didn't know what to say, I didn't reply to you. I don't really contact people much. Jesus felt helpless and insecure. She lowered her head and said softly, I'm such a burden, aren't I? Being friends with an old lady like me? In Jesus' heart, she thought. Right now, for me, maintaining a relationship with him is like holding on to something to keep myself from falling into the abyss. She thought of Minchon's words and blamed herself. Because he was sick of saying it, because I don't have any friends, not even one person to contact. She thought that Taeha's appearance was a chance encounter that was destined. The handsome man was silent for a moment. Taeha gently pulled her shirt to cover the bandage. He said gently, Don't apologize, I did that because I wanted to keep in touch with you, he said with his dark eyes, staring intently at her. Taeha curved his lips. He leaned closer to her with his radiantly handsome face, his voice deep and husky. I was just nagging a little, like a child. Huden pursed her lips, listening to Taeha casually smile and say, Since it's unrequited love, why should the recipient be held responsible? He wanted to advise her. So don't feel guilty, and don't force yourself to do things you don't want to do, just because you're afraid of making others sad. Taeha gently placed his hand on her shoulder, his voice echoing softly and warmly. Just do what you want to do, he simply thought. Do what Nahinyu wants. The next day, Jesus was, as usual, diligently arranging flowers at the flower shop. A few hours later, the owner, seeing that it was the end of her shift, said, Good work, get home safe. On the other hand, Jesus stood in front of the woman's desk. She softly called, Boss, miss, one moment. Jesus held the rose in her hand with a little hesitation. After a moment, she bravely said, I want to get a 10,000 won rose, please. The owner glanced at the flower in her hand, then she generously waved her hand. It's just one flower. You can just take it. How could I take money from Jesus? Jesus politely shook her head. I can't do that. She quickly took the red rose in her hand, her face a little embarrassed, and said softly, Because this is a gift I'm giving myself, I'll pay for it before I leave. After that, as usual, Jesus would quickly go home, she said to herself. After hearing his words, I spent all day thinking about what I wanted. She washed a clear glass vase. She tilted her head and thought. Suddenly, something clear appeared in my originally hazy mind. I want to buy flowers. Buy them for myself. So, Jesus bought a small rose and placed it in a beautiful glass vase. She couldn't help but take a few pictures of it and save them to her phone. She looked at it, never getting tired of it. It's so pretty. Just one rose makes the whole house feel alive. After a moment of silence, she suddenly hesitated when she thought of Taeha. Should I send him a picture? Would that be too ordinary? She stared at the photo she wanted to send for a while. I don't know, Hugh thought and pressed the button. Once, and the picture was sent instantly. That night, Minhyun, not knowing shame, was sneaking around having an affair. As he came down the stairs, he was sweet-talking the person on the other end of the phone. He was just going home for a bit to change his clothes, and then he would go right away. Wearing work clothes isn't very comfortable. I'll change into something else and then go on a date. He paused for a moment. Huh. You want to come to my place? His voice, a little regretful, rang out in refusal. Let's do that next time, he chuckled softly. Or should I go to that girl's place to play today? Minhyun immediately pushed the door open and peeked inside. Then he said to the person on the other end of the phone in a flattering voice, Oh, anyway, I'll see you later. The sound of Minhyun's footsteps became hurried. He took off his vest while looking at Haesoo with a questioning look. Huh, why are you home at this hour? Haesoo looked at him a few times and nodded. Yeah, I dropped by the house for a bit. Did AVNAV do it? Min Cheon didn't look at her. He was busy with his work. He automatically replied, No, I have to go again. I have to go do overtime, so I'm going to change into more comfortable clothes and then go. He suddenly asked her, Hey Hugh, where did you put the washed underwear? She, without suspicion, obediently asked him, I'll find it for you. Min Cheon annoyingly shook his head. No, I'll find it myself and wear it. He was in a hurry when he suddenly noticed something. He glanced at the rose in the vase on the table. Min Cheon couldn't help but frown in surprise. What's this, a Lufien Co flower? She was afraid he wouldn't like it, so she quickly explained, I thought having flowers at home would be nicer. Minhyun was silent as he continuously heard her apologetically say, I only bought one, just one flower. Seeing that he wasn't happy, Haesoo sadly blamed herself. Did I do something meaningless? When do I have time to buy flowers? Minhyun thought. For some reason, the heat in my head increased at that moment. Hun looked at Minhyun, who was gradually approaching her, in confusion. She softly called him, AVN? Min Cheon. I had judged you to be a poor, dry, and boring Haesoo. Min Cheon, like a starving beast, immediately pounced on her, kissing her relentlessly. Now, the emblem of my unfortunate youth. Min Cheon's hand squeezed Haesoo's breast. I was planning on spending the whole night out with another woman. He abruptly flipped her over, forcefully thrusting inside her. She's not cute, not clever, so she always makes me act so rough. He blamed himself, and then slipped his hand deep inside her panties. But seeing her buy flowers for the house like any other woman, Minhyun continuously kissed her lips and groped her body. Minhyun felt his body heating up, like his head was in a mess. Haesoo trembled, trying to endure him. Minhyun buried his head in her chest. He suddenly looked up, his hawk-like eyes clouded with desire, whispering, You're wet? Were you starving for days? And got lonely? He grabbed his mushroom urgently, telling Haesoo, I'm in a hurry, so I'm going straight in. She didn't want to and resisted slightly. Mr. Min Cheon, her body was dominated by him. Haesoo, tired and embarrassed, said, Wait a moment, today. Her voice choked. It's my fertile period, even with protection. As soon as she finished speaking, Min Cheon immediately went silent and cursed. Damn it, Na. Then he suddenly grabbed her neck tightly, saying each word deliberately. Even if I came inside you, you still couldn't get pregnant. His cruel words crashed into her eardrums, causing Haesoo to stare blankly, frozen in place. After Minhyun said this, he suddenly stopped. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Frustrating as hell, Minhyun angrily released her. He uncomfortably cursed, Screw this shit, leaving Haesoo sprawled on the ground. On the other hand, on the phone screen was the picture of the vase of roses that Haesoo sent him. Tax stared intently at the phone screen. He slightly curved his lips into a gentle smile. Suddenly someone called him from beside, BMH. He looked up and saw two girls approaching him. One of the two girls said, What the heck, it's really... Baha! Didn't expect to meet you here. The other girl raised her eyebrows and asked him, Are you here for fun? You don't live around here, do you? The girl next to her nudged her shoulder, chuckled, and said, Hey, there's no way Tae Ha would have business in this poor neighborhood. He's probably just passing by. The curly-haired girl excitedly told Tae Ha, Hey, last time Du Dongweek also went to eat with Tae Ha in this area. The girl suddenly laughed. Oh, really? The girl nodded excitedly, looking at him, and said, Anyway, it's so coincidental, meeting you here like this. I really miss you so much. Tae Ha listened to the girl and smirked, thinking, Coincidental? Let's see. I don't think so. Behind every random coincidence are hundreds of hidden corners. In the small room scattered with beautiful bouquets of roses, all the necessities intertwine. On the shelf are expensive shoes just to be. On the table are tubes of ointment and a box of band-aids. Not only that, but there are also pictures with Min Cheon in them, Tae Ha thought. That is the only coincidence that will come to that person. Adin stood next to the car. She suddenly saw Minyan. It probably won't be long now. That's what Tae Ha thought. Min Cheon silently walked to Adi's side. What will be the outcome of this story? While Tae Ha smiled, looking at the two girls in front of him, he gently asked, "Coincidence?" The girl smiled and nodded. "Yeah, a coincidence," the curly-haired girl even shyly added. "Or should we say it's destiny?" Tae Ha tilted his head and chuckled softly. He said to the pair, "Well, in this world, there is no such thing as coincidence," he said to the two girls on the other side. Haesoo was hanging out the laundry when she suddenly stopped. The period of the story has been determined from the very first moment. She stared intently at the hickey on Minyan's shirt. The image of the woman trembling, wide-eyed when she discovered her boyfriend cheating. Haesoo couldn't believe her eyes. Tae Ha had foreseen it. "It's obvious, isn't it? Definitely a story that will make people cry." Under the flickering streetlights, Adi's cheerful voice rang out when she saw Min Cheon. "You're here." She quickly approached him, happily asking, "What should we eat tonight?" Minyan didn't answer her, but silently opened the car door. With a click, he suddenly grabbed her hand. Minyan pinned her tightly to the seat. Adi exclaimed in surprise. Minyan, her man, without saying a word, pinned her underneath him. He kissed Adi's lips relentlessly. Overwhelmed by his passionate kisses, she couldn't help but wonder, "Are we doing it here?" His tight grip on her breasts made Adi a little shy. This was her first time, and she felt so embarrassed. Heavy breathing filled the car. Minyan quickly ripped off his shirt, revealing his sculpted six-pack abs. Adi stared, not even blinking. She hadn't gotten a good look last time because she was drunk. Her face flushed. She suddenly reached down and touched his member. As she expertly stroked it, she thought to herself, mesmerized so hard. Minyan gasped as she stroked him. Adi swallowed hard, his manhood in her hand, and so big. Suddenly, Minyan grabbed his own erection and thrust it between Adi's legs. Lost in lust, he said, "I'll just rub it on the outside. I didn't buy any condoms," he said regretfully. But Adi wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him tightly against her. Adi's voice whined, "Just put it in." They pressed close together, her eyes filled with a dewy sheen. She whispered seductively in Minyan's ear, "It's a safe day today." At those words, Minyan saw stars. He immediately lunged forward, burying his member deep inside her. Adi clung to his shoulders, groaning in pain. Min Cheon, feeling her tight grip, immediately comforted her softly. "Relax." Adi tilted her head back, panting, her whole body trembling with the thought, "It's so big." Min Cheon, like a starved tiger, pounced on Adi. He thrust his hips relentlessly, making her moan and gasp. The two were having a secret affair. Hun looked just like a trembling, foolish girl. She lowered her head, her thoughts in turmoil. Minyan's shirt, stained with red lipstick, kept plaguing her mind. Haesoo absent-mindedly bumped into a glass of water on the table. The glass shattered, shocking her. Her colleagues immediately noticed and cried out in concern, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" She shook her head, a little distracted, and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'll clean it up." Who picked up the shards of glass from the floor? She thought that the red lipstick stain was clearly from another woman, because Haesoo didn't wear makeup. But it was like always, nothing big deal. Haesoo imagined a scenario. Minyan accidentally bumped into another girl. She reasoned for him. Unavoidable situations always happen and leave unpleasant consequences. Maybe someone didn't see where they were going and bumped into Minyan. She swallowed hard, thinking of Minyan's scary face, and told herself, "It's nothing. Nothing's going to happen. It's nothing. Nah, Haesoo, don't overreact." Afterwards, Haesoo continued to clean the store. As she threw the trash into the bin, she silently pondered. "My heart keeps trembling, as if suppressing a cry, as if cutting away the tears that won't fall." Next, Haesoo worked at the convenience store. She was ringing up a customer when the woman angrily shouted into her phone, "What? He's cheating?" The woman stomped her foot and yelled, "I knew it. You can tell just by looking at his face that he's the type to have affairs. What do you mean? He couldn't keep his heart because we don't have children, so all dinkies cheat then. Dink here means married without children." She suddenly snatched her binge biscuits from Haesoo's hand and shouted furiously, "No, but it's not her fault she doesn't have kids. Who knows? Maybe his sperm is rotten." She stomped out the door. Her voice continued to boom, "Hey, stop crying and just get a divorce." Haesoo silently pursed her lips and watched her leave. Then she unconsciously sighed wearily. She had thought that if she kept herself busy, she would quickly forget the sad things. The blurry picture placed in that basket lingered in her mind. Today, those buried memories resurfaced and ruined my day. Haesoo sat down with a thought. Whenever I'm too tired, I use the prospect of a better tomorrow for us to regain my spirit and encourage myself. She gazed out with a worried look, then pondered about Mignon. But now I don't even know where our relationship is going. The sound of wheels screeching to a halt. Thai, a tall, handsome guy, stopped his brand-new sport motorcycle in front of the convenience store. He looked up and immediately saw Jesus' melancholic, tired face through the glass door. That silently praised minion, he's really something. He quickly got off the bike, a bit annoyed looking at her. Every time, that jerk ruins things for her. Tel, with a helmet covering his head, walked into the store. Today he made her upset again. Taehao stood silently in front of her. Because his face was covered, she didn't know who he was. Meeting her eyes, Tae wondered to himself, what must I do to soothe her wounds? Hesu felt uncomfortable being stared at. She asked, confused. What? Why are you staring instead of choosing something? She quietly observed him, then marveled. He's really tall. A thought crossed her mind. Seems familiar. Taeha stayed silent, then suddenly held out his phone for her to see. On the screen was a note. Can I call you sis? Hesu sighed. You're really something. Hesu realized it was Taeha, she stiffly said, looking for a beating. He smiled and quickly took off his helmet. What's with the helmet? She looked at him, wondering. Tema immediately replied. I just got off work. She tilted her head. Work? Are you a delivery guy? Ten glanced away, shrugging slightly, replying, I guess so. Hearing that, Hesu worriedly reminded him, be careful, that job is easy to get injured. Hearing that, Taeha was overjoyed and said softly, you're worried about me. She pointed at his face. Where's the beauty anymore? Then she pointed into the distance, frowning and scolding. Go over there and raise your hands as punishment for being naughty, he smiled, and replied. Yes, Taeha actually listened to her and went to stand elsewhere. Hesu couldn't help but secretly watch him, I just said that, but he actually did it. Temi looked at her, then took off his helmet with a ridiculously teasing face. She sighed inwardly. I can't take it. Who gets punished and smiles so brightly like him? Hesu went to arrange the goods, she couldn't hold back, and asked him, what did you come here for? He shrugged, casually replying, I'm hungry, she frowned. Haven't had dinner, Taehasu immediately nodded, fried chicken. Hearing that, Hesu grumbled at him. What kind of job doesn't let people eat? Don't work there anymore. What kind of boss is so cruel? But she didn't know Tenha's dangerous gaze was fixed on her. Earlier, when Tenhan was sitting on the motorcycle, he had accidentally seen Min Cheon with Adidi, like a couple secretly dating. After that, he witnessed the two of them getting into the car and locking the doors. He put his hands in his pockets, silently watching with an icy gaze. Still have to do it though, he replied to her. Taeha placed the helmet aside. He leaned in slightly, close to the top of her head, then whispered in her ear. Because it's a very, very important job. Yet, Hesu was kindly worried about him being from a poor family, and of course he couldn't just quit as he pleased. However, what if he starved to death? This oversized child, she pointed to the counter and said to him, Don't stand there, quickly come here and choose what you want to eat. I can buy you a lunchbox or a cup of noodles. Taeha deliberately stood closer to her, he whined. I eat a lot, she casually replied. Then choose both, Taeha pretended to feel bad. You're really buying it for me, Hesu nodded. That's right, generous Hesu thought that even though she wasn't well off, she would just consider it an act of kindness. Tae chuckled and said, I appreciate the thought, but I have enough money to buy my own food. I'm not so helpless that I can't earn a living. Instead, his voice deepened, and he unexpectedly leaned in, stopping her. Tae deliberately pressed close to Hesu's back. He feigned innocence, saying, Pick out the tastiest thing here for me, okay? Hesu silently looked past his arm, surprised to see a tattoo on Taeha's wrist. She frowned, wondering, what's that? Hesu stared at the tattoo on his wrist, and couldn't help but ask, what's that on your wrist? Taeha was a little taken aback by her question. Then he abruptly rolled up his sleeve, covering the tattoo. Taeha looked at her, then at his arm, thinking to himself, does she not like tattoos? Because it looks like a bad person? Do you hate it, Tae? He suddenly asked her. Then he said softly, then I'll erase it. As he finished, Hesu grabbed his arm tightly. She held his arm and said, Tell me. Her eyes were filled with worry. Hesu asked with a pained expression, why is there this scar? Tae didn't answer her question, but he just silently stared at her intently. The tattoo on his arm had a bloody gash through it, I thought, for a moment. Hesu couldn't help but feel sympathy and sorrow for him. Did you do this? Were you that tired? He silently observed her, trying to appear calm, but his voice trembled slightly. Tae looked into her eyes and saw them on the verge of tears. looking at him with an expression as if she were about to cry. Tae Ha secretly smirked. Seeing her cry with worry for him, a wicked thought suddenly occurred to him. Since she likes it, should I tease her a little more? His thoughts were a little dangerous, wanting to push her further to enjoy watching her distressed face for him. Then, Tae Ha unexpectedly touched the back of Jesus' hand. It was an accident, he answered her question. Jesus paused slightly at his words. Huh. Tae Ha smiled inwardly at her expression. As expected, I like her because of that too. Tae Ha let her hold his hand tightly as he softly comforted her. It's not what you're thinking, so don't worry. Finishing his sentence, he immediately turned and grabbed a cup noodle container nearby. I have to eat this. Jesus silently watched his retreating figure, thinking to herself, he's a better liar than I thought. She pursed her lips, quietly pondering. Even so, that scar seems quite old, so let's let it go for now. Thinking this, she went to his side and said, Don't eat that, eat this. Tae Ha smiled and asked, Why? She took another package of noodles and handed it to him. This one's 300 won more expensive. When an adult says they'll buy it for you, don't complain and just accept it. Take the expensive one. Tae Ha found her cute, so he chuckled softly and said, I know. Later, Jesus stood at the checkout counter watching Tae Ha sit obediently waiting for his noodles to cook. As he started to eat a few bites, he felt someone watching him, so he immediately quirked an eye and smiled at her. Jesus was looking but was caught by him, so she immediately pretended to turn away. Lights flickered in a corner of the street. Inside the convenience store was Jesus with jumbled thoughts in her head. Because a strange kid took my mind, I don't have any spirit. But what's really strange is that I don't hate this situation. Maybe that's why I can forget the gloomy feelings all day, because of Minchin's matter. Jesus quietly thought to herself, anyway, he's definitely a strange boy. She stealthily watched Tae Ha eating noodles, wondering, injured, lots of scars, strange actions, and strange tastes, truly strange. On Tae Ha's side, at the same time, in the hotel, Dai rested her head on Minchin's chest on the peaceful bed. Suddenly, Dai unexpectedly whined, I want to just get married to you like this. Minchin was shocked to hear it. Seeing him so agitated, I frowned slightly, uncomfortably. What's with your reaction? I normally don't have any intention of getting married early, but after meeting you, I want to get married quickly. Minchin tilted his head and soothed her. Hey now, you're still young to be talking about marriage. You're only 25. Adi was a little annoyed. She resolutely sat up, frowned, and retorted. But you're at the right age to get married. Shouldn't you seize the opportunity since your younger girlfriend said this? Minchin laughed it off. Well, I guess so. With that, Minchin deliberately pulled her close, coaxing her softly. That's just how I am. Isn't it a bit of a waste for young girls like you to skip the best years of your life and get married so early? Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Minchin beat around the bush. You should enjoy your youth while you have it. Little did he know, Dai believed him wholeheartedly, even touched by his consideration. As expected, you really think things through. Adi, like an infatuated kitten, snuggled closer to Minchin, while he smirked to himself. I only intended this to be a fling, but she's more serious than I thought. Guess she's just naive because she's young. Minchin subtly glanced at her, noticing she already had a car and dressed in designer brands, so her family must have money. It was obvious she was a pampered daughter. He gently stroked Adi's hair, finding it soft and silky. Suddenly, he remembered her. Jesus now doesn't have any scent at all, but the smell of makeup and perfume still gets me going. Unexpectedly, Ading asked curiously, Don't you plan to get married? Minchin, lost in his calculations, was startled and stammered. Well, it's not that I don't, she continued. Then if you were to get married, how would you want to live? Minchin looked up at the ceiling, thoughtfully saying, Well, nothing special. He imagined a scene of a family of 3, with him, her, and their child. Then, he said with satisfaction, an apartment with good heating that's not too old, a car that can carry the whole family, and a cute child who looks like both of us is enough. Hearing this, Adi was surprised. You want to be a father? He honestly nodded. Yeah, I used to. Adi frowned. What's with the used to? Minchin didn't answer and laughed it off. After the conversation, Minchin lay motionless in bed, like a man possessed. He thought to himself, because Nahesu's body is weak, she can't easily have children. There were times when I felt dissatisfied about that, but the truth is, I know. He recalled the times he was asleep, and how Haesu had suffered, sitting beside him and crying. Even if it wasn't because of Na Haesu, having children would be a luxury for us. Thinking this, Min Cheon sighed regretfully. In this day and age, giving birth and raising a child isn't easy. Because reality isn't easy, he had given up. Adi was touched by him. She snuggled close to Min Cheon. Not only that, but she also felt sorry for him. A moment later, Adi said softly and resolutely to him, "Don't give up." She lay quietly beside him, but secretly thought, "I will definitely make your dream come true for you." On the rooftop of a skyscraper, Taeha stood silently in the wind, motionless. Myriad thoughts swirled around in his head. He remembered earlier in the car, he had raised his tattooed arm in front of the secretary and asked, "What does this look like?" The secretary seriously assessed it for a while and replied, "Isn't it a tattoo? Looks like a Buddhist proverb." Taeha burst out laughing. "As expected, isn't it? But why is she like that?" he wondered. Questioning her previous actions, Taeha recalled seeing her concerned gaze, and he felt curious. How could she see the white scar underneath first instead of the black writing? Then he chuckled. "You really are something, Na Haesu. Even if you didn't push it this far, I didn't have free time anyway." Taeha remembered the look of resignation on her face when Min Cheon scolded her, and he couldn't help but think, "I wanted to wait as maturely as possible." Afterwards, he looked at her, quietly turned and left. He thought that it would be until that unfortunate relationship ended. Taeha's gaze was cold as he watched her retreating figure, and he finally came to a conclusion. But as expected, it's impossible. The wind slowly brushed past Taeha, making his coat flutter. He gently stroked the tattoo and the scar on his left arm. The source of all pain is attachment. Taeha closed his eyes and took a deep breath, inhaling and sensing instinctively the beginning of pain. He looked at the bustling, luxurious city from the high-rise building, thinking, "I can't resist it." Taeha slowly opened his eyes. Because the attachment had already surged, his figure was lonely and cold, he thought. Only pain remains. On the other hand, Haesu was silently walking home when she suddenly looked up. In front of Haesu was a man walking towards her. The man was none other than the owner of Miret. She had just thought of the person when the two of them unexpectedly met. The moment he saw her, he started trembling like a leaf. In the blink of an eye, he was running away like a bat out of hell. Haesu blinked, watching him with confusion. What was that? What's wrong with him? Getting home, she quickly changed her clothes. Then, she pulled back the covers and got into bed. Min Cheon was sound asleep next to her. She looked at him, lost in worried thought. Is Min Cheon already asleep? Is he tired from work? He's usually still awake at this hour. Well, he's been so busy he barely comes home. How could he not be exhausted? Then she told herself, I should go to sleep too. Just as she was about to lie down, Min Cheon's phone suddenly rang, displaying the caller, ID, Adi. Haesu swallowed hard, pausing for a beat. The phone kept ringing, and she was at a loss for what to do. Haesu suddenly remembered the feeling of finding a lipstick stain on Min Cheon's shirt that morning. She bit her lip, hesitant. I hesitated for a long time. She stared intently at the illuminated phone. Should I answer it? Maybe I should answer it once. A burning sensation surged in her chest. That feeling was driving her. She had once seen the woman sharing an umbrella with Min Cheon in the rain that day. She was so curious and wanted to ask Min Cheon. I want to ask Adi, that incredibly beautiful woman. Haesu unconsciously looked at him. Why is she calling so late? Are she and Min Cheon really just acquaintances? The ringing didn't stop, and she stared at it. There are so many things I want to ask, but I can't bring myself to reach out, Haesu thought. I'm afraid I can't handle the answer to this anxiety. Haesu turned over and curled up in a ball. While I was hesitating, the phone stopped ringing. It must have been a work call. I tried to reassure myself, but even so, I couldn't completely calm down. The next morning, at the flower shop, Hua Rong held out her phone to her. Look at this, sister. She turned to look at Hua Rong. On the phone was a happy wedding photo of a couple. Hua Rong smiled cheerfully, proudly saying, Isn't it beautiful? My cousin sent me the picture since it's her wedding. Hua Rong, unable to hide her joy, said, It's the first time someone close to me is getting married, so I'm so excited I'll get to wear a wedding dress like that someday too, right? Ugh, so exciting. Haesu didn't know what to say. Then, Hua Rong suddenly asked her, Come to think of it, you're married too, aren't you? What's it like? I heard wedding preparations are really hectic. Where did you go for your honeymoon? She kept asking Haesu, what kind of dress did you design? But anything you wear would look good, right? You must have loved it. Listening to Hua Rong ramble on, Haesu unconsciously remembered the day she and Min Cheon registered their marriage. Min Cheon pushed the marriage certificate across the table to the employee. The employee said, The submission is complete. He was a little incredulous. That's it? The employee immediately nodded. Yes, everything is finished. Min Cheon was a bit surprised because it was faster than he expected. After a moment, he replied, Okay, thank you. That afternoon, Hae-soo and Min Cheon left the marriage registration office. She walked beside him and quietly said, It was fast, wasn't it? Right. I thought it would be complicated. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, getting married isn't really anything special, is it? Then, Min Cheon put his arm around her shoulder and suggested, Let's eat out today. She took his hand and shook her head, saying, No, I'm okay. We spent a lot of money renting the house. We have to save up for a while. Hearing how considerate she was, Min Cheon immediately hugged her, his voice whiny. Nah, Hae-soo, you're such a mood killer. Min Cheon even rubbed his face against her neck, acting spoiled. I don't know. I want to eat meat today. Let's eat out. Hae-soo sighed and indulged him, he said. All right, let's go eat meat then. Min Cheon fell silent for a moment, then tightened his embrace. His voice rang out. Next year, or even 2 years from now, when things get better, I'll definitely hold a wedding ceremony for you. He buried his head in her neck, promising her in a firm voice. He even imagined a happy wedding. You'll wear a beautiful dress, and we have to choose an expensive ring with a huge diamond. Where should we go for our honeymoon? Should we go to Hawaii? After all, there's a reason why it's so popular. Let's decide on Hawaii. He talked, and Hae-soo was so moved she was speechless. The seductive Min Cheon whispered in her ear, After Hawaii, let's go to Hong Kong too. She immediately pushed him away. Min Cheon laughed because he had successfully teased her. Hae-soo's face turned red. The city is still the same, but he's different now. Hae-soo thought that the promise that day could never be fulfilled after all, even now, even though we are legally strangers. But Hae-soo still remembered Min Cheon's bright smile. She wanted to say to him, Hey Min, I really just need our feelings to stay the same. She hoped that was the case, so he wouldn't go too far. Who looked so happy on the day she married Min Cheon? That day was even brighter and more radiant to me than the diamond ring I could never have. Cars bustled back and forth on the busy street. Tae stared intently at his message on his phone. Can I pick you up later? The night road is too scary. I heard it's going to snow tonight. Are you too busy? He sent it to Hugh, but she didn't reply. Tae Ha felt a bit frustrated. I thought we were getting closer now. But she's still only gentle with him, and now she won't even read my messages. He coldly thought to himself while holding a cigarette. What should I do? His mind was a mess thinking about her. If I had known it would be like this, I would have hit him a few more times that day. Suddenly, a hand reached out to proactively light his lighter. Lee Jae smiled slightly and asked, Let me light it for you. His face smiled innocently. Tae Ha glanced at him. Then he politely refused. I'm sorry, I don't need a light, he said. Then took the candy out of his mouth. Lee Jae laughed unexpectedly. Oh, it's candy. Crazy. Then he continued, I'm sorry, my wish was to light a cigarette like in the movies. Tae Ha joked along with him. He held out the candy and said nonchalantly, Then light it. Led tilted his head and laughed. Light the candy. He calmly nodded. Yeah, you said that was your wish. He immediately corrected what he had just said. I'm okay, my wish just vanished. Tae Ha looked him up and down and said, I don't think I've seen you before. Lee Jae smiled respectfully. Yes, thank you for your consideration. He suddenly asked coldly, Have you ever buried someone? Lee Jae was startled when he heard that. Yes, huh? Tae Ha's eyes were so cold that they could kill someone. Tae Ha thought of his unread message and said softly, Before long, there might be a need to go bury someone. Lee Jae said a little scared, I've never heard of having to do that, because I've never done it, so I don't know if I can do it. Then he carefully said, Even so, if I get paid well and it's handled from behind, I'll try to do the job. After he finished speaking, Tae-ha took the lighter from his hand, his face expressionless as he looked into his eyes. His deep voice sounded, Relax. I'm just kidding. Lee Jae could only silently watch him leave. A while later, Lee Jae went to a corner and secretly asked a colleague next to him, Was that really a joke? That expression didn't look like a joke at all. It seemed like he was really planning to bury someone. The colleague also nodded in agreement. Lee Jae gently stroked his forehead, asking his colleague with some doubt, Are we really going to bury someone? It's not true, right? The man smiled weakly to brush it off. He secretly criticized Tae Ha. Seriously, if that's the case, please tell me it's not true. I feel like my lifespan has been shortened. By the way, he secretly glanced at Tae Ha and whispered to the man next to him, It's true that they share the same blood. They look so alike. He looked at Tae Ha spinning the lighter in his hand and said in a low voice, To be honest, Lee Jae stared at Tae Ha's cold face and said honestly, Because he looks too much like the chairman, I'm so scared. On the other hand, in a barbecue restaurant, two women were eating together. Suddenly, one of them screamed and cried, "How could that bastard do that to me?" She couldn't control her anger. A guy who never bothers to look in the mirror, Henry even wants to buy expensive clothes and underwear, it's all to go see that bitch. Hugh, who was carrying food, also trembled at her voice filled with hatred. He used to be unemployed because he didn't want to work, but now he works every weekend. The friend with her suddenly exclaimed, "What? An affair at work? That bastard, I'll make him impotent." Hugh silently and tiredly listened to her friend angrily reminding her, "I told you, being devoted to men is useless. Don't cry anymore, don't cry for a bastard like that. Let's drink." She thought it was hard to concentrate on work. She thought of Minshon's strange actions, such as working overtime often, seeing him with another woman, infrequent contact. She cooked, but he didn't touch a single bite. Finally, unlike usual, he suddenly touched her body. That made Haesoo think. The feeling of discord around him that I can't point out, Haesoo helplessly imagined. Suppose, if Minshon really has another woman, what about now? Her face darkened when she felt that she was no longer valuable to Min Cheon. Haenoo's whole body trembled, a surge of unease turning into a crushing pain in my heart, making even breathing difficult. The barbecue restaurant owner, noticing her distress, softly called out, "Haesoo." Haesoo forced a reply, "Boss." She lowered her head apologetically, saying to him, "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well. Could I leave early today?" The owner was taken aback, then frowned with concern. "You're as white as a sheet. Shouldn't you go to the hospital?" Hugh slowly shook her head and replied, "No." The owner then agreed to let her off, encouraging her. "All right, go home and rest. Don't worry about work. You need to be healthy to work." The owner urged her. "Hurry home." Haesoo repeatedly bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you so much." Afterwards, Haesoo hurried and ran along the streets, a strange, indescribable feeling rising within her. Haesoo ran, panting heavily. She murmured, repeating Thai's words, "Do as you please." She ran and reminded herself, "I don't know why I'm remembering that voice now. That low voice that told Haesoo, 'You don't dare spend even 10 won.'" She arrived in front of Minshon's company. Standing before the company gates, Haesoo looked around, confused. "Is this the right way in? I've never been inside before, so I don't know." She approached a room, staring blankly inside, wondering, "Minshon must be in there, right? He said he was working overtime, so he must be inside." Suddenly, someone called out from behind her, "What's the matter?" A middle-aged man approached, asking, "Are you here for work? Outsiders aren't allowed in here." Haesoo hesitated, stammering, trying to explain, I just... The man, on the other hand, secretly assessed her appearance. "Quite beautiful." After a long pause, Haesoo mustered her courage and said, "I want to see someone. He works here. I just want to confirm if he's here." Hearing this, the man frowned, asking, "Who are you looking for?" Haesoo quickly replied, "He's an employee here." The middle-aged man, growing impatient, said, "Yes, but who?" Haesoo swallowed and then spoke a little louder. "His name is Kang Minshon." Hearing his name, the man was startled, saying, "Minshon? But what's your relationship with Minshon?" His question paused her for a few seconds before she stammered, I. She looked at the man with tearful eyes, her voice choked with emotion. "We're family." He raised his eyebrows, then sized her up. "Is that so? Don't look much alike." Then, uncertainly, he said, "But is Minshon working overtime today?" "I don't think so." Hearing him say this, Hyuda turned pale. The man shrugged and said generously, "Well, since you're family, I'll make an exception this time." He then led her to a room. As he opened the door, he announced loudly, "Minshon, are you here? Someone's looking for you," who ran frantically through the streets. Her breath came in short gasps with each step she took. "Everyone's voices seem to be saying to me, 'Affairs will definitely be exposed.'" Hugh recalled the conversation between the two girls. "Catch him in the act. Stay alert. If you don't want to be fooled like an idiot, you have to get your hands on the evidence, even if you're exhausted." Her pace slowed as she neared her destination. "But Minshon, I didn't come all the way here for that reason." Haesoo walked up the stairs, one step at a time. "I just want you to tell me this feeling of unease is false." Hyun stood before a door. "I just want to reassure this painfully constricting heart that you're absolutely not that kind of person." She recalled her image every night, pillowcases soaked through. "The dreams I have every night are just nightmares." At that moment, Haesoo gently opened her eyes. "I want to confirm it again." She looked at her husband's back. "Even if our relationship isn't the same as before, even if the initial heat has cooled, there's still affection as before." The middle-aged man pushed the door, saying to Haesoo, Well, because you're his family, I'm only helping this once. He pushed the door open and said loudly inside, Minchin, are you here? Someone's looking for you. A colleague wondered, huh, who is it? Ah, it's Dia, Diaz thought to herself. Minchin, sitting at his desk, looked up. Yes, who is it? The middle-aged man saw him and exclaimed, Ah, here he is. This woman needs to see you urgently, Minchin. He was quite surprised to hear that. I'm not expecting anyone. Minchin looked up and met Jesu's eyes. Ah, Dia is watching Mincheon as he talks to that man. Is that family? Yes. She's watching him as he walks past me. Well then, I'll be outside for a bit and come back. Yeah, go ahead. Mincheon grabs Jesu's arm, squeezing it tightly. He pulls her outside, saying in an unhappy tone, Get out. The door closes. Mincheon pulls Jesus out so fast that she struggles to keep up. Mincheon, slow down, my arm hurts. Mincheon pins her against the wall, interrogating, What are you doing? Mincheon keeps accusing Jesus. You don't have a job, so why are you causing trouble here? Damn, it's so embarrassing. Are you even listening? Jesus' voice trembles slightly. Mincheon shouts at her angrily. Stop beating around the bush, just spit it out. His shout makes her flinch, her voice trembling even more. Don't be so angry, I'm scared. Hearing that, he just laughs coldly. Mincheon's face getting closer to Jesus. Damn, you're scared of me. Her voice gets more and more shaky. It's not that I'm scared of you, but you're making me remember things from the past. He impatiently cuts her off. Hey, stop bringing up the past, it happened ages ago. Why do you keep holding on to it? Jesus can only recall her past self, unable to defend herself. It's not that I'm deliberately holding on to it, I don't know when it started, but just hearing someone raise their voice makes me freeze up. My body shakes, my heart pounds. That misfortune has become ingrained in my blood like an instinct. Mincheon ignores her trembling body and asks, Answer me, Na Jesus. I'm asking why you came here. I can't open my mouth to say it. A voice suddenly echoes in her head. Do what you want. Because of that voice, Jesus answers, Because there's makeup on your shirt. Mincheon is a bit surprised to hear that. What? She continues to explain. Since I don't wear makeup, it's clearly not mine, so tell me, why is that stuff on your shirt? Jesus wants to get an answer. Whose is it? Mincheon is silent. Then a cold smile appears. Heh, so you're scared of me messing around with other girls, so you're causing trouble like this? Mincheon says mockingly. Na Jesus, are you having paranoid jealousy issues? Hearing her husband ask her that, Jesus is very scared. Paranoid jealousy? No, it's not like that. But he doesn't think so. Yes, it is. Just because there's a little something on my shirt, you come all the way to my company to make a scene. That's not normal. She's stunned when she hears him say, You must be crazy. Mincheon runs his hands through his hair, looking tired. It must have just rubbed off on me somewhere, just because of this. Are you sick in the head? How annoying. If you're done talking, I'm going back inside. He leaves, abandoning Jesus there. Don't come here again. She walks down the street absent-mindedly. Jesus accidentally bumps into a young man. Ah, what's going on? The girl beside the young man says with a concerned look, Honey, that person is so strange. He agrees. Yeah, there's someone right in front of them, but they don't even see them. As soon as he finishes speaking, he bumps into another person. Ouch. He clutches his shoulder in pain and complains, What now? Ugh, I think I dislocated it. What, are you a lamppost or something? Tae Ha looks at him with a threatening gaze. Hey, open your eyes and watch where you're going. Jesus continues to walk. Behind her are the footsteps of someone else. 100 steps, 20 steps. Tae Ha was only a distance away from Jesus, but without realizing it, he's now only 3 steps away. I'm standing too close. I'll get caught at this rate. Jesus' back looks so small in Tae Ha's eyes, but even though I'm only 3 steps behind her, she probably won't notice me. She can't notice me. He recalls her image in the cafe, because all of her attention is focused on someone else. Taeha remembers talking to Jesus. That's why, even though I pretend to be nice, I'm actually not well behaved at all. His feet tapped lightly under the table. Even though I pretended to hide it, I actually wanted to be found out. The dim streetlights, I wanted to be found out and scolded. He still stood sheltering her with his umbrella, circling her like an ingrained habit. A few lines of Taeha's messages appeared on the phone screen, but there was no reply. The two of them stood there in silence. One person, as wounded as she was, didn't even notice the first snow. He kept watching her in the falling snow. She was so busy looking at someone else's back that she missed the seasons, missed her youth. Taeha took out his phone and typed a few words. They say the snow will quickly turn to rain, so hurry home after work. Raindrops began to fall, a torrential downpour. Jesus stood there silently. She recalled the image of Min Cheon from earlier. Jesus covered her face and burst into tears. She slumped down and cried a lot. Taeha remained standing. He dropped his umbrella and just stood there in the rain with her. It's so tiring. Having to pretend to be a good boy makes it so hard to endure you. Taeha recalled his memory with her in the convenience store, Haesoo had said at the time. Even so, you're really well behaved. You have a difficult family situation, but you don't stray down a bad path, even though your face is bruised. She continued, life must be tough, but keep living, it will get better. The umbrella lay abandoned on the road. You're wrong, Nahesu, it's not being well behaved, it's being foolish. I was so stupid to think that if I waited, everything would end soon. So just watching your back as you cry like this will only happen today, for the last time. The next day, Hwa-young was startled when she saw Haesoo. What's wrong with your eyes? She brushed it off with an excuse. I ate noodles yesterday. Hearing that, Hwa-young felt helpless. Did you eat noodles from hell? Haesoo looked at the time on her phone, thinking to herself, 10 more minutes until we open. Haesoo spoke to her colleague. Hwa-young, I'm going out for a bit. The other person replied, okay, be quick. Min Cheon didn't come home last night. After all, Haesoo stood in a corner staring at her phone. I was waiting to make up with him, but it looks like it'll be difficult for the time being. She was so lost in thought that she didn't notice someone behind her. The wedding anniversary is in a few days. Let's go out to eat together and I'll apologize to him, so I should probably think about working extra that day, right? How should I adjust my schedule? A cup of coffee was pressed against her face. Taeha said playfully, oh, someone's slacking off. Then suddenly Taeha flicked her forehead. Thwack. Really painful. Ow. Haesoo rubbed her forehead in pain. I'm not ditching work. The shop isn't even open yet. Is that so? Here's coffee, it's still hot, drink it. He asked caringly again. You're not saying anything anymore, are you? What do you mean? I thought you would be angry that I came without warning. Haesoo immediately realized. Ah, you mean the sudden appearance thing. You know that much. Are you going to punish me again? No, punishing you just makes me more tired. While talking, she suddenly glanced at him. Don't tell me you have that kind of fetish. Like what? That thing, like enjoying being punished or something? Hearing Haesoo's question made Taeha laugh so hard he shook, which made her a little angry. Don't laugh, I'm being very serious. What's so funny? He turned to answer. Why? It's not really a fetish of mine, but if it's not Haesoo, then anything's fine. Taeha replied bluntly. I won't ask permission to pick you up anymore, whatever. Ah, I can't do this Friday. Why? She replied. That day is my wedding anniversary. Hearing Haesoo's words made Taeha smile faintly. Wedding anniversary my ass. Haesoo continued. I'm busy that day. I have to go out with my husband. We're divorced now, though. You know I have a husband, right? I guess I never told you. I could just picture her face when I said that. Taeha suddenly touched her hair. I kind of suspected it, but I still don't quite understand. Don't understand. Yes. His eyes expressed deep feelings. If it were me, I would hate it. Seeing the person I like, talking to another guy, letting that guy pick her up, shielding her from the rain, someone buying her coffee, things like that. If it were me, I would hate it. Only I'm allowed to do that to her, so tone it down. That's definitely what I'd say. He asked this question as if stabbing Hinu's heart, making her tremble slightly. A husband would do that, right? She immediately had to defend herself. You're probably too young to understand, but you'll know when you start working. It's completely normal for friends or colleagues to do those things. People only do that if they're close. Anyway, don't come that day. Her words made him feel a little uncomfortable. You silly Nahu, he thought to himself. While a saint like you is here worrying about getting involved with me, your man is cheating on you with another young girl. They continued chatting. I won't contact you that day. I won't pick you up all week either, huh? It's not that extreme. Have fun. Before that, he also didn't forget to tell her, eat something delicious, have a great time, I hope you have a meaningful day with your husband, I'm leaving now. With that, Tae left, leaving Hubo standing by the corner of the wall. On the other side, Mignon had just finished practicing and was sitting up, adjusting her clothes. Dia suddenly sat and reminisced about their conversation the other day. In a coffee shop, Adi was talking to her friend. Her friend seemed surprised when she told her about her relationship with Mignon. Seriously, he doesn't seem like he's 33 at all. He's so handsome and looks around our age. Why does everyone who dates older guys say that? She seemed to be telling the story very intently. His stamina is amazing. We have to do it 2 or 3 times. He just picks me up and flips me over like this. I mean, usually guys in their 30s aren't that energetic. How is he so amazing? Yeah, I get it, girl. I'm not interested in your personal life at all. Suddenly, her friend asked a question that surprised her a little. Hey, but, right, if what you said is true, don't you find anything strange? A guy like that is single until he's 30, and there's not a single woman by his side. Indeed, this made her a little suspicious, but she still didn't dare ask him directly. Thinking of that, she asked Mignon, Min Cheon Oppa, I want to go to your place, not my place, not a motel, but your place. Let me come over. He started to get angry, scratching his head. Not again. Why does she keep wanting to come to my place? What a hassle. Your place is nicer. A house that you can't buy with a newbie's salary. Located near the station, so it's very convenient for work. There are many shops around and the security is good. A spacious, newly built apartment. Seeing that house, I suddenly thought, would my life be better if I lived with a woman like this? That house just needs a little renovation and cleaning to be beautiful. While he was thinking that, he suddenly thought of his wife. But what about Naesu? Even if I leave Naesu, she'll still be there. Naesu will guard that dilapidated place and wait for me to come back. Even if she doesn't show it, Naesu still loves me. But a series of questions started running through his head. Wait, does Naesu really love me? You're not wood, so why are you always so stiff? All you do is nag. There's nothing cute about you. No matter what I do, she's just like a lifeless doll. He recalled Hinyu's questioning. So tell me, why is that on your shirt? Whose is it? Thinking of that question made Minyon smirk. What? Why are you suddenly smiling? It's nothing. Minyon was still secretly happy, ignoring Adi, who was still asking him. I was angry, and actually a little happy to see someone who's always been so emotionless show that kind of emotion for me. What? That's annoying. I'm talking, and you're not thinking. Suddenly, Min Cheon grabbed her by the nape and gave her a passionate kiss. Cheating like a hobby. He constantly felt pleasure from his cheating, a morbid pleasure from something that shouldn't be discovered, yet could be discovered. The two of them were drenched in sweat, and Min Cheon said to Adi with an annoyed expression, You can't stand it. I'm poor, so I have to live with that relative you met. If you saw my house, you'd definitely run away. Unexpectedly, his sweet words made Adine feel embarrassed. Without any doubt, I don't care about those things. You don't have parents, you didn't go to college, you're uneducated, and you have nothing. Dai's eyes really did change a little, causing Minyon to turn away with a faint smile. As expected, you just have to admit you're a poor guy without parents, and people will automatically leave. However, all of a sudden she held tightly onto Mignon's neck. Adi was again moved by his fate. It's okay, no matter what kind of person you are, it's fine, it's really okay. Seriously, he immediately seized the opportunity. In that case, do you want to come over to my place? The next day, Hesu had already prepared a piping hot breakfast. While making breakfast, she suddenly saw Min Cheon wake up early. You're up already. That early. I have to get to the company early. Oh, I see. She then suddenly asked him, Min Cheon, are you busy today? Who knows? I'll only know. After getting to the company, I'm going to shower. His husband's curt reply caused her a little pain. Ah, right. I took the evening shift off. I'll ask him again later. That day, she was again a diligent and exemplary employee as usual. Everything from packaging gifts to tidying and sweeping the floor was done thoroughly. After a hard day's work, she finally left. You worked hard, honey. Yeah, be careful on your way home. Standing by the roadside, Hekusu was still focused on her phone, waiting for a message from Mignon. I asked Min earlier, has he replied yet? Unexpectedly, he responded, I have to work overtime today, and you also have the evening shift, right? Those words made her freeze instantly. Then Hesu gave a bitter smile regarding her marriage. She gently replied, Yes, I'll also be leaving late today. Don't worry, just finish up your work and come home, dear. Why did I expect him to remember this special day? Hesu stood there, momentarily lost and utterly alone. How foolish. Despite knowing that living without expectations is best, I guess I'll have to notify the boss and go to work. Thus, all of her dazed actions were seen and overheard by Li Dize, who was standing in a corner, smoking. Meanwhile, Mignon and the cunning Tintu walked hand in hand to his place. This is so exciting, isn't it? She shyly and joyfully expressed. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Every time I asked if I could come over to your place, you always looked quite unconcerned, so I thought it would be the same this time. And now, I finally get to go to Kang Min Cheon's house. Do you like it that much, little one? Of course. Dai shyly pressed her face against his arm and said, Being brought home by you is already considered a serious relationship, isn't it? No longer just puppy love, but a romantic relationship between adults. And because the person is you, I like it even more. Her words genuinely made Mignon feel a little awkward. Min Cheon tightly held her hand and warned, The wind in the room is chilly, you'll catch a cold. It's okay, I can just lean against you, she said with a blush. I really like your hands, because they are so warm. These words made him feel a little awkward. All right then, Mignon reluctantly agreed. If you want a hug, I'll hug you. If you want to hold hands, we'll hold hands. Whatever Akara-din wants, I'll indulge. Yes. The smile on her lips became even more radiant. Mignon's inner thoughts were completely different. It's fine. There are women in this world who willingly throw themselves into hell, just like Nahesu, who has endured the cold and poverty for the past 10 years, so it will be fine. Unexpectedly, everything had been observed and clearly seen by Tae Haha, who was watching from a dark corner. He suddenly picked up his phone to answer a call. Tae spoke to Jae. I'm about to change clothes, the sooner the better. His eyes seemed to conceal some secret. I'm a bit rushed right now. Min Cheon led the seductive Ding into the house. Come on in. He turned on the light to brighten up the naturally dark house. I told you beforehand that it's quite old, right? Don't scrutinize it too closely. I'm embarrassed. After looking around the entire house, the seductive Dikin exclaimed, Is the house really this clean? My mom used to say that no matter how much you sweep and clean, old houses are hard to get completely clean, which gave her a headache. Dio's words made him a little embarrassed, his worry evident. It's not easy to live neatly and keep it this organized. You're really good. Nahainu does it all, but it's kind of fun. She shivered from the cold. Are you cold? Let's go inside. The living room is freezing. He opened the door while pulling her into his embrace. Girls like you would catch a cold in a day here. From now on, let's just go to your place. Yet she still tried to force a smile. I told you, as long as you hold me, I'll be fine. With Kang Minxian being this warm, who needs a heater? Then, Minxian sweetly kissed Dai, full of affection. Suddenly, Minxian remembered lying next to Hengu and seeing her shiver from the cold. He reached out to hug her but then couldn't. Is it that cold? Seeing her shivering today, it makes sense. The weather is getting colder starting this week. Mincheon thought to himself. Should I lie closer? He lifted his leg, preparing to move closer to her. Then he turned to the other side, ignoring her huddled in a corner. Whatever, she'll figure out how to sleep. And yet now he's giving his warmth to another girl. And even thinking about her. It feels kind of disgusting, but strangely exciting, he thought to himself. Gleefully, I'm doing this here, in the place where Naheyu used to sleep. At some point, she got used to sleeping with her back to me, and now I want to carve a wound that will never heal on her back. I am constantly becoming distorted, twisted. Our relationship has broken down, and it's breaking down even more. Everything keeps going on like that. Today is a special anniversary, also marking the beginning of a marriage shrouded in poverty and unhappiness. Tae Ha over here is getting dressed. His muscular body and firm back are incredibly attractive. Clothes are scattered all over the floor. Then he put on his jacket and hoodie and opened the door to go outside. He entered the convenience store, and the employee greeted him. Welcome. The employee was constantly taken aback by his good looks. Wow, he's really tall and so handsome. I have to send a picture to the group to show off to my friends. But the employee's face turned pale when she saw the pile of medicine Tae Ha bought. But what is this? Is someone seriously injured? He placed the overflowing basket on the counter. Check me out. The store clerk calculated while thinking to herself. Ah, yes, crazy. How many is he buying? What is he planning to do with all these hot packs? Feeling strange, the employee asked him, Are you planning on hiking in the winter? Oh, it's not that. With that, he pulled up his hood and left. I need it for one thing. Over here, Hainu's colleague is sitting and smoking. Someone called her. Excuse me, yes. It turned out that Tae Ha had come here to ask for her help. Excuse me, but could you call Naheyu out for me? She immediately called Haru out. The colleague recounted. Oh, right. Someone is looking for you outside. Looking for me, yes. Could it be Min Cheon? Suddenly I feel childishly expectant. Helyu hurried outside. The store is empty, so go out for a bit and come back. In front of me, he pretended to forget our wedding anniversary, but then he secretly came and surprised me, right? She hurriedly pulled the door open. This anxious feeling made her heart race. She shyly called out to him, Min Cheon. But there was no one outside. Where is everyone? What is this? He's kidding. Suddenly, someone hugged her tightly from behind. She looked back and saw it was Tae Ha. She felt a little embarrassed that he suddenly hugged her like that. A hint of disappointment flashed across her face. I told you not to call me older sister anymore. Seriously, what if someone hears us? Tae Ha whispered in her ear. Call me older sister, and next time you do this, I'll really be mad, I know. This feeling made her a little shy and flustered, but suddenly she noticed that his complexion was strange. Are you sick? Then Haresu touched his cheek. Come here, let me see. Seizing the opportunity, he didn't hesitate to bring his face closer to hers. A look of pity crossed her eyes. Sorry, I was trying to avoid you, but gosh, you're burning up. I think I really am sick. Where do you hurt? Tell me exactly. I don't know. I suddenly got a fever. Hainu supported his head and asked. Why did you come here while you have such a high fever? Go home, take some medicine, and rest. I can't go home. Why? Her eyes sparkled with concern for Tae Ha's health, and those silent, bruised eyes made her heart ache. Suddenly, she remembered their previous conversation. That's right. He once said that he was an unfortunate person. Maybe that's why he couldn't go home to rest comfortably, and perhaps the injury that day was also caused by his family. Seeing that she was about to leave, Tae Ha grabbed her hand. Wait a minute, I'm not leaving for good. I just asked the owner if I could go home early. Then he raised his hand to say goodbye, then go. After a while, she reminded him, let's go. The two walked home together. As she walked, she thought to herself, Min Cheon said, I'll be home late today. I'll let him take medicine and rest for a while and then tell him to go home. For about 2 or 3 hours, my house is a bit old and run down, but it's still enough for him to lie down and rest for a while. But he's so tall, he might not fit, and he's sick, so he'll have to curl up. I wonder if he'll be okay. Seeing that she seemed worried about him, Tae Ha gave her a sweet smile to comfort her. Hee-lu scolded him. You're so great that you got sick like this. Even though you're so big, I'm just happy because it's been so long since I've seen you. Are you that easily satisfied? She walked ahead and said softly, then just come find me like usual. Don't intentionally avoid me anymore. She expressed her feelings. I also feel bored when I don't see the kid I used to meet on the way to work every day. I know, Tae Ha tried to catch up with her. From now on, I'll come to see you every day. Seeing him smile also warmed her heart. You're always smiling, and I can't ignore a cheerful, carefree kid like you. Finally, they arrived in front of her house. We're here. As she walked, she asked him, you probably still remember, right? You came once before. Yeah, that rainy day. It's a bit old inside, quite cold and cramped too, but it's probably better than going home now. Just come in, take some medicine, rest for a bit, and then leave. As Hee-du spoke, she noticed something strange. I didn't expect the lights in my house to be on unusually today. That's weird. Why are the lights on inside? And there were some very unpleasant sounds coming from inside. That tickles. Those awful sounds. Hee-nu could practically guess the disgusting things happening inside. Doing this? Does he want to do more? Those suggestive words made them both freeze, Min Cheon. Seriously, cheating doesn't just ruin love, but also trust and faith. The memories they built together and the years they spent, it destroys everything. Obscene sounds came from inside. Oops, you're so ticklish. It tickles. Ha ha ha. Hesitu hesitated, gripping the doorknob. But she didn't want to go inside. She seemed to want to step back. But Tae Ha was right behind her, blocking her. Don't run. Face it, please. He leaned close to her ear, advising, don't run, listen carefully, and end this love. The cold voice that I heard for the first time snapped me back to reality. He put his hand on her shoulder, his voice slow. Actually, a long time ago, the flame of love was extinguished. This marriage, this relationship, is no longer as beautiful as the past I clung to. It's been cold for a long time. She kept trying to pull away. Nahayu. Tears of sorrow began to fall from her eyes. Let me go. Because of her intense reaction, he had no choice but to let go of her hand. I thought she was going to run away. I really didn't expect that. Inside the door, those two cheating people were still chatting happily. I don't want to go home, but I still have to. Right? I have to go to work tomorrow. So even at the last minute, you're not asking me to stay, then take me home. Kang Min Cheon was relaxing on the bed. Suddenly, Haegu angrily pushed the door open and shouted, Kang Min Cheon. All three looked at each other, finding it hard to explain the scene before their eyes. Oh, is that your family member? Nahinu, you're home early, family? She started to cry, tears streaming down her cheeks, answering, I'm going, Kang Min Cheon, we're just family members. He hurriedly put his clothes back on, explaining, what the hell is going on? I was asking why you came home early. Is that more important? Of course, because if she hadn't come home early, Min Cheon was about to run away, but Haelu grabbed him. Damn it, fine, we'll talk later. Where are you going? Answer me now. We're just acquaintances, just family members. Her eyes seemed to burn him, wanting him to give her a clear explanation. Kang Min Cheon. You dare call the woman who's lived with you for 13 years just a family member? Adi was a little surprised after hearing that. What is she saying? It's not like that. I didn't come here the way you think. Listen to me. Yet even at this moment, he still tried to cling to and protect his little mistress. There's nothing between him and me, you bastard. It's true that you two were married, but you divorced a long time ago. I'm telling the truth, she's not family, just a stranger. Hemu stood still as Min Cheon made those ridiculous excuses in front of her. Ah, Di, a stranger. She angrily grabbed his hair, yanked his head back. Ouch. The two began to struggle back and forth. Damn it, Nahemu, are you crazy? Let go, I won't let go. She angrily scolded him. You dare treat me like this? And call me a stranger, please. Unexpectedly, in a moment of impulsiveness, Min Cheon pushed her hard, and she fell sprawling to the ground. That's right, he began to use contemptuous words to curse at her. I was so sick of this damn life that I went to date another woman. She's young, beautiful and lovely, so I slept with her a few times. Are you satisfied? So what, you want to break up, right? He challenged her with a contemptuous smile. Go ahead and try. Then he left her alone, full of loneliness. Damn it, where did they go, Yoon? D? Suddenly, her hand touched a puddle of water on the floor. She looked over to see what it was. It turned out to be the rose vase on the table, shattered into pieces. A look of brief sorrow flashed in her eyes. Then she tended to the wound on her thin, trembling hand. She just sat there, silently for a while. She recalled the wonderful moments between the two of them in the past. Adim. Wait, get lost, don't be like this. Finally, he found Adi and tried to explain. It wouldn't be good if this got out at the company. Let's talk. Because I was afraid you'd know I was a man who had been married before. I hid this from you, I'm sorry, but I'm truly sincere about you. Tae hid in a corner, listening to the deceitful words spewing from Mignon, sincere, yet still living with his ex-wife. It's because she was too attached to me, did you forget? She once came to the company uninvited. Tae thought to himself, so I need to kill him, right? He thought to himself. This bastard, even without a chain, could still grasp and shake Nahesu, making her youth wither away and become utterly exhausted. However, after a series of thoughts, Tae decided not to spare him just yet. I can't give him such an easy ending. No. This gift of destruction must detonate slowly and deeply, and it must be utterly cruel and tragic. Tae was extremely delighted with his plan. He thought to himself. Because you will soon know the disgusting and dirty secret about your man. Only today will you finally be able to throw him away. His eyes were full of schemes, as this was the unwanted collapse of her relationship. Tae also felt immense pain for her. Seeing you devastated, my heart hurts even more. I don't want to listen, but I still have to. He heard a lingering cry in his ears. Seeing the shattered vase on the floor, he understood what had happened. Tell me. What do you want? I will do anything, just tell me. If you want something, I will give it to you. If you want to do something, I will do it with you. If you want to go somewhere, I will take you. His eyes began to darken. If you want to kill someone, I will kill that person. But you probably wouldn't ask for that. Because you don't like hatred and resentment, even though that person brought you to this state, you are completely burned out inside, but you still don't ask anything of me. Tae sat down next to Hesu, who was on the verge of despair. That's why I can't do anything to protect your back. While you are still looking after his back, he intended to reach out to comfort her. This feeling shackles my hands, feet, and throat, as if strangling and dragging my first love. Tae looked at Hesu with eyes full of sympathy. What is it that makes me so attached? Then he gently spoke words of comfort to her. Don't cry anymore. He gently rubbed her back, taking care of her. If you keep crying, your eyes will get red and your voice will become hoarse. Hesu gently leaned her head on his shoulder. You still have a lot of work to do, so don't let your health decline. And then she just sobbed into his warm, sweet-smelling shoulder. In the end, the one who needed to be taken care of today was Hesu. Taeha reached out his hand when he saw her sweating in her sleep. Then he touched her ear, which was burning hot. His eyes seemed a little shy, agitated by his own action. He remembered the scene of her throwing a fit yesterday. One by one, I won't miss a thing, I'll erase everything like that. He silently sat watching her sleep. As long as you're still breathing, these wounds will heal eventually. D, standing outside, asked. Is she all right? The two of them momentarily breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness what? Just get her medicine and plenty of rest, and she'll be fine. A fever like that isn't a small matter, but at least it's nothing serious. D tried to comfort Taeha, telling him not to worry too much. Besides, a fever this high means her body hasn't been okay for a while, and she still didn't take a single day off. Don't you get it? Honestly, I don't get it at all. I can't imagine living like that. Even if someone imprisoned and threatened me, I never thought there'd be someone this stubborn in the world. But Taeha found his words amusing. What do you think about what I asked you? Stop laughing, answer me, so I can prepare myself. Then the two of them walked down the hallway, talking. If everything's ready, let's go. Go where? As if you need to ask, Maihang said. We've been up all night, it's 5:00 a.m. already. Arriving at the flower shop, Jay was even more surprised by Taeha's words. Hey now. Arriving at the place, he was even more surprised. Astonished to the point of being dumbfounded, Taeha told him, if you're tired, just go home, I can do this myself. If you say so, then I'll go home and get some rest. I'll be patient and wait for you to finish. Then he pushed open the door and stepped inside the shop. Before leaving, Jay didn't forget to flash a capitalist smile. Of course, I'm your errand boy. The employee greeted Taeha. Welcome. Hua Rung was flustered because the work here seemed busy. "Oh, wait a minute, sir, sorry, but we're currently closed." But then she saw Taeha, and vaguely recognized him. "Oh," she exclaimed. "The rose guy." He said to Hwa-rung, "I'm not here as a customer today, but as an employee, yes. I'm here to cover Na-Haesu's shift." After listening for a while, she finally understood. "Oh, is Na-Haesu sick? That explains why she's late and hasn't shown up, so that's what's going on." Taeha was still humming to himself. What exactly is the relationship between those two that the rose guy is covering her shift? So the flower shop owner and Hwa-rung exchanged serious glances and discussed this issue. After thinking for a while, they made a decision. "Just let him go home. You can manage today on your own." "No way. A handsome guy came here himself, and you're telling him to just go home. But you can't just teach him how to do this in a day." "That's true, but still." Finally, the flower shop owner decided. "How about this? Let's have him stand outside and wave customers in. Tell him to wear some costumes." Hwa-rung angrily scolded the shop owner at length. "What? A costume? You want to hide that gorgeous face? The top-of-the-line beauty?" This is the first time she's seen Hwa-rung this fired up. After waiting for a while, Hwa-rung called him to work after some negotiation, and she seemed quite happy. "You two are done talking. Yes, now listen carefully. From now on, you'll have to do the following things." Passersby seemed quite surprised. Turns out they want Taeha to hold a sign to attract customers into the store. "Do you want to buy flowers? All right, how much are they?" So many girls went inside to buy flowers, going in to see if they could find anything to buy. Over here, there's even a cute little girl shyly giving him flowers. "Hi, sir. Hello to you too. Do you like flowers?" The little girl asks him. "Do you sell everything here, mister?" "Yep, we sell everything. Is there anything you'd like to buy?" "Yes." Unexpectedly, the little girl wants Taeha, making her mother's face flush red hot. "Mommy, I want to buy him." The mother tries to explain to him. "I'm so sorry, she just wants to buy whatever she likes. She doesn't mean anything by it." "It clearly says here that you sell everything, though. Are you trying to embarrass me? I told you that you can't buy a person. Haha, it's all right, ma'am." He gently comforts the little girl. "I'm sorry, but I've already been sold." "Sold? Yeah, a few ladies bought me." But the little girl still seems unfazed. "That's okay. I bought a friend at daycare too. Dougie Hun told me that if I buy him, we'll get married later." Haha. The two of them start chatting naturally, ignoring the little girl's embarrassed mother. "Remember to look after Jae Hun, okay? Yes, ma'am, Jae." With a cold face in a suit, his aura is just like a CEO. His eyes are sharp, as if observing something. On the desk are his personal information papers. He quietly lowers his head. "Do you know why I called you here?" "I don't, sir." The person sitting across from him in the chair is the real president. He's fiddling with a glass of wine. Then he puts the glass down on the table. "It's nothing special, really. It seems like this is Taeha's father. The reason being that my son occasionally does incredibly bizarre things." He gives him a warning. "If that kid does anything weird, report it to me." Then he leaves. Jay bows his head in greeting. "Understand, yes." This issue really made Jay hesitate. "He told me to report immediately if he does anything strange, but everything he does is strange, so what exactly should I report?" Taeha, at this time, sits down on the ground, dejected. Jay dejectedly takes a drag of his cigarette. "I'm going crazy." In the hospital, Hu is still in a coma, and, deep asleep, she keeps calling Mignon's name in her dreams. She has a scary dream, and finally wakes up. "Please don't go." After getting her bearings for a moment, she realizes that she's in a hospital. "When did I get here?" She startles, wondering what time it is. Afterwards, Haesu frantically calls her workplace. "Oh my, is that Hugh?" "Yes, boss, I'm sorry for not coming to work or giving notice." She's about to recount the scary thing that happened yesterday, then, sadly sobs. "Something came up, so..." The boss on the other end seems happy about the good sales. "Oh well, you can't help being sick. Besides, the guy who's covering for you is doing a great job. Where did you find this guy? Who's covering for me?" "Oh my, yes, come on in." "Ah, hey you. The shop is busy right now, so I can't talk to you for long. Just rest up, I'm hanging up now." She seems surprised that the boss seems so pleased. "Oh, boss." In the evening, Taeha comes to the shop to work Hiku's evening shift. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing loudly. Hopefully she can rest a little more, since it's been a long time since she's had such a deep sleep. Jay asks him, "Did you get the message?" "Yeah, they said she woke up, so I should probably head back." Unexpectedly, he's asking Jay to cover for Haesu. "Have you ever worked at a barbecue restaurant before? If I say no, will you let me off the hook? Haha, never mind. How can I say that to the guy who was just standing in front of the flower shop, waving customers in and advertising?" Jay reminds him, "There's no one like you. Asking someone who gets paid over 12,000 won an hour to do a part-time job that pays 10,000 won for the whole shift. Just cover for me, and remember to add overtime for the night shift." "All right then." Then Taeha finally leaves. relieved. Just leave it like that. Jay's eyes are trying to figure out Taeha, whether it's unusual curiosity or just a bit of joy. I couldn't find the answer. Over here, Henu woke up and was changing her clothes. She gently tied up her flowing hair neatly. The scene from yesterday made her shudder at the thought. Tae gently put his hand on Hyelyu's forehead and said softly, "Let me see." He carefully checked her temperature and even teased her. "Is our old lady's fever gone yet?" This action of his made her exclaim in a daze, "Huh." After checking, he gently advised her, "Can't you stay here a bit longer? You still seem to have a slight fever." However, she refused. "I'm fine. Staying in the hospital longer won't make me recover faster." Hearing her say that, he asked, "So, the old lady is going home then?" She tied her hair while casually answering, "I guess so. What about that person?" Haru's words made Tae pout a little unhappily. "Ah, do you still have to call him husband?" Hisu was silent for a moment, then replied, "I don't know." In her heart, she recalled herself at that time and wondered what she should call Kangmin Che from now on, and how she should manage on her own in the future. Her voice was a bit sad and empty as she said, "I completely didn't think it would end." The reason she said that was because it was a love that had lasted so long that she never thought about the end. She remembered the time she and Minhyun sheltered from the rain when they were in high school, and thought that they would be together forever, even in unhappiness. The image of herself as a student gave her a realization in Naesu's life, which was full of unhappiness. And then Minhyun was the one she thought had healed her. Even so, he was also the only one who was like a piece of luck for her to live again. Remembering these things made Hisu smile happily, but also painfully. Because of reality, I also know that Kangmin Che and I are already over. An ending that, according to her, was full of pain, like a broken vase that cannot be put back together. The remnants of shattered emotions too obvious, impossible to connect again. Although she had seen the video of Minhyun cheating, she still had hope in her heart. But even after seeing that scene, she still thought that he would come back naturally. Even until this moment, she was still painfully asking herself, "So, how angry should I be? How much anger and how much forgiveness?" I foolishly thought about that first. She thought of herself as pathetic, foolish, and stupid. She turned around to look at Tae and still thought in her heart, "Even knowing that, I still don't know what to do." Then Hisu spoke up and asked, "Tae, you probably think it's funny, right? How pathetic." But he softly denied to her, "No." His warm hand placed on her cheek and said, "Not funny, if feelings can be completely cut off like dealing." He brought his face closer to her and whispered, "Then it's not love." His words made her dumbfounded for a moment, then she exclaimed, "You're really a weirdo." He didn't pay much attention to her words and just replied with 2 words, "Is that so?" And she just exclaimed 1 word, "Yeah?" Looking at his handsome face, she thought in confusion, "At the moment I need it most, saying the words I want to hear the most, a strange BT is by the side of the strange Nahisu." Suddenly, Tae pointed to Hisu's hair, causing her to ask in a daze, "What are you doing?" Tae teased her. "This part of your hair is crooked, like an ear." She emotionlessly replied, "I tied my hair without looking in the mirror, so that's how it is." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Opening the phone, he saw that the caller was Do Heji. Hill looked at the name on the phone and realized, "A girl's name, huh?" Seeing that he didn't answer the call, she curiously asked, "Aren't you going to pick it up?" He casually sat down, giving a casual smile in response. "Because it's not an important call." She unexpectedly sat down next to him and thought to herself, "It seems like it's not. Throughout my life, I've only received calls urging me from creditors, but recently I've seen such contact." She found the answer after the time she called Tae not because something happened, but just because she wanted to hear his voice, because she missed him. So she called. The sound of dung lingering gave her a certain premonition. Waiting for each call brought her erratic feelings. 1 time, 2 times, 10 times. The waiting signal for the other person to answer for so long. In her heart, she recalled the image of her own phone currently connecting with someone. This indicates one thing. Either it's truly urgent, or he values the other person that much. After a moment of blankness, Hugh realized she had been acting inappropriately and exclaimed, "Tae holding the phone in his hand, then said, "I accidentally hung up, don't worry about it, let's talk about something else." Seeing that he didn't answer the call for a while, she asked curiously, "Why didn't you pick up? Looks like that person likes you." These words made him look at her for a moment and ask, "How do you know?" She glanced away and asked back, "It's a girl, right?" He honestly answered, "Yes." Hearing that, she explained, "Originally, there's no such thing as just acquaintance between a man and a woman." Speaking of this, She remembered the ambiguous relationship between Mignon and that girl, just like Mignon's words when he insisted, "It's just an acquaintance," which is a blatant lie. Just then, Tae Ha suddenly asked Hesu, "What about us then?" This question of his made her blankly exclaim, "Huh." He moved closer to her and clarified, "We are also a relationship between a man and a woman, aren't we? A relationship between a man and a woman who contact each other every day and picks each other up after work." Teased by him, she shyly said, "Don't say such silly things, you're a kid." He still kept his shameless face and teased her, saying that she also looks much younger than her age. This attitude of his made her feel a little insecure, thinking, "Right, who would like someone like me?" In her heart, she thought that even if someone did, they would get bored and leave. As if understanding the thoughts in her heart, he confessed directly, "I like you." To his confession, she shyly exclaimed, "You really are. Also, don't joke anymore, or I'll scold you." Seeing her say that, he declared, "I'm not joking." After saying that, Tae Ha slowly moved towards Hugh. He brought his lips towards her. Knowing what he wanted to do, she suddenly stood up abruptly. Then she brushed her hair back and said, "I've been sitting too much. Your voice is too deep." This attitude of hers made him feel intrigued, wondering, pretending not to hear. How curious. How long will you pretend for? A moment later, after leaving the hospital, Hugh asked curiously, "By the way, how did you pay for the hospital bill?" Tae Ha casually replied, "I used my savings to pay." Hearing this, she worriedly said, "I should have just rested at home. You don't have any money, I'll pay you back anyway." He took this opportunity to tease her. "Then I have to come find you every day to urge you." She also humorously teased back, "I'm not embezzling it, okay?" While walking, she suddenly remembered something. "That's right, I still have to work part-time at the meat restaurant." Seeing that she cared about her job so much, he revealed something. "It's okay, I got someone to cover for you." This sentence made her gasp in confusion. "Cover?" He still indifferently replied, "Yes, a guy the first no." At the same time, at the barbecue restaurant, Laidi's beauty made the customers fall in love and praise him. "Oh my, you grill with so much artistry. I wonder if it's because you're so good looking that the meat cooks so fast." To these teases, he just smiled calmly. A moment later, a colleague working with Himu looked at the pile of dishes on the table and sighed, "That's a lot to eat. When will we ever finish cleaning this up?" Just as she was about to reach out to clean up, another masculine hand also reached out. Langde coldly helped her clean up. His actions made her stunned. "There's a rude drunkard in the restaurant talking loudly, I already said." Lai Deman angrily put on a scary face and stepped out to remind him, "Sir, there are other customers here, so please eat quietly." His attitude scared him, and he replied, "Yes." Looking at himself now, he sighed and asked himself, "Lai Di, what are you doing after all?" In a certain alley, a girl is intently looking at her phone. Dongguang suddenly appeared next to Haiji and teased her, "What's with that expression? You got rejected, you can't contact BTAE Ha." He kindly advised her and said, "Hey, give up, you're not the only one or two girls who like him. It seems like because he's a little closer to you, you think you're special. But that's all an illusion, because BTAE is naturally friendly to everyone, making people think there's a chance, unlike his appearance." Annoyed by these words, she exclaimed, "That's nonsense, you think he's like you?" Seeing that she not only didn't believe him but also said that, he uncomfortably asked back, "What about me? Damn it, are you cursing me?" She retorted back without holding back, "You like any girl you see. Whoever talks to you, you like, right?" It seems like she hit a nerve. So he vehemently retorted, "Hey, when did I ever?" Haijindi didn't bother to reply, flatly turning her back and walking away, making Dongguink yell, "Hey, do Haiji, answer me. When was I ever like that?" She didn't spare him a glance, her face stone cold as she strode off. Feeling annoyed, she thought to herself, "This is frustrating. Looks like she sent a message to Tam, but he didn't even read it." At the dilapidated lodging, Minion was trying to call someone, but couldn't get through. "The number you have dialed is currently unreachable," which made him anxiously think, "Damn it, why is it unreachable? Does it really have to end like this? What if rumors start at the company?" Having no other option, he sent a voice message. "Ah, Dai, it's me. Pick up the phone. I was wrong." His mind was a bit chaotic then. "I don't have anywhere to go. Until Nahyu calms down, I must be going crazy." Suddenly, something hit him in the back. This startled him a little, and he turned his head to look. At that moment, on the bridge, Lai Jie was standing and watching someone. He asked Tae Ha, "What are you doing?" Tae Ha smiled subtly and replied, "I'm urging debt repayment." It turned out he was sending a flirty message to Hesu. "I miss you," she replied helplessly. "We just met a little while ago. He sent back an embarrassed sticker, and she messaged him, "Hold on until tomorrow." This message made him smile with delight. Suddenly, a voice said, "I have something to tell you." Hearing this, Tae Ha turned his head and asked, "Go on." The man approached him and whispered, "That just got in touch." This person informed Tae Ha of some news. "I just received word that the young master is returning to the country soon." Moreover, he also mentioned that since it's been a year, the chairman suggested the whole family get together for a meal. Hearing this, Tae Ha simply mused, "Ah, it's been a year, has it?" Then he found it ridiculous, thinking the chairman was something else. Since when did he care about brotherly love? Suddenly he turned and joked to Lee Jae, "If my brother sees my face, he'll vomit up all the Korean food he's been missing." Right, his words only made the man forcedly laugh along in resignation. In his mind, he could only tell himself, "Oh dear, the tension between these two brothers is awful." Just then, he suddenly remembered something. "Where's my lighter?" At the same time, Tae Ha was making harmless jokes with him about seriousness. It'd be fun if the plane blew up mid-air. Seemingly used to this kind of joke, the man didn't pay much attention, only caring about his lighter. "That thing is expensive." Then Lee Jae asked, "What are you going to do now?" Tae Ha casually replied, "What do you mean, what? Just say I'm dead?" This half-serious, half-joking statement made the man exclaim in confusion, "Huh?" He recalled his brother's womanizing image and said, "Your brother is the one who wants that to happen the most, isn't he?" And then he wickedly suggested, "So, let's give him a sweet lie as a welcome home gift." Back to Minion, who was trying to call his mistress.
Why is DM still
Not picking up. Not at the company, not at home. Just then, something was thrown straight at his back. This startled him, and he lowered his phone. It turned out that what was thrown at him was a package of snacks. Next, he looked behind him. The person who threw it at him was Dai. She was dressed discreetly and loudly, angrily questioned, "You bastard, you still dare to show up here?" As soon as he saw her, Minion reached out to touch her and softly called, "Ah Dee," but she angrily slapped his hand away and screamed, "Don't touch me." She trembled as she uttered each word. "Don't touch me with the hands you used to sleep with someone else while we were dating, you filthy dog." Facing this accusation, he remained calm and swore, "I didn't! While we were dating, I never slept with her. I'm telling you." Naturally, she responded with a familiar line upon hearing him say that. "You think I'll believe that?" Suddenly, Dai lunged forward, hitting Min Cheon while yelling, "Believe you, you say?" He stood frozen, even as he was being hit and screamed at, "Believe you." Only then did he utter his excuse. "Yes, what you saw is all true. Due to circumstances, I had to live with her, otherwise I had nowhere to go." Dai listened to his explanation with a dazed expression. "But during the time we were together, I really never slept with her. The divorce thing is also real. I know if you found out we would end, but I still brought you here because I didn't want to hide anything from you anymore." Saying this, he touched Dai's face and swore, "Don't worry, you won't see me come back here again." Min Chong, like a true gentleman, said, "I came to apologize to you one last time. I'm not so shameless as to do otherwise." Moreover, he used gentle eyes and heartfelt words to instruct Dai. "So if you can't handle alcohol, don't drink too much," he reminded her in a warm voice. "Don't sleep in and skip breakfast. Remember to drink hangover soup." Finally, he concluded with, "And please, meet a man better than me." Min Chong even softened his voice and said, "I'm sorry for being a useless guy, with no ability, nothing, and a terrible past." After saying those words, he turned and left, leaving Din standing there, dazed. Her eyes brimming with tears, she cursed inwardly, "Lies, just lies, it's all deceit." Even as she cursed, she finally called out loudly to stop Min Cheon. "Don't go." She hugged him tightly and said, "Don't go, you nasty bastard." Tears streamed down her face as she cried and scolded him. "You jerk, you son of a bitch," she sobbed miserably behind Minchon's back. As for him, he turned his face away, then flashed a wicked smile. Having achieved his goal, "Ah, that's the way." Back in Jesus' rundown apartment, she looked at the mess before her and thought, "I've returned to my miserable, wretched home." As she cleaned up the mess in the room, she wondered to herself, picking up each condom scattered around the floor. "I suddenly want to ask the 20-year-old Nahayu. Have you ever imagined," she painfully asked herself in her own home, "that you'd have to clean up Minchon's traces with another woman?" The appearance of herself at age 20 emerged in her mind. Did I foolishly believe in something called forever so easily just because of a few promises? In the present, Hesu could only say to herself, "I kept clinging on when I was about to collapse." She clung to the last of her strength to clean the room, thinking, I tried to let go, without any regrets. At that moment she sat slumped in front of the door and bitterly said to herself, but in the end, I couldn't even touch his things. Suddenly the phone next to her rang, again and again. At first, Hinu thought, is it the debt collectors calling? You guys are really persistent, even this late. She pleaded helplessly. Please, just give me a break for today, okay? The ringing of the phone reminded her of how someone had persistently called Tehao once, twice, then 10 times today. The incessant ringing sounded like a premonition of something. The ringing made her tired, the ringing went on, so she answered it. Or maybe it was something urgent. The caller ID displayed BMTH, or someone who likes you a lot. At Tak's house, when the phone was answered, he teased playfully. Oh, you answered. He sat on the bed and asked softly. I'm sorry, I couldn't wait until tomorrow. I wanted to hear your voice so badly. Is it okay to call like this? You, on the other end, replied. Yeah? Hearing that, he asked. Why aren't you asleep yet? She replied, half joking, half serious. How could I sleep here? It's already lucky if I don't have nightmares. She also said sincerely. Coming home, I realized everything is even more terrible than I imagined. I'm sorry for letting you see something a younger person shouldn't. You're sick, and I didn't even care. Taeha didn't care much about his illness and joked, it's okay, my fever was so surprised that it ran away. Hearing that, Hu continued, seeing that scene, of course it would run. Her words made him laugh. Suddenly, his voice deepened and he asked, how are you? She replied casually, I'm fine. He obviously didn't believe her much, so he pressed again, really? She was silent for a moment and answered honestly, no, not at all. Just thinking about it makes it hard to breathe. Looking at Mignon's things in the corner, she felt a little choked up. Mignon's traces were everywhere, as if burying Nahasu all over again, especially the photo of her and him when they were happy, especially the ultrasound photo of their child. Life's scars helped her become stronger, but she felt helpless against the wounds inflicted by the person she loved. Just then, Taeha suddenly suggested, how about this? Let's play a fun game. His words made Hingyu curious. A game, he affirmed. Yes. He hesitated and said, for example, these are words I can only say in my heart. You could play around with a younger man, just like your husband did, but on the outside, he could only play the role of a close friend, asking her, is there anything you want to do but can't? Something you really want to do, but gave up because of the people before you. Taeha's words made Haesu seem to remember something. Then she exclaimed, something just popped into my head. A moment later, an employee's voice echoed in the convenience store. Goodbye. Thank you for your patronage. Hugh held the cigarettes and lighter in her hand, her mind blank. Was it because of that cold, suggestive voice that I went outside? I bought cigarettes blindly? Thinking about her impulsive actions, she sighed in exasperation. How embarrassing. Why am I acting like a rebellious teenager? How can I be having these thoughts at my age? Sometimes she wondered, actually, I've always been curious about why people can smoke this stuff. She remembered the image of Mignon puffing on a cigarette in his hand. Mignon always had a cigarette with him. The first time I met him, he looked just like the typical bad boy. At that time, he saw her and cheerfully called out, oh, my wife! He put his arm around her shoulder and showed off, I just threw away a cigarette. His words made her blankly exclaim, huh? Cigarette? And he kept rambling, I only took one puff, but I threw it away. Cool, right? She asked, dumbfounded. Am I supposed to think that's cool? He arrogantly assumed. Well, the cigarette was brand new, and I threw it away without a second thought. Then Mignon smiled and said, after all, who would let his wife inhale cigarette smoke? Those words of his defeated Haesu's heart. When he said that, my naive, foolish heart fluttered at those actions. But then, 13 years later, he went against that. From who knows when, his acrid smoke could easily be blown right in my face. On cold days, looking at the hazy smoke rising into the air, Haesu sometimes asked herself, I wonder if smoking makes people feel better. If sadness will also fade away with the white smoke exhaled into the air. Returning to reality, she hurriedly went to find a place to try smoking. Where's the smoking area? I think there's one nearby. As she was walking, she saw someone and quickly moved away. A moment later, she arrived at the smoking area and was hesitating. I shouldn't have bought them. They're expensive, and it's a waste to throw them away, so I guess I'll try smoking once. So she awkwardly tried to light a cigarette. However, because she was so focused on trying to light the cigarette, she didn't notice someone approaching her. How strange. Why won't it light? Just as she was wondering if it was a defective cigarette, someone suddenly took the cigarette from her mouth. Taeha leaned in and said, this isn't how you do it. In a pitch-black room, clothes were scattered all over the floor. Just a moment ago in front of the apartment building, had suggested to Mignon, if you don't have anywhere to go, come live with me. Don't go back to that house, don't meet that woman again, you can live with me. Back in the present, Mignon, having achieved his goal, smugly thought, ah, too easy, it's too easy. In his heart, he shamelessly thought that it was easy to hook a young girl who knew nothing about life. A young, fresh girl, easy to coax, easy to play with. But even though she's just a girl like that, I'm wondering if I should just change my mind, but honestly, I don't like that. Suddenly, he remembered Hesu and wondered, if UAD was as difficult as Nahesu, would things be different? Then, would I be willing to abandon Nahesu and move somewhere else to live? Thinking this, he shamelessly affirmed, no, that probably won't happen. People always say that couples are often terribly resilient. I think that's true. So with that thought, this scoundrel decided, okay, I'll stay here for now and not go home. When her husband isn't around, Nesu will realize how important I am. Minshon confidently thought that, although she would initially feel betrayed and angry, he knew that the now he knew would absolutely not abandon Kang Minshon. With a chauvinistic mindset, he firmly thought to himself, even if it hurts her, if it's me, she will embrace that wound again. Remembering Hesu's melancholic face, he felt that it was not wrong for him to think that way. This was not arrogance. Moreover, the fact that she let him embrace her without resisting made him confident that it was because Nehesu was already on whose side. A hand took the cigarette from her mouth and said, that, Tae leaned closer to her and said, that's not how you smoke it. As soon as she saw him, she was startled and dodged away, asking, completely taken aback, how did you know to come here? He nonchalantly replied, you said you were going to the convenience store. This place is the closest to your house. Hearing him say that, she remembered, ah, right. At this moment, he took out his lighter and said, all right. He casually flicked the lighter and asked her, do you want to try again? I'll light it for you. Hugh, upon hearing this, suddenly froze at this suggestion, thinking to herself, how strange. I've never smelled this on him before. After a moment of blankness, she finally spoke up and asked, do you smoke? Is that why you have a lighter? Tae? Ha denied this. I don't smoke. His answer made her curiously look at the lighter and say, then what's that for? He nonchalantly stated, it belongs to an older brother I know. Of course, she didn't believe those words. You're lying. But he firmly insisted, really. Suddenly she turned her face away, saying softly, saying we're trying to act like adults. This is a bit strange, don't you think? Men usually hate women who smoke. To her words, he immediately denied, that's not true. Speaking up to hear, in Tae Ha's heart, he was going crazy thinking, only knowing how to not smoke and doing this is a little cute. Then he stated his opinion. Smoking has its good sides in the direction of smoking. Not smoking also has its good sides in the direction of not smoking. That's what he said. But in his heart, he firmly affirmed, as long as it's Nahesu, whatever she does is good. At this moment, he declared in a deep voice, not very happily, but if the reason is because of that guy, I don't think I'll like it. In his deep eyes and warm voice, he suggested, I'll teach you, Tae. Ha put the cigarette back in Hesu's hand and requested, put the cigarette back in your mouth. She listened to him and put the cigarette to her lips, and then he helped her light it. She closed her eyes, waiting for the pungent smell of the cigarette to emerge, but nothing happened, which confused her. She said with a bit of frustration, look, it's not lighting. Her adorable expression made him laugh, and his laughter made her feel a bit embarrassed, and she demanded, don't laugh. But he ignored her and chuckled. Annoyed by him, she raised her voice and said, I said, don't laugh. At that moment, Tae Ha took the cigarette out of Hesu's mouth and said, watch closely. He put the cigarette in his mouth and demonstrated for her. Put it in your mouth, light the lighter, do this, puff. You have to inhale for the fire to burn. After demonstrating, he held the cigarette in his hand and asked her, it's not hard, right? Hesu stared intently at Taeha without blinking even once. Then she suddenly turned her face away in embarrassment and said, you absolutely must not smoke. Hearing that, Taeha knew very well why she was shy but still teased. Why is that? She softly replied, it looks bad, you shouldn't smoke anyway. He chuckled upon hearing her say that and said, I know, I don't like smoking anyway. A moment later, she took out another cigarette and followed the way he taught her. I have to try again. Put it in my mouth, inhale while lighting the lighter, but after she took a puff, she coughed violently and exclaimed, oh my god, why do people smoke this? Seeing that, he immediately stopped her. Don't smoke anymore. However, she regretted it a little and said, but it's a waste, I bought it for a lot of money. He still firmly advised her, your body is more important than cigarettes. He threw the cigarette into the trash can and gently advised her, don't force yourself to do anything you don't like or anything harmful to your body just because you feel it's a waste. It's okay, so just throw it away. Then he asked her, if not this, couldn't we do something else? His hand gently touched hers and he whispered softly, besides cigarettes, there are many other better things. Saying this, he cornered her against the wall. In this situation, Hesu recalled the confession Taeha had expressed to her. I like you, Nuna. When saying those words, he also pressed close to her. Furthermore, he asserted, I'm not kidding. Remembering these things made her confused, not knowing what to do. You're really crazy, Nahesu. What are you thinking right now? So she retorted. Stop saying weird things with that face. Do you think I'm a 19-year-old girl who'll be shaken by a kid like you? Of course, Taeha didn't give up at all and replied, then I wish you were 19 so you'd be shaken by me. Hearing that, she immediately said, then go date a 19-year-old girl. But he argued, no way, I'm mature. His words made her feel guilty, thinking, that's just what he says. She continued to persuade him. Then go meet a 20-year-old girl. He still insisted, I like Ajuma. Being blocked by him like this, she could only helplessly exclaim, you really are. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Taeha took out his phone to see who was calling. At the same time, Hesu also accidentally saw the caller's name, Do Hai, the name of the girl she saw that time. Are they close? They call each other every evening like this? While she was busy worrying, Taeha had already hung up the phone. Seeing that, she wondered, what's that? Did you accidentally hang up again this time? He denied it. No. He moved closer to her, his voice deep, and replied, I turned it off on purpose. Then he flirted with her again. I'm with someone I like, he stated firmly. So I don't want to be disturbed. With that, he pinned her against the wall. It was only then that she realized, there's nowhere left to retreat. Haru paused for a moment before hesitantly asking, why do you like an old lady like me, anyway? She listed the ways she wasn't a good match for Hesu. I've been married, had a husband, almost had a child, however he didn't care about any of that. It's okay, I get cursed out a lot too. His words surprised her and she asked, really? He smiled and replied, what do you think of me? She looked at him for a moment and then honestly admitted, you do look a bit messed up. Offended by her comment, he pondered for a moment before defending himself. Well, that's a bit unfair. He described himself. Because I'm purer than you think. Suddenly, Taeha leaned his head on Higu's shoulder and said, but if your GU is someone like that, he whispered softly, even if I'm tattered, I'll come. At the same time, at a restaurant, everyone was gathered eating, drinking, and chatting. What's up? Where's Dohiji? He said he was going outside just now. Never mind him, he doesn't like hanging out with us, except for Bae Taeha. The girls and boys mentioned the relationship between Taeha and Hiji. Isn't it ridiculous? He chases after him like that but still can't date him. See, I honestly thought those two were dating. I've always felt like Taeha only treats Hiji especially because he's good looking. They gossiped about Hiji. He's always acting arrogant. If you say that, it's really bad. He's worse than a jerk, giving people chances and then talking about Taeha. But Taeha doesn't give anyone a chance either. He's handsome and gentle, different from his appearance, so he's attractive to other kids. It's because you guys don't know men. As a man, I can tell that Taeha has probably slept with the girls who like him behind our backs. Pushing others down and lifting yourself up is what failures do. Someone like me is the real deal. One person in the group couldn't stand those words anymore and slammed his beer glass on the table. Dongguk angrily gritted his teeth and cursed, that's bullshit. Damn it, it's not Bae Taeha. You're the worthless one. You don't dare to say it to his face. Feeling like he would suffocate with those words if he stayed there any longer, he stood up and left but didn't forget to mutter curses. So loud behind his back, everyone was confused by his behavior. What's wrong with you, Dongguk? I don't know, he's probably drunk. At that time, Hiji was in the alley next to the restaurant smoking. Dongguk walked over to where she was standing and asked, what are you doing? Are you still trying to contact someone who won't answer in this cold? Hearing that, she replied indifferently, what's it to you? I was just teasing. I just feel bad that you're being ignored. To those words, she retorted, whether I'm ignored or not is none of your business. Suddenly, his face flushed, and he softly called out, hey, Dohiji. He suddenly said, I know everything. I know why Bae Taeha treats you specially. Dongguk suddenly asked a random question. Aren't you ashamed to keep clinging to someone who doesn't care about you? His words angered Hiji, and she said, what are you even talking about? Stop pretending when you don't know anything. Not willing to lose to her, he retorted fiercely, you're the one pretending. Who's the one always obsessing over BMH and ruining the atmosphere for everyone around us? I've hated that guy since the first time I met him. He bluntly criticized Taeha. Even though he's older, he tells people to talk comfortably. It's not like he wants to get close to them or anything, it's just that he doesn't see people like us, so he doesn't care how others treat him. Moreover, he claimed, he's just pretending to be nice. Sometimes his eyes look creepy, AF. He said what he believed to be true. Don't misunderstand, he seems smarter, more mature now. He has this aura and stuff, so girls fall for him like crazy. Saying that, he suddenly yelled, "What do you think he's any different, pervert? All guys are the same. The only thing is that he's a few years older, but he's not any different from me." Heji, after listening to Dongguk's nonsense for a while, coldly said, "Are you done talking, you pathetic piece of trash?" He angrily and stunned asked back, "Pathetic? Did you just call me pathetic?" She didn't hesitate to admit, "That's right, you idiot." It seemed like his blood had reached its boiling point, making him angrily push her straight into the wall and roar, "Damn it!" He pinned her down and growled, "The idiot here is the guy Bei Taeha that you keep trying to win over." He revealed the truth. She was hiding right in front of her. "I told you I knew everything. What reason could there be for him to be so nice to you? Your little brother is sick, isn't he?" Not caring about her feelings, he rattled on, spilling it all. Because of his illness, he's taking time off school, so whenever he has free time, he has to do everything for him in place of your parents who are busy earning money to pay off his hospital bills. With a gloating look, he said loudly, "That guy is just taking pity on you because he sympathizes with your brother. Because he's sick too, so sick that he had to retake years of school." Unable to endure Dongguk's rudeness, Heji slapped him hard across the face. She burst into tears of anger and exclaimed, "Don't talk like that, you bastard." Stung by her slap, he flared up, raising his hand to hit her. "You just slapped me. Seriously." But then he suppressed his anger and muttered to himself, forget it, let it slide. It's not even worth hitting someone like you." His words irritated her, and she retorted, "What are you saying?" Trying to calm himself down, he lit a cigarette and declared, "From now on, if I ever pay attention to you again, I'll be a dog, not a man." Just then, something suddenly made him freeze. It turned out to be a tall figure who had appeared without anyone noticing. Taeha draped his arm around Dongguk's shoulder, took the cigarette from his mouth, and said, "Why are you smoking on the street like this? It makes you look like a delinquent." In the hazy cigarette smoke, he called him in a terrifying tone, "Dongguk, huh?" Suddenly he said, "There's no ashtray here." His words made him stammer in confusion, "Huh?" Then he slowly brought the burning cigarette butt to the back of his hand and said slowly, if not for him pressing the burning cigarette butt on the back of his hand and saying with a meaningful look, "Whoever smokes has to hold their own ashes," the burning sensation from the cigarette butt made him scream in pain and he dropped his lighter. After punishing Dongguk, Taeha nonchalantly watched him panting in pain. Haiji stood, leaning against the wall, with a stunned expression, and when she saw Taeha casually walking away without saying a word to her, she shouted at him, "Hey, Beta, answer me, don't ignore me, I'm calling you." She hastily questioned him, "Tell me, do you have a girlfriend?" This made him stop. A gentle smile appeared on his face, along with a confirmation, "Yeah." In his heart, remembering Jesus' image, he declared, "I do, someone I like very much." Jesus' bewildered eyes were always on his mind, that he had to eliminate anything that threatened their relationship, so he turned around and coldly reminded her, "From now on, don't contact me anymore." After saying those words, he left. After a while, he stopped and took out his phone. He stared at the phone screen, on which was Jesus' text message, "I believe you don't really smoke, so don't do that again next time." He carefully read the text message, and then smiled softly. Then he sent her 2 text messages with an adorable puppy sticker, "I'll never smoke again, I promise." The next morning, at Jesus' morning workplace, a murmur rang out. Hua Rung swept her eyes over Jesus and exclaimed, I'm so curious." This made her ask in wonder, "What is it, Hua Rung?" Her colleague blurted out 2 words, "That thing." Under her puzzled gaze, Hua Rung asked directly, "I've really wanted to ask about this for a long time. What exactly is the relationship between you and that Rose guy?" Hua Rung babbled about the things Taeha did for Jesus. "When you were sick, he came here to cover for you. Recently, he's been picking you up after work all the time. Usually, people who are just acquaintances wouldn't go that far, you know." In a flurry of gossip, she asked, "Could it be that he really likes you? Because he doesn't know you're married, so he's flirting with a married woman?" In response to these words, Jesus could only laugh it off and blurt out 2 words, "Maybe." Then she smilingly asked, insinuatingly, "He must really like me." With an emotionless face, Hua Rung looked at her, then bluntly and intentionally said, "Hey, I was just kidding, sis. Anyway, it's not like someone would actually like you." Hua Rung said a mouthful, full of hidden meanings. "All those things I said before, like age doesn't matter as long as you look younger than you are, were just jokes. The Rose Boy has plenty of girls around him. Why would he hang out with you all the time? She pretended to be knowledgeable and assumed, maybe something big happened between you two, like in the movies. Maybe you saved him in the past. Wouldn't that be funny? It's ridiculous. But he would only like you for reasons like that to make sense. The world has changed, sis. Love at first sight only happens between people on the same level now, she asked herself. Absurd, right, sis? With a jealous and self-righteous tone, she affirmed. A handsome guy like the Rose Boy can't possibly like an old maid for no reason. Time passed, and it was evening. Haesoo was busy at the restaurant. While working, she remembered Hwarung's words. Love at first sight only happens between people on the same level now. Absurd, right, sis? A handsome guy like the Rose Boy can't possibly like an old maid for no reason. Remembering these words made her feel sad. Just then, her coworker came up to her and called out, Sis! The call startled her, and she looked up to ask, Huh? The coworker pointed to the door and said, Look over there. It turned out that she saw Taeha outside and came to ask her, Is that your acquaintance? At that moment, Taeha also looked up and saw Haesoo. His expression made her feel amused. Why does he look like a puppy who just saw his owner? Inside the restaurant, her coworker suggested, Go over there for a bit. But she shyly refused. How can I do that? I'm still on shift. Even so, the coworker still advised her, You always cover for me when I need a break, so it's okay. Let me watch the place this time. Ah, go quickly. Listening to her, Haesoo hurriedly ran outside to where Taeha was waiting. As soon as he saw her, he teased, Here's our old maid. And she asked him, Why did you come here? He nonchalantly replied, I was just passing by and stopped for a bit, because I wanted to see you. Seeing that it was already dark, she was a little concerned about him. Are you working? Aren't you hungry? He gently replied, No, I already had dinner earlier. However, in her heart, she thought that he would still be hungry later, so she turned back to the restaurant but forgot to tell him. Wait a bit. As soon as she got to the counter, Haesoo rummaged for something in the basket on the table, and a moment later, she took something out and said to Taeha, Here, take this and eat it. Looking at the thing in her hand, he asked, Candy? She gently said, Yeah, it's nothing special, but it helps when you're tired. Eat it. But when she saw him shake his hand with the gloves on, she immediately understood. You're wearing gloves. Forget it. Don't take them off. Let me feed it to you. While she was unwrapping the candy, she was also busy thinking, Hwarung is right. People on the same level gather together, and it's the same in love. Taeha was now staring intently at Haesoo while she was busy, lost in her own thoughts. With someone with such a kind nature and an infinitely warm heart, the feelings that person has for me, she thought that the feelings Haesoo had for her weren't romantic feelings between a man and a woman, but rather more like curiosity than a crush, and perhaps even more than curiosity, pity. Just then, she remembered the scene of herself with Minyan that he had seen. Moreover, he had witnessed that scene. After unwrapping the candy, she slowly put it in his mouth while still thinking, Under your kind gaze, I must have made you worry. Now she had put the candy in his mouth, but then he did something that shocked her. It turned out that he had nonchalantly sucked on her finger as well. Just by glancing at her expression, he understood what she was worried about. Nay, Haesoo, you're overthinking things again. Haesoo, even while falling asleep, frowned uncomfortably and gasped for breath. She dreamed of the scene of Minyan doing underage stuff forbidden to watch and do with Adi. The scene of the two of them passionately kissing was vividly clear in her mind. As tears of heartbreak welled up in her eyes, a tall figure lay beside her. He gently reached out and touched her cheek. His light touch startled her, and she turned around, wondering. A large, cold hand. Could it be? She called out softly. Kang Min Chae, huh? Instead, he took action abruptly. The person covered her eyes with his hand, making her flinch. Just as she was about to ask what he was doing, his hand slipped inside her shirt. That large, warm hand began to gently caress her full breast. This made her recoil, her limbs trembling, and she exclaimed, Wait? However, the hand ignored her words and continued to grope her roughly. Not only that, but the man also kissed her neck gently. Then his hand slowly slid down, causing her to panic and cry out, Slow down, stop! Just as he touched the waistband of her pants, the man's voice rang out, asking, Sis, think about who could be doing this to you. After saying that, his hand slipped inside her pants. This made Hugh blush, tears welling up as she thought, No. Heavy breathing, a flushed face, and a bewildered look were clear on her face. Just then, she noticed a familiar tattoo on the wrist of the hand covering her eyes. Realizing who the man behind her was, she slowly turned her head. It turned out that the person who had been embracing her was none other than Taeha. Moments later, Huey woke up with a start. She sat up abruptly, her eyes darting around as she wondered, What was that? What was I dreaming about? Her face burning and embarrassed, she questioned herself. Are you crazy, Nahisu? You've really lost it. In her mind, she remembered the image of Tae Ha licking his finger, making her flustered as she scolded herself. Even if he did do that, you're not allowed to have dreams like that. After thinking it over, she realized it wasn't entirely her fault. Well, no, he was also at fault, acting without thinking at all. Are all the kids these days so reckless? Saying they like older women without any hesitation, so bold? But then she hugged herself, thinking, I know this isn't the time to blame someone younger, who awkwardly questioned herself. Is it because it's been too long? Even before things ended with Minchon, it had been a long time since we were truly intimate. She thought about the dream she had just had and reasoned. Even if I make up a flimsy excuse, I still feel guilty for not becoming the mature adult I was expected to be. Compared to those dreams of Minchon leaving Jesus, this is probably better, but thinking about it again, she felt like no dream was truly peaceful. No, actually, they're all messed up. There's no dream more terrible than waking up with tear-filled eyes and crying again. I get it now. The final stage of infidelity, she commented about Tae Ha, a strange and incomprehensible person. It's unclear whether he's a player or just innocent. That punk Tae Ha, he just acts as he pleases without giving me time to even be sad. Remembering him made her sigh deeply. Seriously, because of him, my days and nights are filled with nothing but chaos. Time passed until the evening of the next day at the restaurant where Hisu worked, and after a day of hard work, an exclamation rang out. Good work today! The co-worker who worked with Hisu barely dragged her exhausted body home, saying, I survived another tough day in my life today, OMG, you're amazing. As she wondered, should I buy some beer to take home? She happened to see something. Oh, it turned out that Tae Ha had been standing outside for a while. He's here again today. So she turned to call Hisu. Sis. Hearing her call, Hisu replied, Huh. She quickly asked, Is that guy the one who picks you up every day? Hisu replied while tidying up, Yeah, it's not safe walking home alone. There are too many entertainment spots around here. The coworker nodded in agreement, haha, secretly thinking that our shop closes late and her way home is quite dark too. Just as she thought that, Jesus casually walked past and said, He's scared of walking alone at night. Jesus loudly said goodbye to the coworker, who was still standing there dumbfounded. After hearing that, I'll head back first. Tae Ha, who was outside, flashed a wide smile as soon as he saw Hugh come out and cheerfully asked, Are you done? She replied softly. Yeah? Hearing that, he said, I was waiting for you. At this moment, he suddenly held out his hand, making her wonder. What's this? Why your hand all of a sudden? He smiled and explained. Actually, I had a terrible dream last night. That's why he held out his hand in front of her and suggested, How about we hold hands while walking? Hao didn't respond, only stared intently at Tae Ha's hand. In her mind, she remembered the steamy dream from last night, which made her jump out of her skin, so she quickly turned around and ran away, leaving Tae Ha staring blankly after her. Moreover, she reminded him, Don't come near me. Stay a little away from me. Seeing her like that, he immediately acted sulky and said, Why, I want to walk next to you, let me stand closer, but she remained firm, no way, stay over there. Even so, he pouted at her. But I just had a nightmare last night. Not letting him whine, she quickly retorted. That's why I'm here with you, isn't it? Still not giving in, he insisted. I'm still young, I'm scared when it's dark. She was helpless with him, so she could only exclaim, You. At that moment, Tae Ha silently stared at Hugh. He noticed her ears were flushed red. Seeing that, he obediently stood behind her and said, All right, I'll walk behind you, so please hold my hand. He hooked his pinky finger with hers and asked, Is this not allowed either? This situation made her ponder for a moment, and she spoke up, Forget it. Then she allowed him, Come here, let's just walk together. Her permission made him as happy as a child. As soon as he stepped forward, she suggested to him, Take my hand. He cheerfully replied, Yes. Then she asked him, Are you not scared anymore? He, like a child, said, Nope, nope. While holding his hand, she scolded affectionately, You're so big and you still cry because of a nightmare. Even though she scolded him, he just smiled like nothing happened. While holding her hand, he casually asked, It's colder today than usual, isn't it? Hearing that, she teased him, Are you dodging the question because you're too embarrassed, suddenly talking about the weather? He asked back without any embarrassment, Is it obvious? She gently replied, Yeah. Hearing that, he just smiled. While Hugh wasn't paying attention, a meaningful smile bloomed on Tae Ha's lips, along with the thought, What to do? It's actually more than that. He looked at her with affectionate eyes and thought to himself, Strangely, Nahi's face fell. Also that night, in a luxurious apartment, there was a figure standing blankly by the large window in the room. Just then, someone came forward to report something. He is Taeha's father. The next morning, at the airport, a young man with a mocking tone rang out, "Oh, it's been a while." Tae, wearing flashy clothes, complained as soon as he returned to the country. "It's been so long since I've been back, but why is Korea so cold? I'm already bored as soon as I got here." He asked. Han to Taeu, and then to Taeha. Let's see. The chairman will probably live longer than me, so I don't have to go. Right, I wonder if my beloved younger brother is doing well. The bodyguard heard this and asked, "Are you curious?" But he replied, "Never mind." He smiled and said, "Except for Cao Fio, I'm not interested in any other news about that damn Dan." The bodyguard suddenly said, "I heard he's dead." Tae. He was surprised. "Huh, who said that? Did that guy say that?" The bodyguard replied, "Yes." He rotated the back of his neck and said, "He's cuter than the last time I saw him. Damn it, there's no way BT is dead. That's a guy who's still alive even after a deadly accident." He continued. More importantly, Taehi stated firmly, "He absolutely can't die a normal death. I won't let him die peacefully." He suddenly sighed. "Ugh, I'm so tired. I haven't adjusted to the time difference. I need to go back to the hotel and sleep." Then, he reached his hand out to the right as if to hug someone. The bodyguard questioned, "Aren't you going back to the main house?" He replied. "How can I sleep there?" Taehi paused, squeezing his hand in the air. He frowned and mumbled, "There's nothing to touch? It's so cold, my hands are freezing." Taehi suddenly turned around and announced, "Forget the time difference, let's go meet women," the bodyguard asked. "Am I going too?" He replied. "Lead the way, but you have to keep it a secret from the chairman." At Taeha's house, he was asleep in bed, with his eyes closed, his brows furrowed as if he was having a nightmare. In his dream, he was a child being trampled under the feet of others. The scenery around the house was all red. Taeha looked at the grandfather clock in the middle of the house. Then he saw an image of himself as a child, covered in blood, with an adult's hand on his shoulder. On the wall was a wooden plaque stained crimson red. Taeha opened his eyes. He sat up, clutching his head. Then, Taeha suddenly froze. He looked at the rose petals scattered on the floor. Dee was standing in front of a table, fiddling with something. He thought, "No cigarettes, a cheap lighter, an empty bandage box." He mused. "Even though they're just ordinary things, it feels very different here. A sixth sense is sending a signal. Maybe that woman really made a mistake." Dee paused, tilting his head to the side. He saw Taeha standing there silently, observing him. Dee spoke. "Oh, you're awake," Taeha replied. "Yeah, nice to see you at home," Dee cursed inwardly. "What's with him? Wasn't he asleep?" He wondered. "How did you know I was here?" "I'm very confident in my ghost-like stealth," Taeha replied. Because it's scattered, he was surprised. "What is?" Taeha said. "The roses." He blankly thought to himself. Bringing up roses again. Is he really crazy? Taeha turned and asked him. "What brings you here?" Dee answered. "I came to pass on a message that the eldest son has returned to the country. I saw you were sleeping, so I was debating whether to wake you up." He was surprised. "Really? No wonder I had a nightmare," he questioned. "But is this so urgent that you have to barge into my house like this?" he replied with a fake smile. "Yes, I thought you'd definitely want to hear it right away since you were interested in when the eldest son would return." "Was I wrong?" Taeha walked past him, saying, "No, you're right. That's why I gave you the house password, too." He put his hand on Dee's shoulder, saying, "Thanks, I'm counting on you in the future too." Recently, Naesu had started waking up later. She slowly opened her eyes. She thought as she was washing up, "Since Minion isn't here, I don't have to prepare breakfast." She went into the kitchen and thought, "My spending has also decreased these past few days." She remembered Minho hugging her from behind, and sadly thought to herself, "Even though the debt I have to repay is still as high as a mountain." She tried a small spoonful and thought, because the big hand of Kang Min-cheon, who always demanded pocket money, is no longer there. Hesu left the house and went to the flower shop. She thought as she walked, the wound left by the affair wasn't a relentless, constant pain, but rather, it felt like everything was fine, even though she could smile like that. Hesu turned around, as if looking back at her past self and Mignon, she muttered to herself. "But sometimes, it suddenly bursts out, tearing my heart, making my eyes burn. 13 years, the time to breathe. Yet everything I encounter in life reminds me of him." The figures of their past selves were still there, then suddenly vanished into the crowd. She wondered, in Naesu's world where someone bigger than Naesu has left, can it ever be filled? She stood still, questioning herself. Can Nahesu truly forget Kang Min-cheol? Hesu thought, It would be better if it left a scar, because that would mean the wound could heal. She recalled the happy moments between herself and him, then quietly questioned, I'm curious, Kang Min-chae. Will I live and bleed for your name until I die? How long do you intend to hurt me? She stopped her thoughts. Until when? Haesu suddenly stopped in front of a store. She saw a teddy bear displayed on the shelf. She recalled Tae Ha's words. Actually, I had a very scary dream yesterday. He asked, can't you just hold my hand? Haesu stood in front of the store, looking at the bear. A moment later, the bear on the shelf was gone. The store clerk said, thank you for coming again. Haesu walked out of the store holding a small bag. Lately, Nahesu's spending has decreased. Is that why? A Nahesu who couldn't carelessly spend even 10 won? This was unexpected spending. Haesu walked happily, smiling. She had bought a teddy bear. For a teenager who is already grown up but is still afraid of nightmares, she remembered Hwa Young's question. Have you ever heard this story? She said, if you embroider a heart on the doll that children hug while they sleep, it will gain a soul and protect them whenever they sleep. Haesu was surprised. Is that true? Hwa Young replied to her. Yes, although it's just a superstition. My friend just had a baby this time, so I plan to make one as a gift for the baby. Haesu looked at Tae Ha standing in front of her and wondered, I have heard that story, but giving it to him is perhaps a bit childish, right? She sighed, thinking, he's too big for a teddy bear. She imagined Tae Ha having a nightmare, then receiving the bear and finally being able to sleep well. Haesu quietly told herself, even so, I should definitely give it to him. Tae Ha smiled and asked, what are you thinking about? She replied, nothing. He asked, are you very busy today? She looked confused. Today's work is finished, although I have to go home right away to embroider the teddy bear. Haesu recalled. But for some reason, she didn't want to refuse him. Because lately, Nahesu has had more free time than before, she said to Tae Ha. No, I'm not busy, he said. Then spare me a little time, she replied. Okay, but what for? He didn't say anything, but put a helmet on Haesu's head. She was surprised. What is it? Why the sudden helmet? Tae Ha suddenly scooped her up. He placed her on his shoulder and said, I'm going to kidnap you, she cried out. Ouch, she scolded him. Are you a tiger? He just laughed, as if replying to her. At Tae Ha's house, he recalled the moment he gave instructions to the butler. Go home and rest today, because I'm going out alone. He stepped onto the floor, covered with rose petals. The butler silently put his hands in his pockets, observing the surroundings. The sound of the motorbike stopping, the man said. We've arrived. Tae Ha got off the bike and carefully took off Haesu's helmet. This is the place I wanted to come to with you. She silently brushed back her hair and looked at the surrounding scenery, he said. Whenever I have too many things on my mind, I usually come here alone, he asked. What do you think? The sky was darkening, the steps seemed to reach close to the stars, Nahesu's house was unusually close to the moon. At night, you can stand here and see the complete night view of Seoul within your sight. Haesu took steps forward. With every step she climbed up the slope, the flickering lights twinkled at her slender ankles. Even when she looked back, she could see many spots. Tae Ha looked at her with gentle eyes. I know, I realize. After a long day, he just kept gazing at the girl he loved. The two stood high up. Looking at the streetlights below, Tae Ha thought to himself, Haesu's tired mind has never once turned back to see the sparkling lights behind her. And then Haesu's eyes softened, and she softly spoke. It seems like I'm only realizing at this age that the city I live in is so beautiful. He turned his gaze toward her and softly asked, Is there anything you want to say? Haesu asked. Anything I want to say, Tae Ha replied. Yes, there's no one here, you can yell as loud as you want. So he smiled and suggested, just let it all out and feel relieved. Anything at all. Her hands were resting on the railing, she thought to herself. Just let it all out. Haesu took a deep breath and slowly opened her mouth, and then she took a big breath and yelled, Kang Min-cheol, you rotten bastard dog. Although Haesu was cursing, tears wouldn't stop falling. You're an incurable piece of trash. Yeah, you're so great. Try to live well. I don't like you anymore. Don't even think this girl will forgive you if you regret it later. Tae Ha stood silently beside her, observing her mood. Haesu continued to curse. Even if you come back, I won't take you back. Seeing her silence, Tae Ha stepped closer and gently placed his hand on Haesu's shoulder, asking, Do you feel better now? She replied. Yes, he asked again. Are you relieved, or are you about to faint? Yes. He still stood there asking. Have you said everything that's in your heart? She replied. Not entirely. Then that gentle voice spoke out, surprising Tae, ha? Thank you. The wind blew past, and the atmosphere became quiet. Hesu looked at him and sincerely replied, Thank you, Park Tae, ha? He slightly curved his lips, but his eyes were a little sad. Why did you know I was feeling a little sad? Didn't I even realize that you were always like this? It just makes me feel worse. Tae Ha smiled, took off his outer jacket, and gently draped it over her shoulders. Do you know what I think when I hear such words from the person I like? Hesu looked up at him and asked, What do you think? Unexpectedly, Tae Ha lifted her up using force. They faced each other. He gave a mischievous smile. With indecent thoughts, Hesu held him tightly, her face flushed as she asked, What do you mean? He teased. Can I tell you? She refused. No, stop. He put her on the bike and continued to joke. Your face is so red, ma'am. Hesu quickly gave an excuse. It's because it's cold, Tae. Ha chuckled softly for a moment, then said, Let's go, I'll take you home. She kept adjusting her posture on the bike. Seeing that, he said, That's dangerous. You need to hold on even tighter than before. Then Tae Ha gripped the handlebars tightly. Wow. The two rode on the road, the lights making the atmosphere even more romantic. You're really strange. Growing up through hardships with a broad back, Hesu reached her arms forward, tightly hugging his waist. I want to be an adult, who can embrace those shoulders so as not to be hurt by this world anymore. Her eyes looked into the void, pondering. But in the end, I only know how to lean on them. She closed her eyes as if she had accepted everything. The night sky blended with the lights emanating from the high-rise buildings. A pair of legs stepped into the scene. Lee Jae walked along the hallway, his eyes constantly scanning. Chairman Park's son is not the type of person others can disobey. A large hand in a black glove lightly rested on the chair armrest. Sometimes my son has some incomprehensible behaviors. He just silently bowed his head. The man said, Remember to report everything back to me. Lee Jae's face was emotionless, he thought. The first time I heard those words, I was quite surprised, because even the chairman had to play the role of a father who was forced to find someone to guard his son. What's funny is that thinking about how all high-ranking families live like this, Lee Jae stood solemnly. Glancing back, I thought this job could be quit at any time and was simply about reporting the reckless antics of a young rich heir to earn a big sum. But he walked outside, looking up at the sky, and thought, after all, I'd rather deal with a mischievous person than a reckless rogue. There were a few people who had described Beomthai's personality. The youngest son has something very strange, terrifyingly sick. He walked in the rain, head bowed, saying nothing. His actions are very strange. On the floor, there are flower petals placed randomly, making my intuition impossible to ignore. If I expose the youngest son's charade, I have a feeling I won't die peacefully. Lee Jae still maintained that pose but smirked slightly. Damn it, who am I supposed to listen to now? Rich people know how to play others so well. A few items like cigarettes were placed on the table. Be careful, Lee Jae. The scattered mess from the other day is still intact, proving that he hasn't yet realized he's being monitored by me on the chairman's orders. Before the slightly opened door, a phone was ringing. What to do now? Should I think this through again? Outside, Hesu was sitting on the steps holding a teddy bear. She gracefully embroidered a heart on the left breast of the bear, then pulled the thread taut. The needle lightly pierced the left breast, as if piercing deep into her heart. A teddy bear identical to her was held tightly in a man's hand. Then Hesu picked up the bear and looked at it, her eyes not leaving it, her cheeks gradually reddening. Done, she thought. It's just a little extra embroidery, but it's quite cute. Then she gently placed the bear down on the table. If I brought it to work, I'm afraid it would get dirty, so I'll wait until my shift is over tomorrow and take it home to give it to him. Hesu's eyes darted elsewhere, her lips slightly curving upward. Tae Ha, you'll like it, won't you? At this place, a rough hand touched a girl's butt. It was Minion and A. He lay on the bed thinking, It's been a few days since I left home, but why hasn't Nahiagu contacted me? Mincheon imagined Hesu sitting on the mattress, sad because of him. Honestly, I thought she would immediately look for me no matter what. Even if she wasn't still angry, she wouldn't be able to help but worry about me being gone all night. And remembering the times he went to work, she worried about him every little bit. Nahesu has always been like that. She pretends to be indifferent and cold, but she will constantly worry if it's news about Kang Mincheon, wondering what he's doing, if he's eating well, or if he's sick, like a second habit. Thinking about those things, he clicked his tongue. I can't keep wearing the same clothes over and over again. Ah. Dinga keeps nagging, reminding me over and over that if I need anything, just get a change of clothes, saying that I can't go home for anything. The room was small and dark, But anyway, she wasn't thrifty. If it were Nao, even if a shirt was faded, she would still wear it. But maybe because Dee is still young, she will spend more freely. Min Cheon felt uncomfortable, as he thought, I'm curious about how she is and am thinking about bringing her some necessary items, or maybe visiting home tomorrow. A text message from Tai appeared. Sorry, I probably can't make it today. Hyun read the message and felt a little surprised. Then she quickly texted back, It's okay, let's meet another time. Thinking, I find myself surprised like an idiot. Because I'm used to meeting every day, I just assumed I'd get to meet today too. Hugh pondered because of that. From the outside, a familiar pair of legs was walking in. He has his own life, so there will be days when we can't meet. I guess I'll have to give him the bear next time then. She stood there blankly for a moment, thinking to herself, this is the first time he's texted me saying he can't make it. Meanwhile, Tae Ha and Ly Jae were walking together. Nothing bad's gonna happen, right? The familiar footsteps grew closer and closer to her. Min Cheon confidently entered the apartment, wearing his suit jacket and a smug smile. Mignon stood in front of the door, her eyes devoid of emotion. Yeah, I guessed it would be something like this, but it still stings. Before him was a small room, with a teddy bear neatly placed on a low table, the home of Kang Mignon and Naesu. Mignon put her hands in her pockets and stepped inside. I feel relieved, even though this house is a dump no matter how much I clean, even though Nahil-hyu's hands touched everything last night. His eyes stopped at one spot. During the time I wasn't here, of course she was still here, Minion reached out and picked up the small teddy bear, wondering, What's this? Minion said to herself. Never seen a teddy bear before, huh? He thought. Does Now like teddy bears? Min Cheon held the bear and stared at it for a while, then suddenly covered his mouth and chuckled. Haha, seriously, haha. Oh, now, haha. Min Che threw it down on the table. How cute, haha. Must be lonely without a husband, huh? That's why I said you should have been nicer to me when I was still here. Who is it? And then he just walked into Hugh's room. Gotta go get my underwear. On the other side, Tae Ha and Ly Jae were walking up the stairs. Tae Hai stood upstairs, raising a glass of wine, watching his steps, and unexpectedly flashed a mysterious smile. Tae Hai raised his hands and lightly dropped the glass. The glass fell right at Tae Ha's feet, shattering. He looked up at him. Tae Hai said, Long time no see, huh? He kept his hands raised like that, the other hand in his pocket, and tilted his head, asking, Still doing well. They faced each other. Tae Hai continued, Your younger brother meets his older brother, and your neck's all stiff. No cuteness at all. He looked at Tae Ha and Ly Jae, his voice slightly envious. But you haven't seen each other for a while, and you've gotten taller, huh? They both didn't say a word, just gave a bright smile. Tae Hai smiled and then threatened. Kneel down a little, before I chop off your legs to fit my eye level, he retorted. Well, you're taller, so that's that, he interrupted. Hey, I'm 27 years old. How can I get any taller? Tae Ha's eyes darted down. That's right. Why aren't you getting taller? He continued to mock him, causing Tae Hai's expression to change. You've been suffering from musculoskeletal pain like that. The image of him lying face down on the bed appeared. Tae Ha continued, crying every day, saying, My legs hurt, and scared because it hurts so much. He looked straight into his eyes. So, do you still cry every night these days? Tae Hai angrily raised his hand and yelled, You bastard! But Ly Jae quickly pinned his arm down. Tae His eyes looked like they wanted to devour him, he said. Must be because you haven't been beaten lately that you're itching for a fight, huh? Tae Hai mocked him, but Tae Ha didn't react at all. Keep laughing, someday I'll definitely kill you, just like your mother, he only replied. Sounds like something to look forward to. A man said, Young master, the chairman has arrived. He angrily pushed Ly Jae off of him and cursed. Damn it, let go. Do you know how much this shirt costs that you're touching it? Tae Hai turned and walked away, constantly threatening. I remember your faces. Be careful when you're walking around at night. Tae Ha put his hand on his shoulder, teasing cheerfully. You're in big trouble now, dude. My brother is really scary. Ly Jae looked at him helplessly. Will you protect me? Tae Ha replied. I hired you to protect me. Why would I protect you? Then they both turned and left. The brother, Tae He, and their father, Tae Do, sat silently at the table, no one saying a word to each other. He sat there cutting pieces of meat in a bored manner. Suddenly, he spoke. Who is Malus? Hearing that, Tae He stopped, glanced at Tae Do, and smiled. Ha! How does the chairman even know the name of that crazy girl on the other side of the world? Are you investigating your own son behind his back now, chairman? He didn't say anything, just turned a cold face towards him. He started to stammer. Bien Ming, even though I don't know what nonsense she's been spouting, that's not my child. She's living with someone else. She's just talking rubbish to get money. Du's face began to turn serious, staring intently at him without saying a word. That made he even more anxious. His lips pursed, thinking to himself, damn it, he stole my line, I'm sorry. Hang sat listening to his brother rambling. From now on, I'll live cautiously in Korea so that this doesn't happen again. Just as he raised his glass to drink, the chairman told Ha, and you, he turned his eyes to Do, softly saying, yes, chairman. He looked at him, asking, you don't have any problems, do you? Ha looked at him for a moment, and remembered his memories with Hugh. He smiled confidently, replying, yes, of course, I don't have any problems. Brown shoes were placed in front of the house. Yuni opened her eyes wide in surprise. She immediately giggled, ran into the house, not forgetting to call his name, Kang Mignon. Is that you? Come out here. Just then, Minion came out with his things. Hua ran up and scolded him. Are you crazy? What are you doing back here? Min Che-onan looked at her, smirking. Seriously? So noisy, huh? Is this a place I can't come to? This is our house, isn't it? Hoon quickly interrupted, giving him a look that was both aggrieved and angry. No, this place is no longer our house now, it's my house. She tried to push Mignon away, but he grabbed her hand tightly. Get out of here, you seduced such a young girl to do that kind of thing, do you have any conscience? Minion calmly looked at Hesu and said, young girl? What do you mean? What young girl? At 25, she knows everything she needs to know. Her eyes welled up, her voice trembling. Only people the same age can say those things. You're an adult? If you know all this, you should avoid it yourself. He held her tightly, despite Hesu's constant resistance. You still call me an adult? Let's be honest. Minion brought his face close to her, smirking. Nah, Hesu, are you jealous? His lips moved closer to Hesu's lips. Are you hurting because I'm playing around with a girl 8 years younger than you? Mignon's dirty hands touched her butt. Or do you miss me? Himeu looked at him helplessly, her voice soft. You're crazy. Then she pushed him away with all her might, picking up everything and throwing it at Minion, shouting, get your hands off me, get out of here, get lost. He could only shield himself, not forgetting to curse. Who's gone crazy? Seriously. Then Min Che-onyan stepped out of the house, grumbling as he left. Okay, I'm leaving. He stepped out of the door, turning back to smirk. Just teasing. See you later, haha, she yelled angrily. Don't say any more crazy things and don't come back here. Minion confidently stepped out of the apartment. From behind, Hidu's voice still echoed. If you come here again, I'll call the police. He was smug in his heart. She didn't even throw away my luggage, acting all high and mighty. Minion walked along thinking. In such a good mood, seeing Naheru angry and crying, he went home and hugged that bitch die, thinking to himself, now I can breathe. It's better than seeing you dry and lifeless like a wooden doll. You're more human now. Hau stood frozen at the door, belongings scattered everywhere, her hands trembling with rage. She turned away without a word, thinking. How strange. Hun collapsed, trembling. In that moment, I only thought of one person. On the other side, Ha picked up the phone. Hello. Then his face gradually changed. She talked on the phone for a long time, and then Ha slowly put the phone down. He looked out the window, pondering something. So all I need to do is... Just then, a voice suddenly spoke up. So should I consider changing jobs today? Lenny Day smiled knowingly and said, I'm just curious if you plan to bury someone. Ha rested his chin on his hand, his expression calm as if nothing had happened. His lips slightly curled, a soft smile appearing. Then he said, no, Minion is still strutting around, completely oblivious. In some dark corner, Ha is staring intently at him, thinking to himself, not yet, not now. Let him enjoy it a little longer. A cruel look flashed in his eyes, calculations swirling in his mind. That way, the ending will be even more painful. In the luxurious restroom of a certain hotel, the sound of someone vomiting echoed continuously. Hai splashed water on his face, looking at his disheveled appearance in the mirror, and muttered a curse. Damn it, pigs don't fly, do they? A waiter approached, worriedly asking, Are you all right? He spun around, cursing loudly. Does it look like I'm all right to you? The atmosphere is so disgusting, I don't know if I'm at a feast or a funeral. His complexion wasn't good, his eyes were dark, his whole person gloomy, he thought to himself. But above all, remembering the dinner with Tae-do, he looked at him sternly. Although he didn't say a word, he could still feel the pressure from him. At the dinner table, Tae seemed like nothing more than a pushover. Besides reluctantly pursing his lips, he couldn't do anything else. On the contrary, Tae was much more at ease than him. He sat there, exuding an air of freedom. Seeing Tae's irrepressible groveling, he only gave a mocking smile. That smile must be imprinted in his memory, causing an unnamed anger to burn fiercely within him. Tae turned to ask the waiter, "Did you see that son of a bitch showing off?" The waiter didn't understand, asking confusedly, "Are you talking about the youngest master?" He wiped his hands on his pants to dry them and nonchalantly replied, "Yeah?" The waiter awkwardly answered, "I only saw him in passing, so I didn't notice anything unusual." He turned around, forcing a laugh as he interrupted him. "He's acting exactly like the chairman, doing it on purpose, to show me." Tae's free and easy demeanor made him furious. Showing off in front of me, acting like the chairman's seat suits him better than me, as if this whole family is in the palm of his hand. Tae splashed water, staring intently at himself in the mirror, his face revealing a manic look. That dirty bastard, just like, so standing alone by the roadside waiting for someone. While she was lost in thought, Tae had come to her side. He lowered his head to look at her, looking much more dashing than usual, his warm voice ringing out. "I'm sorry, I tried to get here as fast as I could. Did you have to wait long, sis?" She wasn't used to seeing him dressed up like this, and blurted out, "Oh." So looked him up and down, thinking to herself, he said he had something to do, it must be something important, like a job interview or something. Tae playfully caressed her side hair. He said apologetically, "Sorry, I suddenly called when you were busy," he replied calmly. "It's okay." His voice was gentle and warm, each word running straight into her heart. "I like that she contacted me first." He received a call while in the car. Tae thought to himself, "Was it her trembling voice that angered me? Do I feel hurt?" And even when he saw the crooked figure of her ex-husband, he wondered. It's hard to say, I just wondered if that was really the pain I felt. Maybe when I knew she was looking for me. Tae rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. At that moment, an unusually comfortable feeling suddenly filled him, giving me a strange sense of satisfaction. Haso lowered her head, gently smiling and saying, "You know, I don't know many people. No friends, no family." She raised her head to look at him, the words slipping out lightly. "And now, no husband either." Tae chuckled at her words. He slowly said, "So, you smile, sincerely making the offer, be my friend for the day." He was silent, but his expression didn't show any discomfort, a smile still playing on his lips. He said, "It probably wouldn't be much fun for you to hang out with an old lady like me." Suddenly he asked, "Do I get nothing?" She awkwardly replied, "What do you want?" He pretended to think. "Let's see, he looks like a puppy wagging its tail, hoping to be praised and petted." She rested her chin, pondering for a moment, then rummaged through her pocket, wanting to find something to give him. After digging around for a while, she only found some loose change. He reluctantly gave it all to him. "Here, take it." Seeing him lower his eyes to look at her, she said apologetically, "This is all I have right now. Since I've taken up your time, buy some snacks on your way home, okay?" Look at the folded bills in my hand. He raised an eyebrow, his expression incredibly subtle, thinking to himself, "Honestly, I don't know whether to laugh or cry." So tossed him the few bills and turned to leave. He called out, "Why are you leaving alone like that? Did you buy me and then just dump me?" She mumbled quietly. "What are you saying?" He casually replied, "You just bought me. For 2,000. She found his thought amusing, wondering what others would think if they overheard. Tae chased after her, and they walked side by side. He cheerfully said, "Now you can't just dump me anywhere." In his heart, he thought, "I was sold to Nasio for 2,000. She led him to a roadside bar. The owner, a middle-aged woman, greeted them warmly as they entered. "Come in." Hakisel went in first, bowing her head and greeting, "Auntie, hello." Tae followed behind her, his tall figure causing the owner to exclaim in surprise, "Oh my goodness, seeing the two of you together." The auntie greeted them. "Oh my, I thought a star had walked into my place. What did you eat to get so tall? It's so bright, I'm going blind looking at you." The auntie looked at them both, wondering, "You don't look alike at all, are you two a couple?" Suddenly, an image of her colleague flashed through Hiso's mind. She quickly waved her hands, shaking her head and replying, No, it's not like that, we're just acquaintances." Tae took hold of her shoulder, slowly repeating, Yes, we're not a couple. His touch startled her. He lowered his head, smiling at her, his words implying that he had a crush on her, so he's pursuing her. Hiso's face flushed red. Seemingly very pleased with her reaction, he teased softly. Isn't that right, sis? The bar owner, seeing how affectionate the two were, exclaimed, Oh my, she's just trying hard to explain this misunderstanding. No, this kid, he chuckled, replying, I heard that. The winter night in Seoul was snowy white, the night seeming to stretch on endlessly. Only the roadside bar remained brightly lit. Ha-seon sat huddled, staring blankly at the table. It seemed she had a lot on her mind today. When was the bottle of liquor opened? She reached for one, thinking of her ex-husband, a man who couldn't resist alcohol. She thought to herself. Whenever something happened, Kang Min-cheon would drink straight liquor, without any snacks. She hesitated to pour, her mind still wandering. 13 years is such a long time, and even in this moment, I'm still thinking of him. Tae Ha took the bottle of liquor before her surprised eyes. Slowly pouring it full, he said gently, Last time it was cigarettes, today it's liquor. She silently watched the tiny glass fill with the clear, alcoholic liquid. He noticed every expression on her face. He thought to himself, That day, her eyes were brimming with tears, but today, I only see anger in your eyes. Hiso sipped her wine, trying to find a topic to talk about. He said he had a lot of interesting stories, so I thought I'd give this a try, he replied indifferently, propping his chin up. That's not the kind of interesting story I was talking about, she asked softly. Then what is it? Mo Taeha smirked, staring intently at her, a look that made her breathless. Then he spoke, his voice deep and husky. The more you ask, the more I want to answer. His thigh lightly brushed against hers. Hisona's mind was slow, perhaps due to the wine, and she couldn't quite grasp what he was implying. Suddenly, she said wistfully, looking at him. I'm reminded of the old Kang Min-cheon. Hearing her say that, he asked suspiciously, Are you cursing at me? Hiso chuckled at his teasing. She lowered her eyes, her voice gentle. It's true now, but the memories took her back to those days when she was still a naive and foolish girl. Hiso thought to herself. At least it wasn't like this back then. As she was walking down the stairs of her apartment building on her way to school, he came running up. She would never forget that day. We had our shining moments too. Min-cheon, with a backpack slung over his shoulder and a still-wrapped pastry in his mouth, came and patted her lightly on the back, saying casually, Hey, even now, Hunyo couldn't help but think they had their glorious days too. After Min-cheon's sudden greeting, the atmosphere became eerily quiet. After a moment, she asked curiously, Who is that? Her question took him by surprise. He laughed awkwardly, saying casually, Oh, you don't know me. My name is Kang Min-cheon. I live around here. But if you don't know me, you do now. Seeing Hyo still silent, he tried to make conversation with her. I know you. You're Naheo, right? Surprised that Min-cheon knew her, she asked quietly, How did you know? He said with a smile, If I want to know, I'll find a way. Then he offered her the pastry, his voice excited. Here, this is especially for you. She took the pastry from his hand, looking slightly suspicious. Bread? He suddenly teased. It's not poisoned. Eat it. Don't throw it away. Then Min-cheon waved and swaggered away. It was probably the coolest he could be back then. All right then, I'll see you later. He came and went like a gust of wind, without a sign, without a warning. Even after he left, Hiso was still staring blankly at the pastry in her hand. Recalling Min-cheon's question, she thought to herself, Actually, I did know, at that time, if you didn't know him, you were the one who was out of touch. Min-cheon wasn't an unknown person, at least not in her neighborhood. There were plenty of rumors about him, big and small. The guy who lived alone in the highest house on the hill, the one with the green gate, he didn't have parents, and the only person he lived with, his grandmother, had passed away early. Occasionally, people in the neighborhood would see him with his friends. The guy who hung out with mischievous youths at night at the end of the alley to smoke cigarettes. He knew a lot of people, both boys and girls. Or sometimes, on rainy days, Hyo would see him helping an old woman pull her scrap cart up the hill in the rain. The stooped old woman would call after him, telling Min-cheon to take her umbrella. Take it, kid. But he wouldn't take her umbrella, and instead, he'd say something to make her laugh. A guy with a rebellious exterior. He always helped the elderly in the neighborhood pull their carts every day. After pulling the cart, Min-cheon would sit down to catch his breath, chatting with the old woman for a few sentences. You're more handsome than my grandson, aren't you? The old woman said with a smile. Yeah, you little devil. This kid has a face that's perfect for TV. Min-cheon smiled. The smile of an 18 or 19-year-old boy full of enthusiasm and spirit. The guy who was well-liked by many adults for his kind personality and smooth talking. The guy who was rumored to be the most handsome in the neighborhood. From then on, she always ran into him on her way to school. After that day, he would often strike up a conversation with me every morning, always with a gift. Sometimes it was a box of banana milk, sometimes it was a box of noodles. Every time he so received something from Min Cheon, she felt awkward. One day, he suddenly asked, "Aren't you curious about me at all?" She exclaimed in surprise. "Huh." He shrugged, his voice a little dissatisfied. "I've been waiting for you to ask, but after a month, you still haven't asked me anything." Min Cheon took out his phone from his pocket and handed it to her, saying softly, "Here, give me your phone number." She hesitated, not taking his phone. Min Cheon thought she was shy and didn't want to give him her number, so he laughed awkwardly. "What's wrong? If you don't want to give it, you can just say so. If you don't give it, I'm gonna go home and cry. Cry so loudly that all the neighbors here can hear." He so clutched the carton of milk tightly in her hand, stammering, "Well, the thing is, it's not that I don't want to give it." Sunlight streamed down on the ground. Her small voice echoed in the air. "It's just that I don't have a phone." Min Cheon was momentarily stunned, stuttering. "Oh, is that so? That's why," she said apologetically. "I'm sorry." He quickly shook his head, replying, "No, there's nothing to apologize for. It's not a crime not to have a phone." After that day, Min Cheon secretly got a part-time job to save money, hoping to buy her a phone. Looking at his savings book, he murmured, "Okay, just wait 1 month." Min Cheon brushed his teeth while secretly calculating, his mouth twisting into a smile. "I'll take care of everything for you." The part-time job Min Cheon gets isn't anything special. Helping out at the construction site carrying stuff, it's a bit tough, but the pay is all right. He's pretty close with the boss, too. Min Cheon can even ask for an advance without any problems. "Hey bro, lend me some money just this once," he nonchalantly replies. This kid's been hexed. Not long after, Min Cheon proudly shows off a brand new flip phone to Hee-soo, proudly saying, "Here, he's covered in band-aids." With an extra pain relief patch stuck on the back of his neck, Min Cheon smiles and says, "I couldn't buy the top-of-the-line one, but this one's decent, so take good care of it. I worked my butt off for a month to earn enough to buy it." Hee-soo drinks the milk he gives her, quietly wondering, "But why are you giving it to me?" He casually replies, "Why what? I'm giving it to you so we can text each other. I bought it for you, so you're only allowed to contact me. Got it?" Then he bends down and patiently shows her how to use the phone. "Quick, save my number. Press here and type in the name. There, right there." Under his enthusiastic guidance, Hee-soo finally manages to save her first phone number into her contacts. But Min Cheon still isn't completely satisfied. "Hey, come to think of it, Kang Min Cheon sounds kind of cold, putting his whole name in there." With that, he grabs her phone, gleefully edits it for a moment, changing it from Kang Min Cheon. In an instant, the unfamiliar name, Kang Min Cheon, suddenly transforms into Min Cheon less than 3. He smiles contentedly. "This is better." He so startles and blushes, and he teases her, "Don't you dare change it back when you get home." That night, he so curls up in her blanket, hoping to block out the noise, but the man's voice still echoes from the living room. "Are you gonna get me the liquor or what?" Shouting and the sounds of hitting mixed together. She can only helplessly cover her ears. Hee-soo's tears silently stream down her face. She sobs in despair. This life is a living hell. Suddenly a text message arrives. It's from Min Cheon. He sends a bunch of symbols that make the shape of a dog, followed by the words, "It's me." He sends another message with a cat image, saying it's na Hee-soo, and then a string of smiley faces. She stares blankly at the messages, tears running down her cheeks. Perhaps this is her only consolation at this moment. Her eyes are red from crying, but replaced with an indescribable joy, because in the darkest moment of her life, there is still a light willing to be with her. Hee-soo thinks to herself, "You're such an idiot, really." The next day, Min Cheon comes to class. His friends quickly surround him, asking curiously, "Hey, Kang Min Cheon, why have you been coming to school lately? Is your leg okay?" The principal hits hard. He rubs his head, nonchalantly replying, "Nah, like crap." Seeing his friends' curious looks, he says confidently, "Her school starts 30 minutes later than ours, so even if I get hit, I have to see her first." His friends exclaim in amazement, "WTF, you have a girlfriend?" Min Cheon shrugs, his voice nonchalant, "Not yet, but she'll be my girlfriend soon." Hearing that, his friends burst out laughing. Holy crap. Suddenly the bald kid speaks up. "What about Sang M.I., though?" Min Cheon wonders. "Sang M.I.? Hey, I don't even know who this Sang M.I. or M.I. Sang chick is. Why are you asking me about her?" he replies. "Because she's crazy about you, that's why." Knowing Sang Mi's reputation, the bald kid kindly reminds him, "Hey, Kang Min Cheon, you better watch out. That girl is seriously scary. She knows some big brothers." He rolls his eyes, disdainfully saying, Oh well, whatever, don't care, not my problem. The following days were exams, and the classroom was as tense as a stretched string. Hiso is also working hard on the test, but looking at her expression, it doesn't seem to be going too well. On the other hand, Min Choin seems pretty calm. He isn't worried in the slightest. In the afternoon, when the two are sitting together on the rooftop, he asks with a smile, "How did the finals go?" Hiso says resentfully. "Stop asking." Then, regardless of her trying to stop him, hey, he still sneaks a peek at her test. Let's see. Hiso's test is all X's. Min Cheon bursts out laughing. Hey, Nahi. So you're so funny? Did rainwater get on your test or something? Looks like a downpour. She gets annoyed by his teasing and says sulkily, "Just because I didn't do well doesn't mean you did any better." He smiles confidently. "You really think so?" Min Choin holds out his test for her to see, looking relaxed. "Here, take a look. What do you think?" She stares blankly at his score. Min Choin takes the opportunity to brag, "I'm so awesome." Suddenly, Hiso remembers a rumor she had heard before. The elders in the neighborhood would often whisper to each other, "What a pity, if only his father or mother was still around. No, if only his grandmother had lived a little longer, wouldn't that be good? He's been a model student since he was little." At that time, she was just passing by, but unexpectedly heard about Min Choin. Oh well, they can't see their grandchildren grow up. It must be heartbreaking for them. I wonder if they can rest in peace, leaving such a handsome child behind. Anyway, what a shame, what a shame. Hiso had heard those pitying words day after day. It seemed that the elders were always like that, secretly pitying Min Choen, who should have had a bright future. When she sees him hanging out with his friends, she will worry about those words. When I realize good, kind, smart, no flaws, everyone praised him in unison, saying that they only hope to raise a good child like that. She blankly stares at his back, thinking to herself, "You used to be like that, Kang Mincheon." As he looked at her, Hiso suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Everyone felt sorry for him. Little did Mincheon know, when he saw her, all he could do was exclaim, "Oh, my wife." His voice was so loud that it startled her. The group of friends around him chimed in to tease. "Ooh la la, Kang Mincheon." He laughed and told them, "Say hello, you guys, she's your sister-in-law." Hearing that, the boys turned towards her and shouted in unison, "Hello, sister-in-law." Their words made her blush uncontrollably, and she secretly felt happy. He so covered her red ears, telling herself, even though we're not anything yet, the sky is never always blue, because sometimes dark clouds will suddenly come. That day, Hiso went to school alone. Suddenly, someone called her from behind. "Hey you, wait up!" A flashy trio of girls blocked her path. The one in the lead was Sang Mi. She spoke up. "Are you Nahe?" One of Mincheon's friends, the buzzcut one, saw her intercepting Hiso. She was all alone in the group, looking flustered, Sang M. I smiled and said, "Come on, give us a smile." He found Min Xian at the arcade, anxiously saying, "Hey, see Min Xian." He pressed his phone, replying calmly, "Yeah, you're here," he said worriedly. "Your girlfriend, or rather, the girl who's about to be your girlfriend, is she hanging out with those people from Zon Haiyan High School?" he asked in confusion. Nahi. "So, no, she's not," his friend said pensively. "That's weird, I just saw them going somewhere together." As soon as he finished speaking, Mincheon's face changed slightly. Sang Mi and her friends took Hiso to a crowded bathroom, then started bullying her. "Hey, look how long her skirt is, so lame, babe. What's your relationship with Kang Mincheon anyway?" She lie nh, I replied. "We're nothing, Sang M." I sneered and said, "Nothing." She glared and said, "Are you looking down on me?" Facing her frightened eyes, Sang Mi just coldly ordered, "Take it off." The next moment was a nightmare for Hiso. She weakly resisted but couldn't stop Sang Mi's group from doing whatever they wanted. "We have to fix your face a bit so you can't do that anymore."
Hey, no way!
"If we get caught, you're out. Are you keeping a good lookout?" The girl tasked with guarding the door replied casually. "Guess who's coming?" As soon as she finished speaking, Mincheon's face suddenly appeared outside. He kicked the door open, scaring the girl so much that she fell to the ground. Sang Mi aggressively pulled her out, and the other girls only dared to stand around and scatter instead of swarming in. Hiso was disheveled and huddled in the corner of the stall. Her clothes were cut to shreds, her face was scratched, and there were still tears in the corners of her eyes. He looked at her, his heart aching with every beat. Mincheon took off his school uniform and put it on her, then said sarcastically to Sang Mi's group, "Girls seem to like bullying people like this. Huh, it's unbearable. Let's go, Nahi. So lean on me." Seeing that, she angrily spoke up, "Leave her alone and get lost." Sang M. I gritted her teeth and pointed the box cutter at the two of them, her voice deranged. "Are you crazy, Kang Mincheon? You keep saying she's so pretty, so beautiful. Do you want to die, you son of a bitch? She raised the knife and said loudly. I'll really kill you? You think I wouldn't dare? Min Xian immediately grabbed her arm. He put it close to his neck, glaring provocatively. Sang, M.I. Just do it already, let's see. It was very late when the two of them returned to the neighborhood. Min Xian led her up the stairs. He so lowered her eyes and said worriedly, What should we do now? He didn't hear her clearly, so he asked again. Huh. She sighed. Her voice was somewhat flustered. What if those girls try to do something to you? Min Xian put his arm around her shoulder, forcing her to face him, and then he replied with a smile. Oh, Nanhi. So, are you worried about me? His voice was nonchalant, as if he didn't care at all. They're probably friends with some big brothers anyway. Just as Min Xian said, the very next day a group of thug male students came looking for him. Min Xian was held down and beaten, but he didn't give in and even smirked at the group, thinking to himself, but it's okay. He broke free from their restraint and plunged into a frenzied fight of punches and kicks, his whole body full of confidence. Even if he fought, he would win, facing a Min Xian with a face and limbs covered in wounds. He so heartbrokenly shed tears. She choked out, You said you wouldn't let me get hurt. You said you'd win even if you fought. Min Xian quickly retorted, It's not like it was a fair fight. They ganged up on me. But I didn't get beat up that bad. They got hurt way worse. Seeing her lower her head without responding, her sobs echoing, he was momentarily taken aback. Oh, Heoso's face was flushed, tears falling like rain. His voice suddenly became flustered. Are you crying? Min Xian couldn't stand seeing her cry like this, so he immediately tried to comfort her. Hey, I'm sorry. I won't get hurt next time. I'll go crazy and fight like a madman, not let anyone lay a hand on me. Or do you want to hit me? Go ahead and hit me, just don't cry. Seriously, Kang Min Xian is giving Na Heo so the exclusive right to hit me as much as she wants. With that, he grabbed her hand, intending to place it on himself, but he so stopped him. She asked, Why are you so good to me? She repeated again, her voice as light as if she were asking herself, Why are you like this with me? Min Xian froze. He also wondered why he had to go this far, calling her his darling wife, telling his underlings to call her sister-in-law, and even coming to rescue her, but all the questions revolved around a single answer. Min Xian blushed with embarrassment. He said softly, Well, is there even a need to ask? Even now, Hyoso could never forget, under the sunset on the rooftop, the boy with the flushed face was covering his face with his hand, yet he could utter words that could move a person's heart, the one who stole the heart of a naive girl. Just with those words, with his ears red, his hands trembling, covered in bruises, he was the boy I couldn't help but love. In that moment, Hyoso felt love. The feeling of loving someone and being loved by someone had once confused her. But only at this moment she wanted to abandon everything and grab it, even if she had to regret it later. Even if it withered before fully blooming, our youth filled with scars. She wrapped her arms around him, the last ray of the day shining on them. Hyosom felt warm inside, even in that swamp of misfortune, but because he was there, the two exchanged a kiss in the sunset, carrying all the youthful recklessness wrapped up in that beautiful picture. She told herself, I don't mind if this strong, wild youth is a little lacking. No matter how beautiful the initial love is, it will be distorted by time. The youthful boy who confessed his love to her in the past had changed somehow, and then the part that remained after we were lacking, he disappeared into smoke. Hyoso took a sip of alcohol, the spicy liquid flowing down her throat, washing away all the restlessness in her heart, and she was left behind like a newly extinguished fire. Back to the present, a hot pot was placed in front of her and Hyo turned to ask him, Why are you looking at me like that? Have you never seen someone drinking before? He smiled and replied, Because I'm jealous. He crossed his arms, his mouth smiling, but his words carrying no hint of a smile. Sitting in front of me drinking while thinking about another man. As he said that, he thought to himself, Can I win? The beautiful memories she recounted were the most complete. Ha thought wistfully, What do I have to do to defeat all of her memories? I can't kill them and I can't erase them. Suddenly Hyoso spoke. You're a flirt? He looked at her in surprise. Drunks usually don't make sense. You look very flirty. Saying words like that with that face, anyone would fall for you, right? Ha raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. You haven't fallen for me though, Hyoso said resentfully. Don't try to make me laugh, I know everything, he shrugged, and said casually. Seems like you don't know anything, Hyoso was unconvinced and retorted sternly. Don't argue with elders. Ha didn't know where she got such logic from, but he stubbornly argued with her. I'm grown up too, she chuckled and asked. How hilarious. Tell me the truth, how old are you really? He moved closer to her, his lips next to Hyo's ear. Then he whispered softly, 23. Immediately, Hyo was startled and coughed. She looked at the handsome face in front of her, thinking to herself, "You're crazy, Neo. You invited a boy who's bum years younger than you out for a drink." To ease the shock in her heart, she picked up the bottle of alcohol and chugged it down. The consequence of drinking too quickly was that her head was spinning. Tae Ha, who was sitting beside her, teased her while she was spacing out. "Auntie, you're really drunk, Hyo." So mumbled in response. Not drunk. She was no longer sober enough to open her eyes. Even when he leaned her head on his shoulder, Hyo didn't realize, continuing to mutter, "No matter how I think about it, you're too young." Suddenly, Tae Ha spoke. Hyo only vaguely heard him say, "Aren't you happy that you won? That guy slept with a girl who was 8 years younger." He raised his head to look at her. Tae Ha smiled and continued, "I'm even younger." He looked her straight in the eye, his voice suddenly becoming serious. "Aren't you upset? Even now, don't you want revenge?" Seeing Hello so stunned, he gritted his teeth and said, "Just take advantage of me." Finally, after a while, Hyo moved her lips to respond. "I can't," she murmured. "You're a good person. To you, I also..." She didn't finish her sentence and got up and left. "Let's go home." Hyo tried to walk a bit faster than him, her figure swaying drunkenly, face flushed. Tae Ha chuckled, holding her steady, and said in a low voice, "Don't go home, stay here." In her daze, she spoke tearfully. "I don't want to go home." He was stunned, a compelling urge rising within him. He wrapped his arms around her waist, asking gently, "That's a bit dangerous to say. Should I stay with you?" He still ignored his touch. Or perhaps she no longer had the strength to push him away, only able to speak haltingly. "You." The two figures clung together in the snowy night. Her half-conscious voice rang out. "That's too provocative," he laughed and said. "You're reading too much into it, Nanny." He so pouted and replied, "I've always been like this, you just didn't know." Tae Ha tightened his embrace, playfully saying, "Just earlier you said you didn't like it because I'm too young," she loudly retorted. "Order. Who are you trying to show off your adult act to?" He stumbled out of his arms, saying with resentment, "You keep acting like you're so worldly, but I've lived 10 years longer than you know. If you keep saying things like, 'Take advantage of me,' or 'play with grown-ups,'" she tightly grabbed his sleeve, trying to look mature, "I will scold you." Then, she gently placed the tip of her shoe onto his foot. Tae Ha looked at her cat-scratch-like demeanor, laughing. "Go ahead." Annoyed by his teasing, she stubbornly snapped back, "You think I don't dare?" She pulled on his shirt, whining, "Come here." Both her feet were now on his shoes, her voice still obstinate as before, lowering her head. Tae Ha didn't resist, letting her lead him, feeling faintly pleased inside even though she could barely walk straight. Suddenly the distance between their faces closed in. He tiptoed and placed a kiss on his lips. Tae Ha's eyes widened in surprise at her sudden kiss. Their lips slightly parted. The lingering feeling on their mouths wouldn't cease. He greedily placed another light kiss there. In an instant, his rationality seemed to be swept away by her kiss. His mind going blank, she spoke softly, as if to prove she really was an adult. "I told you I could do it." Hiso's eyes were resolute, but her words sounded so childish, like a cat pouting, revealing its white belly and longing to be stroked. "Don't mess with me." She wanted to continue arguing with him. "I know more than you do." But Tae Ha grabbed the back of her neck, closing the distance between their lips. He took the initiative to kiss those lips, a fierce kiss that he controlled. Hiso's ears turned completely red, but she didn't refuse him, just accepted the kiss. His hand gently caressed her earlobe, and he became more and more demanding. Hiso went along with him, her eyes filled with intoxication, as if just kissing like this wasn't enough. He greedily wanted more, holding her face tightly with both hands, wanting to force her to accept this kiss, as if he wanted to devour her alive. The two of them were intertwined, lips and tongues meeting. Her cheeks were burning, unsure if it was from the warmth of his hands or the kiss. Gradually, her breath was stolen by Tae Ha. Her legs trembled, and wet moans escaped her mouth. She was slowly losing control of herself. The tip of her shoe on his foot slipped down, and her whole body swayed as if about to fall. Just when she thought she might escape, Tae Ha tightened his arms and deepened the kiss, feeling like he wanted to embed her into his own body. Hiso could do nothing but try to gasp for air, her eyes gradually losing focus. "My face is burning up. I want to prolong this kiss, to stretch this moment even longer. Because who knows, when I wake up tomorrow, the girl in front of me might forget everything. That's why my desire is insatiable, always wanting more." Poor Hyo. So she can only entrust herself to me. Now she's prey trapped in my claws, unable to refuse, unable to escape. Even if her breath is stolen away, she can only continue to sink deeper. My heart is pounding wildly. I can't tell if it's my heart or his that's racing. Just then, Tae released my lips, a glistening, translucent thread of saliva connecting us. He looked straight into my eyes, his gaze filled with longing. In that moment, I felt like we were lovers, deeply in love, inseparable. I suddenly remembered I needed to breathe, and fearing he'd kiss me again, I weakly cried out, I can't breathe. I buried my face in his chest, embarrassed, trying to regulate my emotions that were speeding like a roller coaster. Hyo-so gripped Tae-ha's shirt, scolding him, seriously, it's all your fault. I can't think straight. The prolonged kiss seemed to deprive my brain of oxygen, and the alcohol intensified my sudden drowsiness, causing my hand on him to gradually fall limp. Tae-ha caught her, but Hyo-so had already fallen asleep. He looked at her, her warm breath, soft lips, and eyes filled with affection. Everything made him reluctant to let go. What can I do, Tae-ha couldn't take her home, so he decided to let her stay at his hotel. He held Hyo-so steadily in his arms, and the receptionist tensed up when he saw him. By now, she was sound asleep, unaware of anything, her face still flushed. A server pulling a suitcase walked over, saw this, and asked his colleague, "What are you looking at?" His colleague cautioned him, whispering, "Shh." He pointed towards Tae-ha. "Look over there." Then he asked, "Doesn't that guest look familiar?" The server stared for a moment and exclaimed, "Isn't that the chairman? Wow, he looks exactly like Chairman Y. For a second, I thought the chairman had gotten younger today." The receptionist quietly reminded him, "Keep it down." The server seemed to understand something, nodding and saying, "Oh, so that's the legendary son, right? The Bell family heir who's rumored to change girlfriends every night, but I thought he was in the States." "He's back," the male receptionist replied. Not the young master the server was talking about. He had seen him many times, a flamboyant playboy who always had a woman by his side. "I've seen the eldest son before, the main character in all those false rumors. He frequents this hotel. You can tell at a glance he's a spoiled rich kid." The male receptionist had to admit he looked strikingly similar to the chairman. The young master was born in his image, but now seeing Tae-ha, he had to reconsider. "Back then he looked so much like the chairman that I thought blood was thicker than water, but now there's another copy that's eerily similar. It's almost a perfect replica." He noticed Hyo-so's worn clothes, thinking to himself, is that his girlfriend? But considering Tae-ha's status, he quickly dismissed the thought. Nah, no way, Tae. He, the chairman's son, the source of those false rumors, is probably having fun with some hot girl in a bar right now, intimately entwined, when he suddenly stopped, muttering, "Wait a minute." The beauty next to him immediately pouted, complaining, "What's wrong? We were just getting started." He scratched his ear, annoyed. "My ears are itching. I wonder who's talking about me." The girl licked her lips and took Tae's hand, her voice seductive. "Are you going to break your promise with this face in front of you?" He was attracted to her alluring appearance, and his desires surged. Tae. He replied with a smile. "No way," the girl asked again. "Should we go to the hotel?" He refused. "No, no." He pressed himself against her, his hands roaming and caressing every inch of her skin. Then, as if to reassure the beauty in his arms, he said, "I prefer it here." Tae-ha took Hyo-so into an empty hotel room. The entire room was dark, with faint light filtering in from the outside windows. He placed her bag on the sofa and carried her to the bed. Hyo-so nodded in her sleep, while he squatted on the floor. Tae-ha helped her take off her shoes so old and tattered they couldn't possibly be more so, but he was still extremely careful. Those were the very shoes that had stepped on his foot when she stood on tiptoe to kiss him. Taeha's eyes darkened. The beast within him wanted to rise, wanted to do something to her. He had to try his best to restrain himself. He had to endure. Gently placing her on the bed, he repeated in his mind, "I must be patient. I can't be an opportunist. Just wait quietly. Only then will she be comfortable." Hiko. Sola's whole body limply collapsed onto him. Tae-ha felt as if someone was lightly scratching the bottom of his heart. The desires he had struggled to suppress surged up again. Seeing her flushed face, he wanted to disregard everything and mark her with his scent. But Tae-ha still had to keep telling himself to be patient. One person constantly tries to restrain himself, while the culprit is oblivious and keeps teasing him. He endured until he chuckled, thinking to himself, "It seems she trusts me too much." Tae-ha laid her on the bed and sighed, saying, "Sleep well. Tomorrow will be tiring." Hyo-so breathed softly, but she still fidgeted restlessly. He tried to adjust her position, and his hand was grabbed. Warmth flowed from her slender arm. He stared at her sleeping face like a beast looking at its prey, thinking in his heart, "Behave yourself." Tenha's hand tightened its grip on the bedsheets, and every wave of lust that came over him was stubbornly suppressed. Don't let this rapidly beating heart, desperate with thirst, be discovered. Then he turned and walked away, wanting to quickly leave this tempting room, leave the seductive girl lying on the bed. Suddenly, Helioso mumbled softly in her dream. She didn't sleep peacefully, her eyebrows furrowed. Tenha had no choice but to turn back, caress her hair, and gently say, "It's okay, sleep well." The next morning, Teha had already left, leaving her alone sound asleep in the warm bed. As gentle sunlight shone in, Helioso slowly opened her eyes, the fatigue of the previous night all dispelled by this soft bed. She thought to herself, "The warmth surrounding my body is unlike my usual drafty sleeping place. No waking up with a stuffy nose and sore limbs, but soft and comfortable." Helioso abruptly woke up. She was stunned. Then she jumped up and looked at the unfamiliar room, clean blankets and sheets, warm sunlight, and wondered in her heart, "What is this? Where am I? I've never been here before." She tried to recall the memories of last night. "I was drunk yesterday." And then the scene of her standing on tiptoe to kiss him, followed by endless kisses and touches. Every memory left her speechless. Hyoseom panicked and jumped. After a mental struggle, she blushed and told herself, "No, it's just a dream. I've had dreams like that before. Because of the strange things he says, I keep having weird dreams." The shoes were taken off and placed neatly next to the bed. Hyoseom stared at them, weakly convincing herself, it must just be a dream. She looked around the room. Everywhere was her belongings. Everything was neatly arranged. Hyoseom couldn't help but think, it's not hard to imagine. Shoes neatly placed, bag tucked into a corner, coat hung up smoothly. Fragmented images from last night flooded back, his large hand gently helping her take off her shoes. The slow, gentle hands of someone who took care of a drunk me. Suddenly, a feeling of guilt surged up, and Hyoseom was stunned. Then she groped herself, and after discovering her underwear was not removed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it seems like nothing happened. Her mischievous nerves seemed to have returned. Hyoseom hugged her knees and covered her face, lamenting, "Thank goodness for what? After making such a mess last night, is now the time to think about such things? I shouldn't have crossed the line." Last night's embrace was a clear signal to any adult. It was like he was begging for permission to cross the line, so unbearably ticklish. When their lips met and her breath was stolen, she suddenly remembered his expression then, and that annoyingly calm and smug face. He so recalled how she felt when she initiated the kiss. A feeling that she had to bite him hard or she wouldn't be able to bear it. Li Ji finally overcame her panic, sat up straight, and reassured herself. "No, don't be so negative. It's not like we slept together or anything, so it's not a big deal." She bent down to put on her shoes, still lost in thought. It probably wasn't his first time. It would be strange if someone with his face didn't have a bit of a dating history. Thinking about his kiss that felt like he wanted to devour her, she blushed and thought to herself, besides, his technique was top-notch too. He so got dressed while criticizing herself. "I'm really a terrible adult. I need to contact him and apologize." She reached into her pocket and suddenly heard a rustling sound. So took out a neatly folded piece of paper, probably left by Tae Ha after she fell asleep. A note. Last night before leaving, he sat down and wrote it on the notepad. "I'm writing this in case you wake up. You'll be surprised to find yourself in a strange place. You were too drunk, so I couldn't take you home. I hope you understand. P.S. Don't worry about the hotel bill." After getting everything settled, Tae Ha got into his car and left. Behind him, countless employees bowed respectfully, making him look every bit like an incredibly powerful CEO. But in the note, Tae Ha only left a few words. "I have a winning lottery ticket, planning to use it when I get a girlfriend." As soon as he got home, Li Jae greeted him with a less than friendly smile. "I'm really curious." He stood next to him and clicked his tongue, saying, "Why are you so afraid of being home? Is someone going to climb up to your penthouse in the middle of Seoul, break the window, and stab you with a knife? Trisk? Overtime." I laugh when I hear Li Jae complain. Tae Ha didn't answer any of his questions, only suggesting, "Play with me." He sighed and replied, "What do you want to play? Building blocks with flower petals or something?" Seeing that he was still unfazed, Li Jae wondered, "Aren't you going to see her?" He answered nonchalantly, "No, I won't contact her first today." Recalling her demanding look from last night, he smiled meaningfully. "I'm gonna rack up more debt." Tae Ha stared at the book, looking a little smug. She at least has to contact me first for me to feel inclined to let it go. Ali J had no idea what his boss was talking about. Wondering to himself, what is he saying? I can't understand. What the heck is he talking about? Thinking about his relaxed and carefree demeanor when he left the hotel, as if he was just short of banging drums and gongs to let everyone know, he thought to himself, I don't know if he doesn't want to get caught, or if he's desperate to get caught. Lai J hid in a corner of the hotel and witnessed everything, Tae Ha and a strange woman together, he muttered to himself, both to the woman and to the chairman. Min Cheon and Adi were lying naked next to each other on a bed. One could imagine how passionate they were last night. She sprawled on top of him, pouting, and said, unfair. He didn't know what kind of twisted game she was going to play, so he carefully probed. What is it, all of a sudden? Ading said quietly. How are you so good at everything? Without waiting for him to answer, she came up with a few answers herself. It must be because you've met a lot of married women. Even your ex-wife is still crazy about you. Is it because you're good at that? Or is it because your thing is big? Hearing her ramble on, Min Cheon suddenly laughed. Adine propped her chin up and continued her guessing game. Trisk, I bet your first-time technique was amazing too. He smiled to himself. She thinks I've been like this since I was young. Min Cheon didn't even bother to coax her, lazily saying, You get used to it. Adine tilted her head curiously and asked, It's like that when you're older, huh? He mumbled in response, well, not really, but thinking about how battered I was that sunset evening, he thought to himself, at least I wasn't a blank slate, innocent in my youth. The Min Cheon, who confessed to Hiniso for the first time on the rooftop that afternoon, was a Minute Cheon from a very long time ago. Back then, even a light kiss from her was enough to make his heart race and his body hot, but out of respect, he pushed her away. Because he wanted to hide his abnormal condition at that moment, Min Cheon said to he, so in embarrassment, go home? She replied in surprise, out of nowhere. Seeing him reject her like that, she asked suspiciously, did you not like what we just did? Min Cheon's face flushed red, and his voice became stuttering. That's not it, he suddenly shouted. It hurts, he so asked worriedly. Does it hurt a lot? Let me put some medicine on it. Seeing her about to turn around, he immediately yelled, don't turn around. She looked at Min Cheon, acting strangely, and couldn't help but wonder. He shuffled away, saying awkwardly, I'll go home first. Min Cheon's gait was indeed very strange, his whole body sluggish and awkward. He muttered to himself as he walked. What should I do? Min Cheon's face was flushed, his desire seemingly impossible to hide. He thought to himself, it actually hurts, haha. Oh man. Adine's voice cut through his thoughts. What? Why are you smiling again? Don't tell me you're actually remembering that first time. Min Cheon smiled, looking out the window, his voice indifferent. No, it's nothing. He so returned home, and the first thing she did was pack everything that belonged to that terrible marriage into a trash bag. She also took out all her clothes and sorted them through. Another trash bag was tied up, and he so secretly made up her mind, I've decided to clean house. Because we're not together anymore, I've carefully filtered out the things that no longer belong to me. She looked at the pile of things in front of her, Trantlong thought that the easy-to-discard items, and also, suddenly, she frowned, her eyes burning, and tears threatened to spill. In front of her was the flip phone that Min Cheon had bought for her back then. It was the only glimmer of light during her dark high school years, a testament to the glorious time the two of them had. Hee-seon stared at it for a long time, not knowing if she was reminiscing or reluctant to throw it away. But after a while, she put it aside, muttering to herself, Don't cry. I've decided not to cry anymore. The dusty phone lay with the pile of discarded items, just like her memories of him would officially gather dust from now on. Because our memories will never appear again. After cleaning up, she massaged her aching shoulders, letting out a soft sigh. It's done. It was just throwing away a few things, but it feels like I've moved houses. It's so exhausting. Suddenly, she remembered when she and Min Cheon had first moved into this apartment. After unpacking, they had sat down and eaten black bean noodles together. Hee-so thought to herself, people always say that you have to eat black bean noodles on moving day. She smiled wryly, muttering to herself, Kang Min Cheon taught me that. Looking at the tidy room, with so few possessions, Hee-so suddenly felt lonely. Now there's no one to eat with, and the house is so empty. I realized once again that the space Nahyo used to fill this small house was really so small. She pulled out a worn-out bra from the pile of old things, thinking dejectedly, at the same time, I'm also throwing away my old underwear. Whether you're here or not, the hardships of the past 13 years will still leave me poor for the time being. However, I'll buy some new underwear to fill the void in my heart. Looking at the teddy bear given by Tae-ha, she wondered, should I call Tang-ha and ask him to go eat black bean noodles with me? At Tae-ha's apartment, Li Ji and he were having an evenly matched Jenga competition. Suddenly, his phone rang. The Jenga tower shook and fell. But he didn't care, only focusing on checking his phone. Seeing the name of the sender, Taihaha smirked. Everything was going as he expected. Ha. So carrying bag to stroll around the market near home, she mused, I've never had a new thing in my life. Since I was very young, the things I received were mostly given away by others when they no longer needed them. At times like that, I would stand to the side. The things I have are all worn or frayed and discarded. Hi. So looking in the mirror, smiling to herself, people always said that those who have nothing in their hands will cherish what they have even more. So, when I have something, I will cherish it very much. Everything is precious. Later she realized, the biggest thing in my life that I ever had was you. He used to be the light in her dark tunnel. He warmed her heart on the coldest winter days. When she wrote his name next to hers, it felt like she had the whole world. That person was none other than Kang Min Cheon. The moment he circled his name and filled in hers, he implicitly confirmed that he belonged to her. Perhaps both Mignon and Hao saw hope for a happy future, but in the end, that happiness shattered, leaving one person with a heart that felt hollowed out. He vanished as if he were nothing, as if he had never been mine from the start. He still glanced around, looking at a store. The store owner quickly stepped out to greet her warmly. She asked, Are you looking for something? Come inside, it's cold out here. She awkwardly said, Ah, I'm looking to buy some underwear. The owner nodded and replied, Sure, we sell everything here. The owner led Hiso through the lingerie aisle, then asked, What style are you looking for? Hiso didn't have many demands for underwear. Therefore, she calmly replied, Just simple and comfortable will do. The owner nodded and said, What size then? Without waiting for her to answer, the owner looked at her chest, then gently nodded. Oh my. I don't know who he is, but he must be very lucky. How exciting, how exciting. Hiso stood there, face flushed with embarrassment, while the owner busily rummaged to see if she had underwear in her size. Let me see, I don't have many in this size. Ah, here it is. With that, the owner showed her a sexy lingerie set, smiling as she asked, Is this okay? Seeing the red bra, her face burned with shyness and she stammered, No. Seeing her intense refusal, the owner wondered, Oh, why don't you like it? When I wear this, my husband goes crazy. He so quickly changed the subject. Please show me something else. The owner laughed and said, New brides are so shy. Finally, the owner took out a bra that looked relatively normal. Here, among the ones I sell, this is the safest. He so blushed and timidly said, I'll take this one. The owner nodded instantly. Done, I'll give you a discount. Seeing her briefly zone out, the owner suddenly struck up a conversation. You look like a young wife. Are you married? Hiso was silent for a moment and then said, No, I'm not. Then she turned her face away, trying to force a smile. I'm single. While checking out, the owner somehow pulled out a thong and gave it to her, excitedly saying, Then let me give you this as a complimentary gift. Visit my shop again sometime. Oh goodness, why are you so surprised? Kids these days wear thongs all the time. Unable to refuse the owner, who awkwardly carried the bag of underwear out of the store, secretly thinking, I bought it anyway. Although the process was a bit embarrassing and awkward, holding the bag in her hands, she secretly felt happy. New underwear, today. Hiso seemed to have shed a burden, spending money without much thought, and having to buy extra wrapping paper and a box for the teddy bear. After a while, she bought some more socks, happily enjoying the joy of shopping. It's been so cold lately, my feet are completely frozen. Speaking of staying warm, she suddenly remembered. Thinking back to how she had noticed the black gloves he often wore before, Hiso thought to herself, Those gloves don't look very warm. Coincidentally, next to her were several pairs of linen gloves in quite nice designs. She hesitated, wondering if she should buy a pair for Tae-ha. Then she spoke up, Ma'am, please wrap up this pair of gloves for me too. A few minutes later, Tae-ha sent a text message. I'm here. She looked around, searching for his figure in the market. He must be around here. Where is he? The market is so crowded that I can't see anything. Her gaze landed on a person, a tall and handsome guy who stood out from the surrounding crowd. It's Tae-ha, she thought to herself, but she saw him quite clearly. He's so handsome. An elderly woman asked him, Are you a scout? The old man next to her quickly corrected, Oh my, who calls them that nowadays, ma'am? They're called models. Models? The elderly woman chuckled, happily continuing, My daughter would absolutely love someone like you. I'm not saying this just because I'm her mother, but my daughter is quite popular with men. If I call, she'll be here in 10 minutes. Then, she asked, Do you have a girlfriend yet? Tae-ha looked through the crowd directly at Hiso, and then he replied, Yes, I do. I have a girlfriend. His voice was loud enough for her to hear, accompanied by that meaningful look, making it hard not to associate the girlfriend he mentioned with her. He so chose to put everything else aside. She walked toward him, asking with concern. When did you arrive? He calmly replied. Just now. She smiled and said, You came so fast, I thought it would take longer. Tae-ha reached out to touch her hand, slowly saying, Because I was curious. Looking at her face right in front of him, lines of thought appeared in his mind. Let's see what you'll say about what happened yesterday, what kind of expression you'll make when you talk about it. But in the end, he didn't reveal his full thoughts, and just gently asked, Why did you call me? For a moment, Hura wanted to apologize to him for her drunken behavior the night before, but the words were swallowed back before they could be uttered. She hesitated and said, I want to eat jjajangmyeon with you, but it's weird to order 2 dishes when I'm eating alone. As Taeha listened, he started to help her with her things. Give me that bag too. She quickly refused. I can carry this. Hearing her say that, he didn't insist anymore. In a calm voice, he asked, Is that all? She nodded. Yeah, that's all. Then, she turned and beckoned him. Let's go, I'll treat you. The two sat facing each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became strangely awkward. Hiso picked up her glass and took a sip to ease the tension, thinking to herself, This is so weird. Why do I feel like those shameless middle-aged women? After doing so many things, now I'm apologizing by buying him noodles? The more she thought about it, the worse it felt. But since she had already taken the plunge, she had to go through with it. Seeing that the noodles had arrived, she urged him. Try it. The noodles at this place are really good, Taeha asked. Do you come here often? She blurted out. Yeah, with Kang Min Cheon. As soon as the words left her mouth, she immediately stopped. Startled, Taeha's eyes darkened, and he so quickly corrected herself. Well, I used to come here a few times, just eat. While picking at her food, she secretly blamed herself. Why does mentioning Kang Min Cheon in front of him feel so awkward? Is that normal? She remembered their kiss that night, and the guilt inside her gradually grew. Even if she was drunk, bringing up her ex-husband in front of the person she did that with, it was all coming back to her. He so secretly glanced at him, looking cautious. Taeha calmly picked at his food. Without any expression on his face, she couldn't help but think. He looks so calm, like nothing happened. Suddenly, I feel a little ashamed, because it seems like I'm the only one who cares about what happened yesterday. He so secretly imagined his rich dating history, then comforted herself. Well, for him, those kinds of things are probably too normal. I wonder when he'll get a girlfriend. Who knows, he might pretend that drunken mistake never even happened. After convincing herself for a while, she was finally able to focus on eating. Okay, let's just eat my noodles. After finishing their meal, Taeha escorted her home. He so smiled and said, Thank you for walking me home and for eating noodles with me, and for coming to help me out so quickly yesterday. Also, there's something I need to say. After thinking it over, she chose to be clear with him. I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. Taeha quietly listened as she continued. I was too drunk, so I wasn't aware of what I was doing. I shouldn't have done something like that. He so lowered her head, her voice filled with a hint of regret. Just as she was about to finish her apology, he quickly interrupted. I don't need you to apologize. Her apologetic demeanor made him feel uneasy, as if he was a mistake she made. Therefore, he spoke, because I liked it too. Then he asked her, Didn't you like it? Their faces were too close. He so blushed, turned her head away, and awkwardly said, It's not like that, he casually continued. Then what's the problem? Taeha looked directly into her eyes, smiled, and said, I told you that you can take advantage of me. If your heart isn't ready, then at least use my body. He reached out and gently touched her trembling hands. He so seemed to have reached her limit. She nervously handed him the red bag. Then she and her belongings disappeared, leaving only her voice from inside. It's a gift, it's almost Christmas, so open it when you get home. Looking at her turtle-like appearance, he suddenly wanted to tease her a little. Can I come in? She immediately cried out, No, not here, go home. The door slammed shut violently. Hiso's face flushed, and her thoughts became hopelessly chaotic. Acting all innocent but actually being a player, how could he ask to come into someone's house without the slightest hesitation? She covered her mouth and muttered to herself, He's really shameless and weird, but she didn't realize that she was the one who had done something shameless first, and even had more bizarre thoughts. With a terrible mood, she decided to take her things and go take a shower. Gotta go shower. After showering, she came out wearing only a towel. He so sat naked, searching for her things in the bag. Her body trembled because of the temperature difference in the air. It's so cold, she wondered. Where did I put the new lingerie I bought? Staring at the bag for a while, she was shocked to realize that the gift for him was brown, while the bag with the lingerie was red. But there's only a brown bag here. Recalling the scene where she frantically shoved the red bag at him, Haekyu silently cried out, "So my lingerie bag." Meanwhile, at Tae's apartment, he had opened the large gift box, the teddy bear neatly placed on the floor, leaving only the red bag. He reached out, intending to open it. Haekyu was blushing intensely, her mouth wide open in panic. Naihasu blanked out for a moment. According to the original plan, she would give the big gift box to Tae and say, "Here, a Christmas present for you." Then would be the image of him smiling happily with the big gift box and paper bag. Finally, the scene of Tae wagging his tail like a happy puppy, but the reality was also an image of him smiling while holding the red paper bag, but the gift inside left Tae speechless with bewilderment. Thinking of this, Hisu's entire face flushed red. A moment later, the phone rang continuously. She nervously picked it up, wondering, did he get home already? Come to think of it, I don't even know how long it takes to get to his house from here. Hyuni anxiously consoled herself. It's okay, he probably hasn't opened it yet. If he had, he would have contacted me already. No, what if he opened it and couldn't contact me? At this moment, Tae was sprawled on the sofa answering the phone, his low voice ringing out, "Hello?" Making her slightly surprised, she asked, "Are you home?" He replied, "Yes." The paper bag was placed on his bed, and Himu's voice rang out. "Have you opened the gift yet?" He answered, "Not yet." Hearing this, she thought to herself, "Thank goodness." She smiled shyly and said, "I'm sorry, I checked it earlier but gave you the wrong bag. Don't open the red bag." Tae shielded his eyes with one hand and asked in a low voice, "Why?" Hugh hesitated and said, "Inside there is something very scary." He placed his hand on his thigh, remaining in the same position, listening to her say, "If you see it, you'll have nightmares." Finished, Hinu gently instructed, "Anyway, don't open it." Tae immediately replied, "I know." She found it strange, wondering, does he have a cold? His voice is a bit hoarse. Then he continued, "I'll return it to you tomorrow morning." As soon as the call ended, Hesu sighed in relief and thought, "Anyway, thank goodness, really." At this moment, on Tae's side, he slowly put down the phone. She was still pondering. If he opened it, I wonder what he would think of me. Just imagining it makes me sick. Tae narrowed his eyes, exhaling hot breaths, his hands full of bulging veins. Time passed. In a dark room with neat furnishings, on the sofa was a man sitting with his legs spread. Tae exhaled his hot breath on the girl's neck above him. Then he slowly shared a deep kiss with Hanu. Tae's large hand gently unhooked the bra. The bra was quickly tossed aside, and her feet contracted, trembling. Then Tae steadily carried Hesu into his room. He gently laid her down on the bed. Haru's face was full of sensual hints, her eyes slightly opened, looking at the other person. Tae lowered his eyes, silently gazing at the person beneath him. Later, he bent down and bit her panty, followed by a scene of the two of them passionately thrusting. She startled awake, panting. Remembering Taeha burying himself in her lower body made Hisu unable to hold back a moan. She immediately turned over, hugging her pillow tightly and screaming in her heart, "Crazy! This is crazy!" On his side, Taeha pressed hard on his forehead. Later, Hesu wearily struggled to sit up, thinking, "I can't sleep after all. It seems like I haven't slept at all, even though it's still a bit early, but I should just take a shower and go to work." As she was tying her hair, the doorbell suddenly rang. His tall figure was leaning against the door of her house. Hiko thought to herself, "That's right, he said he'd bring a gift in the morning to exchange, right?" She opened the door and asked, "You're here," Taeha hummed in response. Then the two exchanged gift bags. "Here you go," he said. Hisu replied. "Okay, thank you. Take this. This is the gift I originally intended to give you." Taeha pulled down his collar, listening to her say, "Sorry for bothering you." He smiled and said, "It's nothing." At this moment, Hinu paused slightly, contemplating, "That's strange." Observing his expression, she thought to herself, "He's smiling, but he seems a bit sensitive today." So Hanu softly asked, "Does something hurt?" Taeha replied. His pupils looked directly at her, listening to Hesu's concern. "Then, are you tired?" At this moment, T's low voice echoed, "I've been found out." He lowered his head and said, "Actually, I couldn't sleep." She shyly looked away, saying, "Oh, me too. Maybe it's because it's cold since it's winter." Finally, there was silence between the two. Hisu's trembling voice rang out, "Well, I'm going in. I have to go to work." But Taeha reached out and grabbed her, saying, "Wait, I brought a gift too." Later, Himu shyly hugged another black gift bag to her chest, listening to him instruct. Open it once you're inside. In a flash, she held the sweater up in front of her. Haesoo gasped, looking at the sweater in front of her in surprise. She quickly tried it on and exclaimed, "It's amazing, it fits perfectly, he doesn't know my size, but is it okay? It's very thick and the quality seems very good." The scene of Taeha wearing a dignified suit, walking in a luxurious space, appeared, Haesoo thought. It seems very expensive. It must be more than 50,000. She smiled and lowered her head, muttering to herself, "It's so warm, I have to thank him when I see him." Haesoo opened the door and walked in, smiling and saying, "Good morning." Hwarung covered her mouth, yawning and replying, "Hello, good morning, sis." Oh, she sat up, excitedly exclaiming, "What? What? Did you buy a new sweater? It's so pretty." Hinu squinted her eyes and smiled, saying, "Yeah, I received a gift." Hwarung immediately praised, "Awesome! I don't know who it is, but they have good taste. This sweater is just like yours. People say clothes are wings. You really do look much prettier." Then she softly said, "Well, although I'm only saying it now, to be honest, because you only wear the same 2 sets of clothes over and over again, you look a bit poor." Hearing that, Haesoo froze. She awkwardly reached out and scratched her neck, saying, "Yeah, that's true. So that's why he gave me this, because in his eyes, I look pitifully poor." Hwarung suddenly wondered, "Did your husband buy it for you?" This question startled Haesoo. "Huh," she said, then explained, "I said I received a gift. You can tell it's from my husband. I love it, I love it." Haesoo pondered for a moment, then softly said, "Hwarung." She lowered her head and said in a low voice, "I'm divorced." Hwarung was shocked and stammered. Why suddenly she softly hummed, and Hwarung said in confusion, "Nothing like that happened before." But Haesoo still replied in a low voice, "That's right." Hwarung gently tugged at Baha's sleeve and said softly, "Can we talk in private for a moment?" Her small hand clung to his sleeve gently. The entire scene was soon captured by Haesoo, but she didn't say a word, just lowered her head slightly. Faced with Hwarung's request, Taeha hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Seeing this, Hwa quickly made an excuse to give them space. "Well, I'm going back to work then. You two go outside and talk." After that, the two of them quickly went outside to talk. Hwarung hurriedly spoke. "Let me ask this first. What is your relationship with McCann's?" Hugh. Taeha was slightly surprised to hear this question, but he remained very cold. "Why?" She immediately understood, and immediately said, "Okay, if you don't want to answer, then don't. I can see it clearly anyway. I know you have feelings for her." Hwarung's expression was extremely serious at this time, giving advice with certainty. "But you'd better stop, you don't know." Faced with these words, Thae's face remained completely indifferent, not revealing a trace of emotion. Through the glass door of the shop, Taeha's entire back was clearly visible. This image made it impossible for Hugh inside to concentrate on her work. She looked outside with a very worried expression. Hwarung on this side was still trying to persuade him. "She's really not what she seems," Taeha then asked, "about her age." She immediately denied it. "No, it's not just an age gap issue. Of course, that's also a problem. Don't be surprised when I say this." Hwarung's expression was a little wary, then the words poured out like rain. "Actually, she's married. But now she suddenly says she's divorced. But to be honest, I don't know if that's true or not, and I think she's lying because of you. And even if it's true, it's not normal for a woman to hide the fact that she's divorced and date another man." Taeha chuckled when he heard this. "Why are you telling me these things?" Hwarung replied calmly. "What else? I'm worried about you. I can't just let you be deceived without knowing anything." He glanced through the glass door into the shop and quietly replied with 2 cold words. "It's fine." He stared at Haesoo inside and said, "Shouldn't people worry about people they know?" Hwarung disagreed. "This situation is different, no matter who it is. How can I turn a blind eye? An older divorced woman hiding and dating another man?" While she kept talking incessantly, he bowed his head slightly towards her and quietly replied, "I know about that." Taeha's next words made Hwarung's efforts so far meaningless. "About her being married, I know everything. I still care about her." He knows his own heart clearly, crossing the line little by little, day by day. Perhaps only he knows that he has been waiting day by day for that relationship to collapse. "I made a wicked wish." At this time, when hearing Thai's words, Hwarung still couldn't accept it. "Why?" He only replied briefly, "Of course, it's because I have impure motives." Hearing this, Hwarung began to tremble, while he gave a gentle smile along with a reminder, "So now you should worry about now more." Taeha's eyes gradually became cold, making people afraid, telling her that I am very dangerous. The scene gradually changed. As night fell over the entire city, Taeha stood indifferently on the balcony of a large building, wearing a glove. Lijjae also appeared here, looking into the distance, thinking to himself, isn't he just like a dog? Bringing him to the doorstep, waiting and waiting until it's all done, so touching it brings tears to my eyes. At this moment, Taeha raised his gloved hand to show off. Look, what do you think? It's a gift I received. He looked at it and commented. It seems a little small, he insisted. It's just right. Lee Jae immediately exposed him. You can only fit 4 fingers in there. Then he couldn't help but exclaim, truly, capital is exploitative. Taeha heard this and just looked at his hand and smiled slightly. At this time, he continued, even though she doesn't have much money, she still buys you gifts, huh? I wonder why LJ suddenly asked, are you serious about her? Taeha didn't answer right away, but instead asked back. What do you think? Lee Jae didn't hesitate to answer. Honestly, you don't seem too serious, young master. He didn't shy away from pointing it out. You're intentionally leaving traces, even though you could hide them better. Anyway, things will generally end if you get caught, right? Taeha didn't respond at this point, only staring into the distance. Lee Jae understood perfectly well, a young man of his age pursuing an older, divorced woman. Strange, but not entirely incomprehensible. Even though I've only just met her, I know that woman is the type who would never agree to trade love for money. That's why she endured that pathetic husband. But you never know what might happen in life. What if he tells her he's from a wealthy family? Maybe she'll suddenly change and squeeze him dry. Everyone can easily become a coward in front of money. Anyway, for a young master born with a silver spoon who can have anything he wants, that's the morbid feeling that only someone hard to get can give. Isn't that what your relationship is like? Taeha kept looking into the distance as if he had a lot on his mind. Then he suddenly spoke up. I'll answer next time. Lee just smiled faintly, thinking to himself, sure. Back in his room, where the cute teddy bear was, Taeha reached out his slender hand and gently touched its nose. Then he picked it up and put it on his shoulder. Taeha, now like a child full of worries, lay on the bed and stared at the teddy bear, his hands constantly fidgeting. He didn't know how, but Heku's image from this morning kept appearing in his mind. Like a reflex of love, he chuckled softly. On the other side, Hemu wasn't having it easy either. She kept tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. That image through the glass door kept her thinking, I think those two are quite a match. And even if deep down I don't want to, she still has to accept that image as the norm. Her mind was in complete chaos at this point. Even though it might just be fleeting emotions at that age, the truth is, that kid is very attentive to me. I pretended not to notice because I was too lonely. Had to pretend not to know so I could stay by his side a little longer. Her heart was begging. Just a little bit more, but she quickly extinguished it herself. We're not suitable to continue this acquaintance anymore. The scene shifts to a building where Hesu lives. Taeha's voice rings out. It's getting cold, so hurry inside. I'll contact you when you get home. Hesu heard it but didn't respond, only quietly tugged at his sleeve and said softly, I have something to say. She quickly grabbed his hand and pulled him away. Follow me for a bit. Taeha was a little flustered. You're making me nervous. Hesu knew him well, so she quickly shut him down. It's not about something that'll make you nervous. When the two of them stopped, Hesu quickly turned her head, struggling for a long time before finally saying, Ma will hurt you. Taeha looked puzzled. What do you mean? Hesu quickly got to the point. Do you know Hua Dong? Afraid he wouldn't remember, she had to add. The girl who works with me at the flower shop. Taeha quickly replied. Yes. Images of that day gradually appeared in his head. Taeha playfully reached out and gently touched Hiru, then said, Are you perhaps not liking me talking with her? While he was speaking, she immediately cut him off in a hurry. I'll introduce her to you. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding space became strangely quiet. Dad's hand, which was about to reach out, suddenly froze. His face quickly turned sad, his voice low. That stings a little, Hugh continued. Even if it's not her, date someone your age. What about that girl who contacted you before? You have so many admirers, don't you? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like rain. Taeha couldn't help but gently touch her face. He reached out and touched her thin lips. Leaning against the wall for support, Taeha lowered his head closer to Hisu's delicate face and said, Who would want to do this with a divorced older woman? She immediately dodged, her voice becoming hurried. Do you think it's normal to like an older, divorced woman? Do your parents know you're like this? She said sternly. If I were someone you knew, I would stop you at all costs. If you're still in your right mind, for some reason, Hinu's voice began to tremble at this point, then you should date someone your age. Taeha raised her face to meet his and asked, Do you think I'm in my right mind? Hyunin didn't answer, only looked at him with tear-filled eyes, finally managing to reply after a long while, No. As soon as she finished speaking, Taeha quickly sealed her lips with his. They were lost in their own world. Even so, it didn't make Hua feel any better. On the contrary, she trembled even more. Haesu and Taeha shared a passionate kiss that seemed like it would never end. An atmosphere full of ambiguous tension enveloped them. Taeha kept pressing Haesu against the wall, showing no signs of stopping. Suddenly, Haesu spoke. You once asked me if I was happy that I seemed to have won, right? Yes, I thought so too. Her tears welled up, her voice filled with resentment. Because I'm also human, I feel wronged and sad about what happened to me. Pouring out all the emotions she had suppressed for the past few days, Haesu continued. A young and talented guy like you, going after me, doing something like this with a kid like you while I still live well, I wanted to show him and mock him, but the more she spoke, the more her hands trembled, and her mind became a mess. Even though I'm withered, even though I've faded, Haesu's words became more and more painful. But if I'm only meeting someone to get revenge on a guy like that, I don't want to ruin myself. I don't want a good kid like you to wither just to soothe my loneliness. Suddenly, she remembered the scene from the past, standing under the scorching sun, and inadvertently recalled the moment she rode on Thali's bike. How peaceful, she wanted to say inwardly. I wanted to become someone like that for you. Until now, Haesu has admitted it. So I've also been trying not to like you. She gently turned her head, revealing a string of tears rolling down her cheek. But feelings of affection can't be helped, no matter how hard I try. Even so, please try. With those words, she tried to leave, but Taeha's large hand stopped her in time. Keep pretending you don't know. Keep trying. Desperately, she still said. He held her back and reassured her. You've been doing great so far. Taeha moved closer and closer, and she thought to herself, from now on, it will be even harder. Because I'm planning to use any means necessary, I won't force you to like me. He gently buried his head in Haesu's shoulder, softly saying, if you don't like me to that extent, then don't make excuses. Just say the word. Thas's voice grew lower and lower, like a heart slowly weakening. You hate me. Then I won't come looking for you anymore. Hearing these words, Hemnu felt suffocated, tears silently falling. Returning home after that conversation, Hu sat alone in her room, staring intently at her phone. Facing the keyboard in front of her, she hesitated, wondering if she should press send, but finally mustered the courage to type the message, don't come pick me up tomorrow. After sending it, Haesu sank into a state of gloom. After a long deliberation, I finally sent a message like this, because I don't have the confidence to face him tomorrow. How pathetic. I've been cooperating with him until now, but suddenly I'm determined to push him away. In the end, I still couldn't tell him not to come at all. She suddenly recalled the scene earlier when Taeha had buried his head in her shoulder and said, you only need to say one word, that you hate me. Then I won't come looking for you anymore. At this moment, Haesu asked herself, why couldn't I answer? That's a simple thing, na Haesu, a good opportunity for him to never come again, but she couldn't deny. Despite that, I couldn't say anything. It felt like the moment I opened my mouth, I would be exposed before I could answer. If I said I hate him, then everything I've said would be a lie. Around the same time, in T's room, he was sitting and listlessly fiddling with a teddy bear. Nellie J saw this sight and immediately became flustered. What's the problem? Seriously, he called me here, but the atmosphere is truly tense. He was extremely worried about Taeha's current state. I'd rather he asked to play Jenga. He's sitting there with an expression like he's about to kill someone. His face is exactly like the chairman's, making it even more terrifying. Damn it! Suddenly Taeha called out today. He heard him and immediately smiled, replying, yes. He then said, aren't you going to ask why I called you here? Lej heard that and secretly wanted to reply, if it's you, can I even ask? But he had no choice but to follow his young master's lead. Why did you call me here, Tae? Ha listened, then said, I'm about to answer you. He looked at the bear in his hand and continued speaking indifferently. The thing you asked me about last time. Then T started telling his story. I watched a movie once. There was a scene where a man took a drunk girl to a hotel. Inside, there was only the sound of breathing. The man did nothing until morning. That person stayed awake all night, with wide-open eyes next to the girl he liked, as if even the sound of his blinking could wake her from her deep sleep. At the time, I was curious why such an obvious thing was framed to the point that it looked pathetic. What was so special about that man's affection, enduring all night? But he paused for a moment and then continued. It truly isn't easy. Lij froze there with a look of confusion, having listened to Taeha's words from start to finish. Then he turned his head to the right and chuckled softly, cursing under his breath. That lunatic! Is this really the answer? Chairman B really hasn't raised his children well, huh? But he only kept it in his heart. Thank you for your answer. But since the young master said it, It sounds a bit funny, doesn't it? Lee didn't hesitate to mock. It's not like it's a virgin going to a motel with his girlfriend for the first time. What's so difficult about that? Tae Ha just looked toward him with a cold expression, not saying a word. Meanwhile, Lee Jae was still laughing non-stop, but when he met that expression, he suddenly stopped. Tae Ha kept looking at him with eyes, as if he wanted to finish him off for those words. Understanding this, Lee Jae gradually retracted the smile from his lips, sighing in his heart, "Wow, seriously." The next morning, Haesoo went to work as usual. Suddenly, her colleague unexpectedly called out to her. When Haesoo turned her head, the colleague asked, "Was something wrong yesterday?" The colleague asked with concern, "You seem unfocused today, and you even made a mistake you've never made before." Haesoo looked tired and listless, but still replied, "It's nothing, I was just thinking about something else." Her hand gripped the door tightly. A moment later, Haesoo sat at the table across from her coworker and the milk shop owner. The atmosphere somber. They both stared at her with questioning eyes. "So, you're asking if there's a way to make someone who likes you stop liking you?" Hua, as if struck in the heart, immediately denied it. "No, it's not about me, it's just about someone I know." Even though she explained, everyone kept whispering, secretly confirming it was her story. It really is her story. But then her coworker offered a few ideas. How about asking that guy who comes here every day? That physique could probably take down anyone. You could ask him to beat someone up, right? At that, the two of them looked at her and nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's the fastest way. Returning home after a tiring day at work, Hyun slowly recalled how her coworker had clung to her shoulder and whispered a plan. Listen, a way to sever all relationships, whether it's men, friends, or family, is to borrow money. You should borrow money from that person now. Thinking about it, she slowly took her phone out of her pocket, hesitating for a long time. The love of youth is passionate and fleeting. She had told herself that, so the liking that kid talked about would also pass after a season or two. For some reason, she suddenly remembered Kang Min-cheon patting her head and saying, "I'll take care of it. Don't worry, Na Haesoo, I have money." After much thought, Haesoo was still hesitant. What if it's this kid? Even so, she still typed the message, "Lend me 10 million won." In her heart, she was a little worried. "I'm afraid that with that innocent affection, he'll ruin his whole life to find this money for me. So I decided to ask for an unreasonable amount of money that he couldn't earn, even if he ruined his whole miserable life." As soon as the message was sent, TH's phone lit up. He quickly grabbed it in his hand. The screen quickly displayed the message from Haesoo asking to borrow money. The number she thought was too large to earn was 100 million. Thao looked at the short message and just smiled faintly. Haesoo was like a lost soul, her mind wandering while working. After those weeks, I didn't receive any contact from him. Our conversation, which always started from you, was cut off from the last message I sent. The phone doesn't ring. Walking home alone, why am I so flustered? Remembering that night, she had said, "If you're thinking straight, you should meet a girl your own age." I hurt him with those words. Actually, deep down, I guess I still thought he would cling to me. How selfish of me. It took me 2 weeks to accept his absence. Maybe there will never be a day when he opens that door and walks in again. Being distracted by thoughts of TH caused her to receive scolding from customers. "Are you looking down on what I am saying? Are you ignoring me? Where is your mind while working?" Hyuri had no choice but to bow her head repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. Returning home alone, after a long day at work, she kept asking herself, "How is it, BMTAE Ha? Are you doing well? I'm so curious about what you're like at 24. Haesoo couldn't stop herself from caring about him. Do you still have nightmares? Are you still getting hurt? Are the gloves I gave you warm enough? Do you still go to that place alone these days? Memories with Tai rushed back into Haesoo's mind. Every word he said echoed in her head clearly again. When I have many thoughts, I often come here alone. Now that she was alone, she gradually understood. Because my heart was too heavy, I didn't know. You also have countless feelings you need to let go of. How many times have you come to that place, looking at that window of light? What pain did you have to throw away? Now she realizes she knows nothing about BM Taeha. Walking home, she thought, I'm so glad there's nothing to remind me of that kid. However, her steps gradually halted in front of a fashion boutique. Though her heart was full of thought, there wasn't a memory so great that even forgetting felt too grand. Haesoo's gaze through the shop's glass door carried a sorrowful expression. She gently reached out and touched the large glass pane. A fragment of memory from that day suddenly flooded back. The time she bought Taeha the cute little teddy bear. Hyun stood there blankly for a long time in silence, but her heart was in turmoil. There is this one thing. Actually, there's something I couldn't say back then. That teddy bear. They say if you put it on your head and sleep, it will protect you so you won't have nightmares anymore. Remembering this made Hua feel a pang of regret. I should have told him. To someone as constantly wounded as him, I was ultimately a selfish and terrible adult. Only words she couldn't say remained. For a long time, it was truly heartbreaking. The scene shifted to a street corner, where someone was lying sprawled on the road beneath someone's feet. Li Jie stood huddled against the wall, frowning slightly and complaining. If you're going to drink, you should go home and sleep. Why are you bothering other people like this? It's really dangerous. Looking at Taeha at this moment, his cold face smeared with blood like a murderer, made him think. Even if it weren't, these days someone is so sensitive that if he got caught, he might be killed immediately. Suddenly, Taeha called out to him, quickly responding, yes. He then asked the question, can you fight? Li Jie hesitated for a moment before replying, well, I'm pretty confident. Taeha raised his hand and gently smoothed his face, then clearly proposed. Then hit me, in the most visible place. Li, hearing these words, immediately recoiled in fright. Don't say things like that. Think about the position of someone hearing those words from a man as big as a door. Taeha slicked back his hair in a suave manner and said, then he should do it. Li Jie then questioned, aren't you going home? He only answered vaguely, I have a place to stop by. Hearing this, he couldn't help but worry. Where are you going looking like that? Taeha replied concisely. I have to go, to lend money. Later, he was seen sending a message to Haesu. I'm in front of your house. She saw this message and was utterly surprised. Haesu hurried downstairs, her face full of concern. Taeha had been waiting for her downstairs for a while. As soon as she saw him, she asked, why did you come here? Before Taeha could say a word, Haesu hurriedly said, I'm sorry, but if you don't have what I asked for, then I have no reason to see you. You should go home. Seeing Taeha's bloodied face, Haesu anxiously ran over and asked, what happened to your face? Don't tell me you were fighting like a thug again. You said you're grown up, so even if someone provokes you, you should avoid it. Why are you acting like a child? Haesu was so heartbroken that she couldn't hold back her tears. You're hurt like this, doesn't it hurt? Taeha lowered his eyes slightly. Without saying a word, Hyun turned her head away, her heart feeling sour. You're always focused on things that make me weak. I don't know if that's strange, I didn't know it then, or did. She turned her back and walked towards her house, saying over her shoulder, this is the last time. Let me put medicine on it and then go, she asked herself. Have I become soft with him? When she went upstairs, Huma carefully tended to each wound on Taeha's face. After applying the medicine, she didn't forget to remind him. It's done. If you don't want to have scars, be careful for a while, and next time, even if you're hurt worse, I won't see you. If you understand, then go now. Saying this, she stood up to see Taeha off, but he grabbed her hand. I found it all. He looked at her with loving eyes. I brought what you asked me for. Let me stay here for a little longer. Haesu seemed rooted to the spot, unable to process the information. When she finally grasped what she'd heard, she frantically knelt before him. What did you say? You brought it. Deep down, Haesu didn't want to believe it was true. No way. There's no way he could have prepared that much money. In just a few weeks, he must be lying. Until a pile of money in a paper bag was revealed before Hugh, she immediately panicked, her eyes widened in shock. She immediately pushed Tae back, demanding, where did this money come from? BM Tae didn't answer the question. He only gently took her trembling hands that were clutching at his collar. Then, he slowly guided her hand inside his shirt, touching his abs, and softly uttered, I sold my organs to give you the money. Heku's hand gently touched the scar on Taeha's body. This made her stiffen, turning pale. Haesu stared at the long, vertical scar between his pecs, her hand trembling involuntarily. Perhaps at this moment, she couldn't believe Taeha would do such a thing. The pent-up emotions caused her to burst into sobs. Seeing this, he hurriedly said, Sis, are you crying? Taeha had to admit it to appease Hugh. Sorry, I was just kidding. Since it's an old scar, I thought you wouldn't believe me. Even though he said that, she still wouldn't stop crying, making him worried. I was wrong. I'll go now. I'll listen to whatever you say. Please don't cry, Jesus sobbed. What do you even want? She was like a child full of resentment. What do you want me to do? I pushed you away because I like you. Why do you make me waver like this, Tae? Ha didn't say a word, only gently hugged the sobbing Haenyu, ready to listen to her scolding. Why do you keep making me out to be a bad adult? Why are you telling me to do this? It took a while. Haenyu nestled in Taeha's arms to cry her heart out. He gently asked, Are you done crying? This situation made her extremely embarrassed. Okay, don't ask that. I'm so embarrassed. Taeha looked into Haesu's eyes and said, So how long are you going to be like this? He bluntly admitted, I like it too, but anyway, it's a little inconvenient. These words made Human's face as red as a tomato. Did you have to say that in a moment like this? Aren't you ashamed to say that? Looking at the affectionate gaze that Tae Ha gave her, made her flustered. Why are you looking at me like that? He gradually released the hand that was touching her cheek. Then Tae Ha turned his face away, a tear rolling down his cheek. Seeing this, Hun raised her hand to wipe it away. The tears that had stopped now welled up again with a bitter feeling. She slowly put her hands on Tae Ha's shoulders, saying, Okay. Haesu became more daring as she brought her face closer to Tae Ha's. When they made eye contact, Haesu boldly suggested, Sleep here tonight. Haesu lowered her eyes and pressed her lips to Tae Ha's. Then she gently bit his lower lip. His pupils dilated as he looked at Hugh, who was being proactive in front of him. She gently lifted her foot, moving away. Taeha narrowed his eyes, then quickly wrapped his arms around Hiku's waist, lifting her up. Then, Taeha wedged his thigh between her legs, quickly kissing her lips. Their tongues intertwined, and Hilu couldn't help but moan. Taeha gently brushed against her lower body. At this moment, he said, If you regret it. The two separated. Taeha looked directly into Haesu's eyes and said, Then stop now. His gaze turned darker. She glanced into his eyes, and then Hilu reached out and took the hand that was around her waist. She moved Taeha's hand to touch her chest and said, You're the one who shouldn't regret it. A moment later, soft moans echoed in the dark room. He buried his face in Hilu's neck, sucking on it. Taeha moved up, taking her earlobe in his mouth, slowly licking it. She was so stimulated that she flinched, opening her mouth to moan louder. His hand reached around to unhook her bra. Taeha let go and lifted her bra up in front. Hinu's face was flushed red with lust. Her breasts were exposed in the air. He silently lowered his eyes to observe the scene before him. Taeha leaned down towards one of her breasts. Then, he opened his mouth and took it in, his eyes glancing up to observe her expression. Henu covered her mouth, stifling her moans. She trembled, resting her legs on his shoulders, her whole body limp. After a while, Taeha propped himself up, pensively observing Hepyu, who was trembling on the floor. He deliberately took off her long pants, then lifted Hiku's legs, beginning to get to work. She frowned, moaning and begging, Stop, don't do this anymore, just do it. Himu's toes curled up in pleasure. She let out a loud, ah. Only then did Taeha look up, saying in a low voice, I can't. Hinu covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes watery, afraid to look at him. He slowly pressed his lower body against her. She thought to herself, How strange. When I do it with Kang Min, because our bodies are so familiar with each other, we usually do it quickly without any foreplay. Taeha's slender, large finger gently touched her, Hidu thought. His hand is moving so slowly. She opened her eyes wide, her mouth agape in shock. Hinu raised her head, grabbing his hand, and said uncomfortably, I said, just do it. He exhaled hot breath, taking off his shirt to reveal his firm, muscular body. Her moaning voice rang out, looking at Taeha's lower half as he took off his pants. She said, That's enough. Before she could finish speaking, Hekyu froze in shock. Taeha's thing pressed against her lower abdomen, and Hu wondered, What's this? She widened her eyes, looking at the person above her, thinking, Why is it so big? Then Helu hesitated slightly, looking away as she pondered, It's been a while since I've done this, will it be okay? At this moment she suddenly spoke up, I suddenly regret it. Hearing this, Taeha slightly smirked and asked, Do you hate this? Hun shyly avoided his gaze and said, I doubt any girl would hate it. Then she wrapped her arms around Taeha's broad back. You already know, so don't ask, just do it. Taeha stared intently at the person below him, and then he suddenly thrust forward powerfully. Hun's hands gripped Taeha's back tightly, trembling. Her eyes widened, and she opened her mouth to moan. Their lower bodies clung to each other, thrusting back and forth. He quietly parted his lips. Taeha reached out to support Hiku's head, his eyes radiating an extremely possessive look. She held him tightly and stuttered softly, Are we done yet? I think that's enough. Taeha's hand clenched tighter, causing veins to bulge. Then he moved more intensely, replying, Not yet. Hooty's hands, due to the intensity, no longer had the strength to hold him, but Taeha's large hand quickly grabbed her small wrist. Then he intertwined his 5 fingers with Haegyu's and pressed them down. Her eyes became hazy with lust and stimulation. She thought, This is too much. In the dark room, Hikanu's sobs echoed. Are we, done? The hot, lustful breath filled the room, and her weak voice continued to plead. Is it over yet? Taeha silently hugged Heplu's head tightly, pressing it against his body, listening to her pleas. That's enough. Only then did he smirk with satisfaction, thinking to himself, I want to say yes too. But Taeha narrowed his eyes, looking at Haesoo and smiling, wondering, would I get killed if I lied? Haesoo's small legs wrapped around Tha's lower body. Groans echoed continuously. She hugged the body that was pinning her down, enduring the powerful thrusts. He calmly spoke. Relax, Hugh gasped, startled as Taeha said. Just a little more. She thought her mind went blank, and her eyes grew hot. He licked the tears that had gathered at the corner of Haesoo's eyes. She thought, I can't stay conscious. Haesoo turned her face away, closing her eyes to reflect. Because I'm used to sleeping around, I thought this time would be like all the others, but like the first time, I'm becoming sensitive. Taeha reached out and grabbed her thigh, Hugh thought. A solid body, not a familiar scent. Then he thrust forward, causing her to jolt, her toes twitching in pleasure. Haesoo widened her eyes, opening her mouth to moan, she thought. A strange sensation weighs on me. Haesoo reached out to touch Taeha's abs, trembling, and said, Wait, she sobbed, pleading. Wait a little. Don't move. Hearing that, he raised his head, smiled at Hugh, and thought, she's just like a nagging mother-in-law. Tae placed his hand on hers, moved it down to his lower abdomen, and replied, I know. He kept his posture and softly said, I'll listen to you. Moments later, Tae spread Haesoo's legs open. He gazed at her writhing beneath him. Haesoo closed her eyes, moaned, and softly said, Are you really? A gentle thrust inside her, Haesoo sobbed. What did you eat to be so? Hick, Tae slowly thrust each time, his lowered eyes becoming more somber. She hugged herself, thinking, my body was prepared enough, but this isn't a size one can prepare for. At this moment, Tae opened his mouth, breathing heavily, his large hand gently pressed on Haesoo's abdomen. Immediately, Haesoo's eyes widened from the sudden rush of pleasure. Her toes curled, and the trembling became more intense. Haesoo opened her eyes and looked at him, saying, Are you inside now? Tae interrupted. No. She squeezed her eyes shut, frowning, and said, Liar. It's getting bigger, Hinnick, he softly replied. That's right. Tae thoughtfully reached out and took off Hidu's shirt. He thought to himself, I'm telling so many lies today. Tae lay on top of her, thinking, I have to punish you, don't I? At this moment, she gently opened her eyes, contemplating. It's heavy, almost painful. Haesoo's powerless legs were lifted by him. She thought, I like it too much. Haesoo's legs bent towards her chest. She continued thinking, this isn't right. Her eyes filled with tears, and Hinu breathed out hot breaths, thinking, I like it too much. At this moment, Tae's deep voice rang out. I've been waiting obediently. He touched his nose to hers, asking, Can I move now? Without waiting for Hitu's reply, Tae's lower body thrust forward forcefully. Her moans grew louder. He lowered his eyes, attentively observing the person beneath him. Then Tae gently raised his head. The hand holding Hiku's legs suddenly tightened. A powerful thrust landed in her lower body. Haesoo couldn't close her mouth, she dreamily thought. My whole body is shaking violently, as if being attacked, in a space where we lived as husband and wife. The whole room was filled with eroticism and hot breath, Hitu contemplated. How did I end up with a man who has become a stranger? Suddenly, a large hand covered her vision. Tale's hand covered Haesoo's eyes, and his lower body began to move in and out forcefully. She pleaded weakly, Wait! The intensity is increasing, Haesoo said loudly. I'm about to come. Thad's lower body moved in and out more and more powerfully. His large hand tightened around her thigh, Haesoo thought. Awakening a flash of white sensations, Tae straightened up, breathing heavily. She mused. A cool scent, as if enveloping a wound. Once again, he reached out and pressed down on Hua's stomach. She was lost in thought, causing her body to tremble. She closed her eyes tightly, feeling the man's warmth, pondering slowly and languidly. His burning breath. The dark room was quiet for a moment. At this moment, Taeha gently lifted Hu's leg. She blankly raised her head, wondering. You wouldn't, he said in a low voice. This time is truly the last time. Huani was astonished. What? How many times has it been? Exactly. Tang looked up at her, saying, Don't you like it? Hearing his question, Hu immediately went speechless. She said softly, It's not that. Two bodies pressed together once more, swaying. Haesoo thought, I don't hate this. She squeezed her eyes shut, moaning as she mused. His large, gentle, and unfamiliar body. Haesoo cracked open her eyes to look at Taeha's face and thought, It's too strange because I, like you, her hands tightly embraced his firm back, she thought, to be able to turn away. The two of them pressed their tongues together. Hyun thought to herself, I cried because I liked it too much. Time passed. In that small room she lay sleeping peacefully, her eyes brimming with tears. Taeha's large finger gently wiped them away. Then he leaned down and gently embraced Haesu's small body. Haesu rested her head on Taeha's arm, and the two of them fell into a deep sleep, embracing each other. She closed her eyes peacefully, her face slightly tired, but her breathing even. Behind her was a source of heat, its warmth bringing a strangely reassuring feeling. It was a morning like being underwater, her whole body submerged in a daze, a warm feeling. She stirred slightly, suddenly feeling something pressing against her body. In her daze, she murmured to herself, "That temperature isn't a pleasant warmth, but something hard." Haesu rubbed uncomfortably against his arm, then slowly opened her eyes. The room was a little dark, and she couldn't see anything clearly at first. When she came to her senses, Haesu sat up, thinking in a panic. "Oh, I overslept. Has the weather gotten warmer? I slept like a log. I need to quickly take a shower and get ready to go to my part-time job." Suddenly, she felt something blocking her stomach. Looking down, it turned out to be Taeha's arm. He was still asleep, his arm holding her tightly. In a flash, Hu suddenly realized that both he and she were lying naked next to each other. Taehan's face still had some traces from last night, especially his lips, which still had a red bite mark from her. Remembering the outrageous events of last night, she startled, her face flushing red, her eyes becoming flustered. So as not to wake him, she decided to lie back down first, pretending nothing had happened. Haesu closed her eyes, sighed, and thought to herself, "Okay, Neo, you knew this was coming." She was the one who gave Taeha the green light last night, she told herself. Half of it was impulsive, but the other half was, after that, things just happened naturally. The two became entangled, letting their desires run wild. She comforted herself. Just think of it simply. For a grown man, a one-night stand isn't a big deal. Don't make a fuss and just act normal. There are such things in this world. Doing that with someone you just met for the first time, which I often see on TV. Sometimes people drink and act on impulse too. The more she comforted herself, the more absurd it felt. First, it wasn't their first time meeting. Second, neither of them drank last night, so excuses like getting carried away while drunk didn't fit the situation. Haesu's face flushed, and she pursed her lips. The thoughts running wild in my head are probably making me anxious. Vivid images from last night resurfaced. His warm hand on her hip. Although I cried so much that I don't remember clearly. Immediately after, came the intense thrusts that made her feel like a moored boat being violently rocked by waves. But the clumsy movements at first quickly became unbelievably skillful. Haesu glanced secretly at the man who had been so vigorous last night, thinking, Taeha is probably sleeping soundly, showing no signs of waking up. She thought to herself, he's definitely not inexperienced. Then she averted her gaze, suddenly feeling empty. So, things like last night probably aren't a big deal to him. That must be it. Haesu stared blankly, wondering, what should I do now? Then she realized she was naked, and it wasn't good to stay naked like this. She thought embarrassedly, I want to get dressed. The person behind her was still tightly holding her waist. Haesu tried to pull Taeha's arm away, but she couldn't move it no matter how hard she tugged. She thought irritably, how is his arm so strong? Is he really asleep? Just then he suddenly woke up, pressed his lips close to her ear, and whispered, where are you going? His deep voice struck her brain, making her numb, and her face flushed. It was the same last night, when they were caught in the heat of the moment. Taeha had also whispered embarrassing words in her ear. Instinctively, Haesu covered her ears and said awkwardly, don't talk in my ear. He smiled playfully and asked, why? She stammered. Because your voice is too deep, it hurts my ears. If I say don't do it, then don't do it. She tried to pull his arm away again, complaining, if you're awake, let me go. I have to go to work later. Taeha hugged her tightly and said, can't you skip it? I'm still sore. Haesu was stunned and exclaimed, sore, but remembering how intense this guy was last night, she just wanted to slap him a few times. Sore, my foot. The person who soared doesn't act like that yesterday. Despite her harsh words, she still stayed with him. In the end, she relented again and thought, just one more time. Regarding her actions, Haesu gave herself an explanation. Because he said he knew someone, she decided to believe it. She lowered her eyes, feeling a pang of guilt. Well done, Haesu. Not only spending impulsively, but now also skipping work on a whim. Looking at the handsome face so close to her, she secretly blamed him. Ever since I met him, I feel like I'm gradually becoming strange too. Anyway, it's really weird. Taeha's firm chest caught her eye. Every muscle was perfect, Haesu thought. Weird tastes too, everything is weird. In the middle of his chest was a faint scar along his esophagus. She gently touched the scar and asked softly, how do you have so many scars on your body? His arm too. Taeha looked at her, listening to her concern and worry for him. He recalled himself when he was young, small, and weak, like a leaf that would fall with the wind. When I was little, I was sick. I always begged to get out of the hospital because I had to stay in the hospital all the time, but it's been so long that I don't remember clearly. He chuckled and asked softly. Hard to believe, right? Now I'm so healthy. She immediately shook her head and said, No. Hesu gently stroked the scar, her voice sad. It must have hurt a lot. Her heart suddenly twinged. Thinking of Taeha writhing in pain from illness, she felt inconsolably pained, leaving such a big scar. You must have cried a lot, she pondered, thoughts running through her head, although I can't imagine him crying. Then she spoke, acting like an adult giving advice. If you know it hurts, then don't fight anymore. If you bring injuries here, I won't see you anymore. Hearing that, Taeha thought to himself, She told me to find another girl before, and now she's threatening not to see me again. The soles of their feet brushed against each other. He felt a tickle and spoke up. Are you worried about me, Nuna? She replied vaguely. I don't know. He suddenly burst into laughter and said, I know now. Hearing him, Hesu suddenly puffed out her cheeks. What is it? Why are you laughing? Taeha mischievously teased her. Ah, I can't hit anyone anymore because someone will be sad. She immediately retorted. I'm not sad at all. Suddenly, a rumbling sound from her stomach interrupted their conversation. Taeha asked with concern, Are you hungry, Nuna? She blushed and weakly replied, No. He frowned, his voice firm. It doesn't seem that way. Then he immediately stood up and headed to the kitchen, gently saying, Just wait a moment, I'll make breakfast. She stared blankly at his retreating back, her voice full of doubt. What kind of breakfast are you going to make? He confidently stated. It's fine, I'm very good at it. She frowned, awkwardly adding, It's not about being good or not. This is my house, and you are a guest. Hesu was about to get up, but she suddenly realized she was naked. She quickly wrapped the blanket around herself to cover up. Taeha leaned against the wall, arms crossed, calmly enjoying the spring scene before him, and provocatively said, I didn't see anything, she angrily exclaimed. You saw everything, he nonchalantly replied. Got caught, did I? After a moment of chaos, Taeha still accepted his fate and cooked breakfast while Hesu got dressed. She pulled a sweater over her head, her mind wandering. She remembered that Min Cheon had also once offered to cook for her. He rolled up his sleeves and confidently said, Wait there. Tonight I'll make a really delicious meal. She bluntly exposed him. You don't know how to cook, that's why you eat instant noodles all the time. Min Cheon gave an awkward laugh, quickly trying to smooth things over. Your husband said he would cook for you though. A little later, Hesu heard him call out, Hey Na Hesu, look at this. She shyly poked her head in. The result was that she found him cooking the entire kitchen. A sudden fear arose. Worried that Taeha would also set her kitchen ablaze, she rushed over, so hurried that she forgot to put on pants. No. Upon arriving, she spoke breathlessly and urgently. Do you even know how to turn on the stove? Do you know which one is the pot? Let me see, this is salt. In response to Hisu's suspicion, Taeha decisively answered by lifting her up. After settling her comfortably on the bed, he gently stroked her head and calmly said, Just rest, you look very tired. Hisu, being treated like a child, blushed, secretly thinking it was ridiculous. Because of who, exactly? Even so, she couldn't stop worrying. Taking advantage of his inattention, she secretly stood by the kitchen door and peered in. Looking at his tall, capable back, she thought to herself, The kitchen has no space left. Witnessing the perfectly defined muscles on that body, broad shoulders and built physique yet not clumsy, a perfect figure, Hisu wondered. With him, everything feels cramped. What does he eat to grow so big? What is it all for? At this point, she realized her thoughts were becoming rather inappropriate, and her face flushed crimson. Taeha sensed someone behind him, so he turned his head to look. He knew perfectly well she was hiding behind the door, secretly watching him, and the corner of his mouth curved into a satisfied smirk. Hisu hid behind the door, covering her mouth with both hands to prevent any sound from escaping. Her mind was in chaos. You are truly insane. Nahisu, after an intensely passionate night with Hisu, at this moment the rose-like guy seemed rather contemplative. It was not her house. But now he was sitting with his legs rested on an armchair in his office, stroking his head, contemplating something, while observing a small piece of paper, gently lifting it, resting his head on his hand. Taeha looked noticeably subdued, because at Hisu's house, going back to the time right after their battle, she had hastily put her clothes back on, looking a bit disheveled, quickly leaving while pointing a finger and instructing, "I'm going to take a shower, don't go anywhere, wait here obediently, absolutely do not enter the inner room." Then she left the guy alone in the silent room. Light streamed through the window frame. Tae-Ha's expression was unclear, his long bangs hanging down and obscuring his eyes beneath. And here, his mind suddenly flashed back to that fiery moment when he was practicing the trumpet so skillfully. But that thought vanished in an instant. Tae-Ha's fingers twitched ever so slightly. An overwhelming sense of helplessness, coupled with bone-deep exhaustion, forced him to lean back against the wall, sighing, he thought, confused. She still trusts me too much. However, despite Hisu's instructions to stay put, it was too much to ask. The guy then stood up and slowly pushed open the door, and then Tae-Ha, hands in his pockets, stepped into the other room to observe, his eyes probing. In that moment, he seemed to encounter something, freezing in place, staring intently. Next, the Rose Boy gently reached out his hand to pull open the closet door, and then abruptly grabbed a red bracelet, threading 3 fingers through it, a look of excitement in his eyes. In just a few short minutes, Tae-Ha had found the coat. He glided softly across the wooden floor, his mind beginning to ponder. There's nothing. Surely that choice will be something. But all I know is that his expression at that moment was incredibly pensive, because upon opening the small room filled with old belongings, Tae-Ha carried a suspicion. Once filled, but now gone. His footsteps landed silently, without a sound, as he asked himself, maybe she doesn't know. Tae-Ha's shadow gradually grew larger on the old pink fabric. He just felt indescribable. Looking at the past that she had personally wrapped up and let go, a numbing sensation surged, making his head spin, simply a special pleasure for him. It wasn't as simple as going to the trouble of sneaking in just to leave. Tae-Ha opened the package, a strange smile blooming on his face. It was a photo where Hisu was next to her ex-husband, taking a photo booth picture together, cheek to cheek, hand in hand, even sharing a kiss. Then, not kept for long, it was immediately thrown onto the ground. Not understanding what Tae-Ha was thinking in his head, he took out his phone, his hand typing some numbers on the keyboard, but suddenly paused for a moment. Tae-Ha was stunned, sighed, and increasingly observed it carefully, scrutinizing what it was with cold eyes. So it had all been a memory. Why did he suddenly have a blank piece of paper in his hand, his mind now focused entirely on it, not feeling happy or excited, but instead melancholy? In such a quiet space, suddenly a voice echoed in the room. "You called for me." Having waited all this time, finally someone came, causing Tae-Ha to immediately put the paper on the table, coldly saying, "Yeah," and added a compliment, "You came quickly." Yeah, in a super handsome appearance, his hair all slicked back, but because he understood the other person too well, he immediately noticed the abnormality, thinking, oh my, that satisfied expression, plus the way he's crossing his legs and drinking water so leisurely, so only one guess existed in his head. I don't know how many times he's deceived and eaten that naive aunt to be in such a good mood. However, he thought it was something very important, but Tae-Ha simply suggested, "Play with me," making Lee Jae put his hands behind his back and ask, "Yes then, should we play Jenga?" Followed by an answer, "No." Tilting his head to one side, the Rose Boy only hoped that, "Today I want to play Monopoly." Hearing that made him somewhat hesitant. But then he suggested, knowing that this isn't a game I can play with someone who can bankrupt my entire family. If you want, play it in real life, don't play Monopoly. But alas, my friend, the forced situation caused Lee Jae to finally have to sit down at the billion-dollar gambling game, his face revealing helplessness. Sighing in his head, forget about what to play. Thinking carefully made him quite surprised, raising his sharp eyes to glance and evaluate. But it's a bit strange, isn't it? The sight of the guy opening the cardboard game board made the questions in Lee Jae's head explode instantly. Clearly something has changed. Originally, he acted like that, living alone. But what's different from before is with those fox eyes and thick lips, the handsome guy in his eyes also turned into, why has he become more awful? Then, hopelessly not wanting to talk about it anymore, he gave up, admitting defeat, and froze. But a second later suddenly jerked his head up quickly because of the nagging feeling. Could it be? But no matter what, that situation couldn't be avoided. Lee Jae just endured it, raising his hand to rub his forehead hard. Want to explode, or damn it, I really don't want to pay attention to my boss's personal life. Besides that, on Hisu's side, at this time in the everyday restaurant where she always works, she was pushing the service cart, trays, and necessary items. And on top of that, when there were fewer customers, Hisu quickly went to a corner of the kitchen to wash dishes. Just like Taeha earlier, she thought about the story from a few days ago, when she finished eating and gathered the chopsticks and spoons, saying, "Thank you for preparing breakfast for me so I'll volunteer to clean up," and immediately received a response from him. "It's okay, I'm good at housework." Even though Taeha confidently stated that outwardly, with her cooking skills and experience working in a restaurant, Hisu secretly knew. It doesn't look like it. The food is a little sweet, a little salty, a little burnt. Then, because he volunteered, he accidentally dropped the dishes into the sink in the kitchen, making a noise. While she was staring blankly ahead, it turned out that there was a huge bag of paper money spilled out, stacks and stacks of it scattered on the floor. But while a normal person would be wide-eyed with excitement right now, Hisu's reaction was a little hesitant. So that made a question arise in her mind, and she asked, "What's this? Where did you get that money?" causing Taeha, who was squatting, to freeze for a moment, even though Hugh questioned the origin of the pile. But suddenly the Rose Boy leaned forward and dangerously asked, "Will you take the money?" Not going against her conscience, she quickly refused outright. "It's okay, I won't take it, it's your kindness." So it seemed like a test of her heart. Hearing the answer from Hugh, this reassured him and he revealed, "Actually, all that money is fake, like props in a movie." The tense, awkward atmosphere from before eased up a bit. She was a little unhappy, glanced lightly, feeling relieved and more at ease, and replied, "I knew it. Why do you do things that startle people like that?" Then she joked a little. T returned a smile and apologized. "I was wrong. I thought the test of her heart ended here, but little did anyone know that he leaned in closer and whispered in her ear, because I was afraid that if you didn't have this, you wouldn't see me again." Causing Hyun's eyes to widen in surprise. Eyes wide, a strange feeling spread throughout her body in an instant. Behind her ears, without realizing it, turned red. A sign of embarrassment, perhaps. "How strange. I don't know since when, even when you're not here, your voice still echoes in my ears." The low chuckle made me flinch, but the feeling was gentle and indescribable. After that thought, returning to reality, the temporary work was finished. Hugh isn't young anymore, so she has bone and joint problems. She leaned on the table, lightly patted her back, and thought with some difficulty, "A day has passed, but my back still hurts so much." While standing still, suddenly from behind, a coworker gently came and called, "Na Hisu," so in an instant she exclaimed, "Huh." Then followed her words of description, "Do you have something good going on? You look very radiant today." But that's not all. Being sisters with each other, her coworker could vaguely guess something. Putting her face close to Hisu's ear, she whispered, "If not, did you have something tasty all to yourself?" Then this implied remark startled her. Her face reacted even faster than Nam's and turned bright red, waving her hands to deny, No, I didn't eat anything, but I haven't done anything, haven't revealed anything." She just smiled lightly and reassured, "I'm just kidding, why are you so startled?" And they are colleagues with each other. Realizing the other person's unease, she warmly put her hand on Husa's back and gently comforted her. "Anyway, it's good. You've looked very tired lately, so I've been thinking a lot. Has something happened? I even thought that maybe it was because of that day that you were scolded severely." But then she had to think again. "You're not the type to care about just one troublemaker, right? Before, even if people made a fuss every day, you didn't even bat an eye." A look of surprise revealed in Hisu's eyes, and through that, the coworker also reviewed the situation of the meat restaurant now and said, "Anyway, one special thing is that working has been smoother lately, so guess, could it be that the Rose Boy had a hand in it?" Taiho had Libday worn, awkwardly holding up a sign with the message, "Come on, say after me, no abuse of power." And then the coworker also asked Hugh his opinion. "You feel it too, right?" And the troublemakers from before are more miserable than ever, forced to bow their heads in humiliation and do as they're told, no abuse of power. However, this incomprehensible thing also made her a little suspicious. I don't know if everyone took medicine and became nicer, but there are fewer strange customers lately. But little did she know that a mysterious factor was secretly supporting Heisu. Only seeing a different angle, Liste slightly turned with the sign right in front of Taeha's face. Thanks to that, looking at it that way, you can see that in life, there are many bad days, but good days always come with them, so don't be sad. The last thing was a heartfelt encouragement from the position of her younger sister and colleague. "Cheer up, Nauni." But her mind suddenly switched to a super hot scene of herself with Minchiol. He was more powerful than ever, doing push-ups vigorously, and then the moment of lovemaking reached that point, making Heisu restrain herself a lot so as not to reveal any sounds. After that moment, she was exhausted, only wearing a thin shirt, and tried to call him, and received only one rather indifferent Then Hugh immediately pleaded, make me some noodles, I'm so hungry after doing that. But even so, Minchul had no intention of doing it, and coldly said, make it yourself. I don't know how to cook. So hearing that made her a little sad. Glancing at him and T.S. King, she could only tiredly explain, but every time I sleep with you, I can't move at all. Then she put her leg on his shoulder, lightly moving her leg back and forth, signaling with words, and you always tell me to go to sleep, or, if I don't want to sleep, do it again. With no response, Hugh got annoyed and clamped her legs around his neck, scolding him, hey Kang Min Che, you lecherous pig, stop staring at your phone, HMPH. Then she playfully covered his eyes. Annoyed by her antics, he had no choice but to put up with it, showing his displeasure but not daring to complain. After a while of unsuccessful coaxing, Hesu had to resort to her ultimate weapon to get Minion to cook noodles for her. Now standing in the kitchen, under the soft light of the bulb, she leaned happily on his arm and said with a cheerful smile, hee hee, I knew you'd cook for me. While Minion poured a bottle of water into the pot, how could she eat instant noodles straight from the package? It had to have toppings to be delicious, so Hesu quickly exclaimed, add some more for me. But this didn't make Minion happy at all. It was like torturing him to cook for his sweetheart, so he irritably asked, okay, I know, so go sit over there. And then, things went exactly as he wanted. With his arm now free, he quickly tore open the noodle packet. While he was staring blankly with a bored, tired expression, quite absent-minded as he thought about something, was his mind returning to the time when they were walking home together, taking each step up the stairs on the quiet street in the neighborhood. During a moment of silence, Hesu took the initiative to suggest, can I have dinner at your place tonight? Hearing those sudden words, Minion was incredibly culture-shocked and hesitantly stammered, my place, why? And then, she slowly and mournfully replied, step by step. Because my dad's back home. However, just when he thought Hesu would say more, share more, the opposite happened, and the scene was silent, with only her figure standing still. Sensing her unspeakable feelings, he just looked at her thoughtfully and gently said, okay, come to my place for dinner. And then they both entered the warm, brightly lit house. Minion went in first. He boldly took off his shoes at the entrance, while she was quite reserved. But oh no, boys are always messy. He agreed to let his girlfriend come over, but Minion only realized how messy the living room was after he was already inside. Now he's pouting, going crazy, thinking about the underwear. Oh my god, help me. He frantically flipped through the mess, sending things flying everywhere, while telling Hugh, wait. Finally, he did his best. Min Cheonon cleaned as much as he could, but there was still a mountain of papers. He tried to stand in front of it, blocking it, and invited her in. Okay, come in, I only have instant noodles, is that okay? And he received the reply, yeah. Walking to a corner near the TV, Hugh gently removed the coat wrapped around her and the scarf around her neck. Since it was the first time a girl had stayed at his house, he was quite flustered, not knowing how to act, clenching his hands stiffly, as if he had to restrain himself, while his mind was racing. The girlfriend I was just fantasizing about last night is now in my room and having dinner here. The more he thought about it, the harder it was for him to restrain himself, clenching his lips, his cheeks gradually turning red, and nervously swallowing. I told her to come here because I was afraid that crazy old man would do something to her. But calm down, Kang Min Che, she's just here to eat. And he had to restrain himself by reciting the steps. Boil the water, add the noodles and cook. Boil the water, add the noodles and cook. But he freaked out even more when Hesu looked at him. He was going crazy in his head when she suddenly approached Min Cheon and offered, let me cook for you. At that moment, he was startled and shouted, yeah. Due to his strange behavior earlier to avoid exposing himself, Minion immediately stood up, pushed the door open, and ran away, saying, no, you sit there, I'll cook for you. It's just instant noodles. So it didn't take long. 5 minutes later, he brought out a steaming pot of noodles with a lot of it. She seemed hungry. Hu didn't hesitate to grab a bite, and then said, I'm going to eat really well, Min Xian replied casually, looking down at the ground. Finding it strange, she asked, aren't you eating? And received the answer, not pretending, I have to eat. Suddenly, Hinu didn't sit still but gently placed her hand on his thigh. Her sweet and soft voice became so alluring that Minion was pouring syrup without realizing it, waiting until Jesus spoke. Oh my, you're having a nosebleed? And frantically asked, are you okay? Where's the tissue? Then he realized he had a problem, simply raised his hand to wipe it and reassured. It's okay, you don't need to worry, it's nothing big. But no way, Heku worriedly said. How can you say that? You're bleeding a lot, but I'm a real man. A little strawberry syrup is nothing. So Minion strongly reassured, it's really okay. While he was handling it, here, I wiped it. Okay, now you just eat your noodles. Then another unexpected thing happened. Haesu accidentally touched his little friend. This stimulation made Minhyun's face flush, and a feeling of excitement surged, and unable to restrain that desire, he quickly locked Hua's hands, making her blush in confusion, only able to moan, "Ah, really?" The two faces pressed close together, both of them flushed red, bodies pressed together amidst Min Cheon's disbelief. "I don't even know anymore, damn it." From then on, desire now controlled him, quickly pulling off her outer cardigan, slowly reaching behind Haesu's back. Very skillfully, without any hesitation, he reached down to pull off her panties and then began to engage. Min Cheon brought his lips close to Haesu's neck, kissing her passionately, his hands placed on his partner's breasts. Suddenly, in the heat of the moment, his face showed some hesitation, confusedly asking, "Here?" But her answer was, like, "It's not," so Min Cheon quickly used his finger to confirm in another place. "Then it's here." But Haesu could only reply in confusion, "I don't even know." And then she became increasingly flustered. He frowned uncomfortably, muttering, "Damn it, where is it then? When I watched, it seemed like doing it roughly like this was enough." Then suddenly, Haesu seemed to sense something was wrong. Her face showing apprehension with each moan, she abruptly said, "Stay still," causing Min Cheon to remain in the same position, reminding her, "Don't squeeze." It turned out that he understood the reason now. That was dangerous. He almost came right after he just put it in. Crazy. It seemed to be Hugh's first time, so she wasn't used to it yet. Because he was using quite a lot of force, she had to cover her mouth with her hand, grimacing. Seeing that his girlfriend seemed unwell, Min Cheon quickly asked how she was. "Hey, Nahisu, are you crying? Does it hurt? Did I hurt you? Should I pull out? Should I stop?" Ugh, even though inside he wanted to scream, "Pull out, you crazy bastard!" But desire kept him going. "Ugh, I can't stop. She's crying, you jerk." Kang Min Cheon felt like he was melting. All this time, he was only tormenting himself. Are you even human acting like this? But in the midst of those moans, Hunk only reached up to caress his cheek, panting, "No, it's okay. Because it's you, it's okay." In the moment she was completely naked, worried that the other person would get permission for anything, Min Cheon only whispered, "Ah, I'm really sorry, Naisu. Sorry, I'm sorry." Then he thrust even harder, because I, like you. His hands were really holding her tight, only hearing rising and falling moans. "Really, because it's you, I only want to do this kind of moment with you." And also, after that fateful night, Haesu was still shocked. It was a bit sudden, causing her to turn her back and say, "Sorry," only wanting to be alone. So she told him the reason. "I'm a little tired today." Until nearly dawn the next day, Min Cheon woke up and stood up, looking around as memories flooded back. His long, reddish-orange hair covered his eyes. Seeing in his mind the image of Hugh quietly cleaning up the mess for him, he understood. "That's right, there was a time like that. I just wanted to ask, how have you been lately?" But then he asked himself a question. Does she sometimes feel sad because of my absence? Does she regret pushing me away, afraid of losing her boyfriend? And after finishing dealing with the clothes, Haesu immediately turned to the cardboard boxes, remembering the moment before. Nahesu cried from the pain. Nahesu pitied Kang Min Cheon. "In my memory, you always made me cry so much. There were rarely moments when I could laugh at all. But you're a real jerk," he still harbored, so he wants her to cry even more. In the moment of standing frozen, shirtless, returning to the warm, bright space of the barbecue restaurant, with many smoke-exhausting tubes hanging down, while she was cleaning up, Haesu inadvertently overheard the conversation of some older male customers, and the talk began. "Hey, why can't I get in touch with him these days? I put it on silent mode. Why? Because that person keeps bothering me, that one-night stand." A whole table full of food that no one had touched with their chopsticks, only a judgmental voice rang through the space. "If you sleep together without even dating, it's over." Oh, that's trash. And not only that, one of them even scorned. "That person, girls, brains are different from ours. It's strange that both are classified into the same group of mammals." There's some movie that says that too. Men are from Mercury, women are from Venus. Making her a little uncomfortable, she pushed the cart away. Nahu isn't 18 years old, she's 34. Number longer naive enough to believe declarations of love innocently. So emotions, even those stronger than momentary desire, are just selfishness, urging someone to leave after satisfaction. Because even without trying to hold on, once both have achieved what they wanted, everything will lose its initial fervor, and then she is true to herself, cold-heartedly continuing to work without a care. Naehoon decided not to overthink it anymore. It starts hot and fiery, but soon cools down. It all stems from, not coldness, but a familiarity that breeds indifference. The end of love is ultimately just like that, not to mention those fleeting, short-lived flings. Understanding this, Hugh predicted that he would probably get bored quickly too. The person he once longed for, only to realize, upon holding her close, that she's just an ordinary woman, nothing special. He'll realize it soon enough. There's a common misconception that the one who is loved more is the winner. But look, it was Minion who pursued her from the moment they were high school classmates, always buying her bread and warmly calling her name, Na-Haesu, hey, Na-Haesu. He'd show up whenever she went to watch him play soccer with his friends. He would wave and shout loudly, without any hesitation, "Wife!" making Hugh so embarrassed she'd tense up, her face flushed, clutching her bag straps tightly. These actions of love made it seem like he had won in this relationship. I don't know how to fill the emptiness when the love has run dry, so even his indifference, his scorn, his cold, sarcastic remarks, or even his gradually changing attitude, I held them all tightly in my heart, unable to say a word. Letting Kang Min-cheon leave like that, leaving her feeling dejected and with sorrowful eyes, but then, returning to reality while wiping the table, she suddenly noticed something and looked up to observe. Turns out it's that Rose guy. He's sitting on his motorcycle, holding his phone up, signaling. Understanding what he meant, Haesu quickly took out her phone to check. How lovely. He had texted to ask how she was feeling, and she quickly replied normally, making Tai feel relieved after reading those few lines. Then, looking closely through the glass door, she saw him mouthing something. He stopped before finishing, making Haesu wonder, no way, he knows more. Then she quickly thought, he's such a devil. Then she took something out of her back pocket. It turned out to be another message from Thai, let's go on a date after work. And he watched, only seeing Hugh intently looking down at her phone, reading the message. And in a matter of seconds, she looked up, her eyes wide. This gesture made Tae-ha a little flustered, not knowing what the result would be, wondering if he should tilt his head like an eager puppy. So now decided to only think about one thing. Don't let her heart be swayed by a heart that can change. She managed to accept, but her reply was a bit curt. After receiving the date proposal from Tai, she was a bit surprised, but agreed. After work, she saw him waiting for her in front of her house. After parking the motorcycle, not letting his girlfriend do it herself, T gently took off her helmet, and as if just freed, Haesu felt much less stuffy. Because the bike was quite tall for her, his next action was to advise, hold my hand, I'll help you down. Having gotten used to doing things alone, Haesu replied coldly, I can do this myself. But still worried, Tae-ha warned, it looks high, but you can do it, so leave it at that and respond, because I'm too big. But then, as soon as she got off the bike, Haru felt a little bewildered, her eyes wide as she looked around and asked, this is a date. This is the way home. Leaving her speechless, questioning her life, and standing still like that. Suddenly, Haru, with her petite frame, was completely embraced by Tae-ha, lifted up gently, and he asked, are you disappointed? Immediately followed by the answer, no, there's nothing to be disappointed about. So he explained, I just want to be with you a little longer. During their warm embrace, Tae-ha opened his eyes, gently whispering in her ear, that's just how I am. Because, besides being a financially secure man, he was also kind and considerate, understanding the efforts of his girlfriend Naoyu, who always has shorter days than anyone else. Being just a little greedy would mean sacrificing sleepless nights. Then he gently placed her on the step of the stairs and warmly said, I know you're busy. Gently putting his arm around Haesu's waist, Tae-ha understood and was willing to accept it. So I'll obediently wait without sulking. From those heartfelt words she could feel his sincerity, and asked him back, does the glove fit? And then receiving the answer, yes, Hugh dared to look straight, only to gently turn her head away, feeling a bit more at ease as she instructed, then don't hesitate, just use it. Don't drive with such cold hands. It seemed she was slightly embarrassed when saying it, even though she was grown. And she just avoided Tae-ha's sharp gaze. If it gets old, I'll buy you a new one. This seemed to touch the guy's sympathy, and he immediately blurted out a thought, I understand that feeling. Even little now, when opening a new item, wouldn't dare to use it, even if it was just a Minion shirt. Because it was too precious, he was afraid a single scratch would ruin it. So Tae-ha was worried that his girlfriend would lose out. Haesu didn't say anything more at this moment, only thinking to herself, just use it, he's driving, so he must be cold. And having gone up the stairs until they were almost at the top of the slope, Whom suddenly took the initiative to gently slip a finger into Tae-ha's palm. Seeing her sudden, unexpected action, he was equally shocked, and didn't know what to say or how to react. This inadvertently made Hugh a little embarrassed, her face flushing as she stammered, I saw you looked cold, so I just held your hand. Today is really cold, isn't it? The wind is strong too. And afraid that Tae Ha wouldn't like it, she also added, "If you're uncomfortable, just let go." But it's not easy to pass up a rare opportunity. The guy had to hold on tight and never let go, along with the reaction, "Ah, so warm." The indifferent expression suddenly vanished from his face, leaving only a look of happiness. Seeing that smile, the two, with their hands intertwined, were so embarrassed that Hugh had to quickly turn her face away to hide, while in her head she felt very confused. Usually, if you slept together, wouldn't you be used to intimate gestures? I didn't think much before, but why am I bothered by just holding hands? It's very different from making love. Everything rushes by quickly, your big, gentle warmth. It felt like all the nerves were concentrated in the touching fingertips, causing her body temperature to rise, and every step amid those tangled thoughts made Hula's face look a little scrunched up. Until they both reached the front door of her house, she quickly pulled away, her face flushed as she said, "We're here." Then she lightly pulled her arm away. However, Tae Ha gripped her hand tightly again, as if her saying that wasn't enough, which made her hand ache a little. She had to gently rub it, and then said in a cold voice, "I'm telling you beforehand so you don't misunderstand. We're not in a serious relationship." Then she quickly raised her wide eyes as if pleading for Tae Ha to understand and asked, "You know that too, right?" But then he simply replied, "I don't know," which quite startled Hugh. "You said it yourself, didn't you? If you can't open your heart yet, just the body is fine." Her voice echoed in the silent, still space. "That's all there is to our relationship." However, hearing this made Tae Ha feel quite disappointed, and he answered with a cold face, "Yeah, fine, then." This made the girl's eyes widen slightly in surprise and confusion as she thought, "What is it? Is it really okay with just the body?" But then, to protect his own reputation, Tae Ha defended himself, saying, "That is a bit unfair to me. I'm more innocent than you think." He was immediately refuted. "Innocent? My foot! I can tell by your face that you're a player. I was suspicious the moment I saw how skilled you were." Then she suddenly felt tricked. A kitten Hugh was easily caught, leaving her stunned by his incomprehension. Well, she's a bit angry now. Her face was fuming, looking slightly fiery as she demanded, "Go home now, don't go somewhere else and cause trouble." And then Hisu slowly went down the stairs with Tae Ha following her. He didn't go home, and she saw his shadow behind her. This made her quite confused. "What is it? Why are you following me?" But before she could say anything, she only saw him chuckle on his face. Slowly approaching Hugh, Tae Ha asked in a deep, warm voice, "Can you reapply my medicine for me?" Next, the guy gently bowed his head and leaned closer, while she simply responded, "You can apply the medicine yourself. That sounds shady." Still not understanding what was happening, she could only hear Tae Ha reply, "That's right." And the moment Hugh stood still, the guy placed his hand to block her way, saying, "Because you said we only have a physical relationship." Then his tone gradually became more seductive, and he continued, "So I want to try flirting and see what happens." There was no distance left between their faces. Every warm breath could be clearly felt in this cold space. Hearing this, Hus could only blush, avoiding his eyes and saying, "Do you want to be scolded? You have no fear of your elders." "But the young colt is lustful." He smiled softly and replied, "I know." And he made a proposal. "Instead, hug me one last time before you go." Although she simply asked for a hug, Thami was now pressing his head against Hiru's neck. His feeling was a bit strange, leaving her quite flustered. "Ah, it tickles." But his hair really was soft, feeling like she was enveloped by it, with a cool, fragrant scent, accompanied by an even bigger surprise, which was him lifting his head. Unable to resist, he stuck out his tongue near Hikinu's neck, as if about to devour her alive. Bringing his lips even closer was also the moment he lightly bit a patch of skin there, which caught her off guard. Ugh. He then continued to shift his position to the other side, his lips gliding over her skin and finally stopping just before the soft, plump corner of Hugh's lips and her flushed face. Just when she thought a passionate kiss was coming, T suddenly paused, leaving the girl feeling a little disappointed and confused, before he finally spoke to announce, "Well, I'm leaving now. But is that all?" Hifanu's eyes were very bewildered at this moment. "Huh, you didn't say anything else." He simply replied, "See you tomorrow." And so, she had no choice but to accept and follow along. Although she felt a slight pang of regret, she still held back and said, "Oh, okay, see you tomorrow." Then she quickly ran into the house, The light from the crack in the door gradually closed before Taeha's eyes. As soon as she got inside, she had to raise her hand to rub her cheek to check, her breathing ragged and frantic. She almost naturally invited him in. She couldn't believe such a foolish thought would surface in her mind, leaving Hu shaken. She slowly sat down on the floor and wondered. Why are you like this, Nakesu? You clearly weren't the type of person to act like this a moment ago when we met and a kiss occurred. Everyone went home. At this time, there was a stack of information on the desk. Taeha looked very thoughtful at this moment, his eyes staring blankly ahead. Among those evaluations, the report is slow, isn't it? And that wasn't all. Behind him there was one more person. Just seeing the silhouette was enough to recognize Lee Jae. At the same time, he quickly said, I'll try to make contact. Then suddenly, he just saw Taeha raise his hand to signal him to stop, and then he reached into his pant pocket to take out his phone. The young man instructed, I'd better make the call myself. Looking at his young master's posture, Lee Jae only smiled and continued to observe Taeha. But inwardly he was extremely concerned. I absolutely cannot tell if he's in a good mood or a bad one, if he's angry or hurt. He just saw the young man lying on the bed, holding the bear in his hand, without reacting, which made him sigh. Serving the young master is truly difficult. He observed the room for a while and then moved on to wonder further. Why isn't he turning on the heater? Is he trying to freeze me to death? So Louis Day had to speak up and wonder. Are you wishing to catch a cold? He received a nonchalant answer. I hope it's just the flu. But regardless, he immediately voiced his regrets. Wasn't being beaten to a pulp enough, damaging that expensive face, yet you couldn't maintain the favor for more than 4 days. Just hearing those profound words, the young man, still fondling the bear, merely replied mournfully, That's right. I gave her all my feelings, and I gave her my first time. His face was full of suspicion, and he emphasized, I gave her everything, and it still wasn't enough. After that, like a deep talk, Lee Jae also gave his personal opinion. Well, that's true, maybe this isn't her type. Just look at her ex-husband, he's worlds apart from you. But don't be too heartbroken. Life isn't a game of Monopoly. What's the fun if things always go your way? And he concluded with one last heartbreaking sentence. Sometimes, life is just about being used and then discarded. Hearing that made him feel psychologically attacked, and he turned his face straight to look at him. Then he spoke. Hearing his young master call him, he immediately replied, Yes, don't come tomorrow. He was a little worried, so he had to ask for confirmation. Is it a dismissal or a leave of absence? The reply was simply, It's normal. Taeha asked for a leave of absence. In the young man's words, because tomorrow night, on Huli's side, she was not sleeping well, her face quite wrinkled. It seems like Tai has decided to go all out, his face full of determination as he exclaimed, I won't go home. In the dimly lit room, the girl's moans echoed incessantly. Curious black shirt was extremely messy, one hand lifting the girl's thigh beneath him, who was lying on the table, trembling with a flushed face, her mouth constantly emitting sounds of ecstasy. Taeha lowered his face close to the woman. Perhaps she thought he was going to kiss her, so she stuck out her tongue. The moans still did not stop. But Taeha grabbed the woman's throat with his hand and growled, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Hey, my brother, do you know what he's doing? His handsome face, flushed with pleasure, was still full of cold threat. The girl replied with a trembling voice. My brother, what are you talking about? Taeha pushed harder and said, I hear you know a lot of people, don't you? Sweat poured down his face from the exertion. Panting, he repeated the question. My brother, what is he doing right now, do you know? Taeha's hand grabbed her slender calf and lifted it high. The girl's lower body trembled uncontrollably. Around them, used condoms were scattered everywhere. One hand on her waist, one hand lifting her thigh, Taeha continued to move, making her cry out in trembling sounds. Ha, so good, my brother, who is he anyway? I don't know. Taeha was finished now. He ran a hand through his bangs and sighed. Then he said, he's a bastard. Afterward, Bom Taeha walked out of the room and coldly closed the door. His clothes were neat, the dim purple light shining on his hair. The friend sitting outside asked, Finished? Taeha slumped down beside him and replied, Yeah, give me a smoke. He took a drag, exhaled the smoke, and said, It's so quiet. It's not like he's dead, yet no one knows what he's doing. Should I say he knows his place? He leaned his head back and frowned uncomfortably. The guy raised his eyebrows in confusion, Taeha continued. Isn't it absurd? A man with that thing, how can he not meet a single woman? The friend asked. Who are you talking about? He replied. My brother. The guy was a little surprised. Your brother? Ah, I remember. He recalled Taeha's violent image from his school days and continued. The one you beat up every day, pale, beautiful, that little brat. In contrast to his warmongering brother being restrained by his friends, Beha, beaten and bruised, weakly leaned against the wall in the alley. Tae-hee let out a long ugh sound, showing disgust and contempt. Then he said, "What do you mean, little brat? He's a head taller than you now," his best friend asked incredulously. "What? Are you lying?" Tae-hee replied. "It's true, that guy." The guy stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and said, "He's still a young master. How could he not have women? Maybe your brother's taste is too different, that's why he can't find anyone. Like women much older than him, for example." Tae-hee put his cigarette to his lips and replied, "Ah, I hate women much older than me. That condescending look is really annoying." His best friend immediately replied, "That's what's exciting, Tae-hee. 100 men, 100 different tastes. Men have wide interests." Tae-hee immediately said, "I don't care." He leaned back in his chair and complained, "Ah, Korea is so boring." His friend said, "Then go abroad again." Tae-hee chuckled and said, "Haha, can't. The chairman is about to make a decision." Tae-hee's eyes widened, his cold smile full of ambition. "I absolutely can't let that bastard get even a penny. It all has to be mine." Scene changes to a dark office. A boy lay sprawled on the floor, a phrase in English tattooed on his drooping wrist. In the room, there was no light source at all, only a faint light shone through the overwhelmingly large window. Suddenly, the boy's vision was blocked, a gentle hand covering his eyes, or at least, he felt that way. Bi Shiwoo whispered softly, "Help me escape, please, please." Blood streamed from the cut on his cheek. Taeha's eyes were dazed behind the other person's fingers. He continued to say, his burning desire at the time, "Absolutely, don't let them find me." Then the hand gradually left Taeha's face, his mind sinking into darkness. Taeha drowsily opened his eyes, waking up in bed. Sunlight from the window gently shone on his hair. He saw the teddy bear pressed against his face, its hand placed on his cheek. It turned out that Taeha had hugged the bear tightly while sleeping. He thoughtfully reached out his veined hand to touch his cheek. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Taeha hugged the stuffed bear tightly, burying himself in it, and closing his eyes to savor the moment. He thought to himself, "It really smells like Nahesu." Scene changed to Hesu's room, where she's sitting at a small table on the floor. She thought to herself, "The void that Kang Min left behind is quite large. It's not just because the house feels empty, nor is it because the bed feels colder without his warmth." Her hand wrote continuously in the notebook as Hesu thought, "I've been spending money more freely than usual lately, and yet I still have more left over than I did months ago. The white wool socks she wore were the ones she had bought not long ago. I'm so lucky I can pay a little more towards both the principal and the interest now." Hesu stopped writing to tie up her loose hair. Thoughts and memories surfaced in her mind again. "I know the traces of my youth are still an unpaid debt. Even without Kang Min to protect me, I still have to live and try my best. Living is truly harsh." She recalled the memory of Lang Mignon carrying her on his back while holding shopping bags in both hands. That was the time he showered her with utmost care. She also remembered Belmthai's gentle words that evening. "I know you're busy, I'll obediently wait." Without demanding anything, Hesu continued thinking, "But at least a little, just a little. Can I breathe? Can I be a little greedy?" She picked up the phone and made a call. "Hello, ma'am. This is Hesu. It's nothing much, it's just..." Today, as she was talking to her boss, Taeha was already standing outside, waiting. The tall figure wore a long coat, with tight-fitting black clothes, a black mask hanging low under his chin, and in his hand he held a pack for treating the injury on his cheek. Hesu opened the door and asked, "When did you get here?" Taeha immediately replied, "Just now." He quickly hid the ice pack behind his back. Hesu, standing next to him, glanced at him and asked, "Are you busy today?" Tae immediately answered with a smile. "No," Hesu then said. "Then, do you want to hang out with me?" Taeha looked at her questioningly. "What about work?" Hesu replied. "I took a day off. Besides, I also have some things to buy, and I was planning to go to the market too." "But are you sick? Your face is red. If you're tired, then never mind." Facing Hesu's concern, Taeha could only clench the ice pack he was hiding behind his back. He quickly replied, "No, I'm perfectly fine." Hesu still worriedly reached out to him and said, "But you feel really hot." Tae quickly threw the packs into the trash can behind him. While she wasn't paying attention, he smiled and replied, "That's because I'm healthy, so my body temperature is high." Hesu still asked uneasily, "Are you not lying?" Taeha immediately replied, "No, I'm not." The female lead was now hesitating and thinking, "I've asked him to hang out, but what do young people do these days?" Her memories of dating Kang Mignon 10 years ago only revolved around places like karaoke, game stores, school, and the Riverside Park. The two started walking, and Hesu asked, "Is there anything you want to do?" Taeha immediately asked back, "If there is, will you do it with me?" When he heard Hesu's uh-huh, He couldn't help but smile with joy. He gently took Jesu's small hand, which surprised her a little, but she didn't object at all. Taeha smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling with playfulness. He said, "Do you know what I want to do?" Scene changed to what seemed to be a shopping mall. A group of girls was standing in front of the mirror, fixing their false eyelashes. A tall figure passed behind them, blocking almost all the light, causing the girls to turn around in surprise and ask, "What's that?" It's like a giant statue appeared. Taeha walked past and glanced at them, his eyes radiating a cold look. The black mask hanging low under his chin further accentuated that coldness. The two girls from before were as if blinded, their cheeks flushed red. They gossiped, "Wow, crazy, did you see that?" Yeah, I did. Let's go ask for his number." "No, I really want to, but there's a girl next to him." Taeha happily put his arm around Jesu's shoulders, escorting her into the photo booth, while Jesu looked a little shocked. Taeha put his arm around her shoulder. Jesu asked curiously, "What is this?" He honestly replied, "Sticker pictures," she exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, sticker pictures, yeah?" When it came to taking pictures, she hesitated, a bit self-conscious, fumbling for an excuse. "What's there to photograph? Go take photos with your friends. I'm not good at this stuff." I had planned to refuse. "I don't have any makeup on, so I look awful." But he already put his hand on her shoulder, insisting, "Can't I? I really want to take pictures with you." Looking at his puppy dog eyes, Hae-so finally caved. "All right, let's take them then. Goal achieved, TAE." Ha chuckled slyly. "Ha ha." He mischievously touched her slightly puffy cheek, teasing with a smile. "Our auntie is sulking. Her cheeks are puffed up because she's mad." He so pouted. "Stop pushing." The camera indicated it was about to take a picture, and he hurriedly pulled her in front of it. "Look ahead," Hio retorted grumpily. "It's funny you're looking at me instead of the camera, TAE." Ha feigned innocence. "Can't I look?" she stammered. "That's not what I meant." The two took 4 pictures together, their eyes never leaving each other, teasing each other, smiles of happiness blooming on their faces. The photos were printed out, the colors incredibly vivid. TAE Ha held his with great care. He showed her the picture, happily saying, "Wow, the picture's nice, isn't it?" "Right?" She nodded shyly. TAE Ha murmured. "Yeah, it is," he continued. "One for each of us, okay? Don't lose it." Seeing him staring intently at the photo with a smile, Hio thought to herself, "He seems to really like it. I think it's a little cute. Such a big guy, being so happy with a tiny photo." Suddenly, the image of his flushed face, sweaty forehead, and adoring eyes flooded back to her. He so immediately blushed on the spot. Embarrassed, she covered her face, chanting in her head, "Not cute, not cute, not cute. What's so cute about a grown man?" TAE Ha looked at her quizzically. He took off the scarf around his neck and put it on her. Hiso was momentarily stunned. Then he lifted her face, so Hio was facing him, and gently said, "We're done taking pictures. Let's go do the next thing now." The next stop for the two of them was a clothing store. The employee greeted them warmly. "Welcome. Please take your time looking around." Holding hands, Hiso looked around, wondering, "You want to buy clothes?" He nodded. "Yeah," she thought to herself. "He wants me to help him pick out clothes at this store. I don't really know much about clothes." Looking at all the high-end items in front of her, she sighed inwardly. "No matter what I pick, it'll be something you'd never wear." TAE Ha grabbed a shirt and held it up in front of her, excitedly asking, "What kind of clothes do you like?" He looked at her, honestly saying, "Because I don't really know much about women's clothes." Hiso paused for a moment before saying, "Are you planning to give it to someone?" He nodded slightly. "Yeah," she slowly said. "Don't tell me it's for me." He nodded again. "Yeah." For a moment, she didn't know how to respond and instinctively turned her head away. "Come on, you just bought me something. It'd be better to spend that money on something good to eat. Clothes aren't cheap these days." He insisted on buying her something. "It's okay, TAE." Ha smiled, his voice casual. "I have savings." His words reminded her of Mignon. He had also once whispered in her ear, "I have money." Han remained silent, her hand gripping the strap of her bag tightly, her mood chaotic. The shop owner, sensing the awkwardness, quickly intervened. "Oh, you two make such a lovely couple. You're talking. Can I chime in for a moment?" She looked at so, cheerfully saying, "Looking for something for your girlfriend, right?" She softly retorted, "Oh, not girlfriend, TAE." Ha, on the other hand, said the opposite, admitting without hiding it, "Yeah?" The owner smiled brightly, not forgetting to tease her own husband. "Wow, I'm so jealous. My husband only ever asks me to buy him stuff, never thinks about buying me anything." After chatting, the owner finally got down to business, which was picking out clothes for So, let's see, this color would look great with your fair skin, this kind of fabric doesn't pill, this combined with that would look even better, this pair of pants is really good quality. She stood to the side, signaling to him for rescue. You don't need to buy me anything. I really don't need it. The shop owner, seeing from afar that she didn't want to buy anything, played her trump card. She said, plus, the price is very reasonable. Seeing her expression soften, she brought over a few more outfits, enthusiastically pitching, It's just our special deal today. Hi, So exclaimed in surprise. Special deal? She said with a smile. Yeah, these items are really cheap to buy today. This one is 12,901. That one is 9,901. The surprisingly low price is shocking her. 9,901? She nodded, replying, Yeah, I'm telling the truth. Helio's inner self immediately wavered. She touched the outfit, pondering, It's amazing, the fabric looks decent and it's really cheap. Then she asked, How long does this deal last? The store owner knew she had hit her sweet spot, mysteriously saying, Well, sadly, it's only for today. Her excited voice echoed, So feel free to buy as much as you want today. Tae Ha stood in the corner, watching all her expressions. He wasn't sure if the discount was his doing, but he was very pleased that Hiso was willing to buy new things. After she implicitly gave him permission, he started grabbing things non-stop, piling up the items in his arms. Hiso followed behind, trying to stop him. Even so, don't buy too much. Finally, the two of them left the store with bags big and small, and the store owner cheerfully called out, Come again next time. Clutching the bags in her arms, Hiso suddenly felt regret. I should have stopped him. No matter how cheap it is, buying this much will still be a burden. Even if he's happy and spending freely now, he might regret it later. Tae Ha, unaware of what she was thinking, noticed her clutching the bag tightly and spoke up. Give me that. Hiso looked at him. Her reflection, the only thing in his eyes. She thought to herself, Sometimes I'm afraid of your unconditional tenderness. The image of Min Cheon looking at her with hateful eyes flashed through her mind, a tear rolling down her cheek, and she told herself, Even knowing this might just be a fleeting connection, I still worry that one day you'll regret it because of me. After thinking for a moment, Hiso said sheepishly, I'll definitely buy you something next month when I get paid. Tae Ha quickly refused. No need, she insisted, not wanting the past to repeat itself. It's weird to just receive without giving back. You give me gifts too. Then she looked at him, her eyes full of determination. I'll definitely pay you back, so wait for me. Tae Ha raised an eyebrow, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. He didn't like her drawing such a clear line between them. Finally, he said, Okay. Looking at Hiso's back, he frowned and thought to himself, How nice would it be if Nae Hiso was a girl who was happy just receiving gifts? Would it be easier then, even searching for an answer, even searching forever? There's no easy solution. Tae Ha reached out and gently touched her hand, the warmth from his hand spreading, soothing the unease and worry within him. Who? He said softly. But where to now? There's still plenty of time, so tell me everything you want to do. He smiled, his voice indulgent. If I told you everything, one day wouldn't be enough. The two walked side by side, and she said softly, If we can't do it today, we can do it later, Tae Ha retorted. What if there isn't enough time later either? He hugged her tightly from behind, his lips pressed together, and said greedily, What if we're constantly lacking to the point where we can't stand it? So let him hug her, and replied calmly, Then what's the problem? Then I'll make time for you more often, okay? Feeling constricted from being hugged for too long, she wriggled out of his embrace, muttering, I'm not a kid, this is embarrassing. Then she urged him, Lead the way, Tae. Ha didn't reply, but just silently looked at her, his eyes full of meaning. A hickey left by him on her neck, Tae Ha, did that to mark that she is his woman, and nobody can take her away from him. Yeah, I'm insecure like a child about a cheap thing that's worth 2001. I'm afraid Nae Hiso might eat and abandon me. The two's date continued. Tae Ha took her to a restaurant. The whole time, Hiso just ate while he sat and watched her. Afterwards, the two bought fish-shaped bread and walked hand in hand. The next destination was the aquarium. Looking at the colorful fish swimming back and forth through the glass, Hiso was momentarily lost in thought. Above their heads, a giant blue whale was illuminated by the water, sparkling and dazzling like a beautiful, eye-catching blue gem. After walking for a while, Hiso breathlessly gasped. Looking at Tae Ha, who was still impeccably dressed, she muttered to herself, I'm so tired. How long has it been since I played this much? He's so young, so his stamina is amazing. Suddenly, she wanted to freshen up, so she turned and instructed him. I'm going to the restroom. Don't go anywhere, okay? Be a good boy and wait here for me. He nodded in agreement. Yes, go ahead. Ta-e-ha faithfully stood there waiting, indifferent to the bustling crowd, his eyes still fixed on her back. Suddenly, laughter nearby caught his attention. Ta-e-ha glanced at the two girls chatting lively, and casually walked closer. Ah, that's right, it really is someone I know. The short-haired girl looked at him and said with a smile, Hey, do you remember me? He so returned from the restroom, glancing around, hoping that Ta-e-ha was still in the same place waiting for her. But as she got closer, she was momentarily stunned. He stood there smiling and talking to another girl. From a distance, they looked very close to each other. Hiso's mood suddenly darkened, a pang of sorrow rising within her. Seeing him talking happily, Nahu paused slightly, her eyes flickering with a dazed expression mixed with a hint of sadness. At the same time, two young women left together, not forgetting to offer bright smiles of farewell. I'm really okay, she thought. I hope you don't regret it later. Upon noticing Nasu's return, B glanced back, his tone gentle. You're back, sis. Hearing this, she responded, unable to suppress her curiosity about the two young women's identities. Yeah, who were those people? BH's face remained as calm as usual, his tone somewhat cold and indifferent. Oh, just some strangers. Hearing this, she lowered her gaze slightly, her eyes fleetingly showing a hint of absent-mindedness and grievance. She pursed her lips tightly, thinking to herself, Of course, I knew countless girls would like him. Gazing at the handsome face of the boy before her, with his attractive appearance captivating all eyes, her mood grew heavier. Because everyone's taste is the same, it would be strange if they didn't like him. I suddenly feel sad. Observing the other romantic couples, her mind was filled with thoughts. Compared to the vibrant lives of those passing me by, his gentleness only makes me feel smaller. As if understanding Nao's wandering thoughts, his warm hand gently intertwined with her slender fingers. Veins rippled across the back of his hand. BT held her hand tightly, not letting go. Watching the scene unfold before her, her eyes were full of contemplation, her heart still burdened with sadness, and she remained silent. After a while, Nao murmured absent-mindedly, She likes you. Immediately afterward, he denied it firmly. No. Perhaps his answer was just as she predicted. Her tone grew softer. Is that so? After saying that, Nao felt a little regretful for asking such a meaningless question, so she turned her face away from his gaze, thinking, Did I ask too much? In a relationship that's just physical, is it strange to be curious about these things? At the same time, Bomb T gently leaned down and whispered in her ear, his arm lightly brushing her small shoulder. She said she's good at fortune-telling. The close proximity and his words surprised her, and she looked up at the boy before her, asking, Fortune-telling, suddenly giving out fortune-telling readings on the street, like a preacher. Suddenly, BT's amiable face turned instantly expressionless, his eyes as sharp and cold as knives, staring intently at her, accompanied by an utterly frigid tone. She said I was born with bad luck, born to be pushed around everywhere, living unhappily, and then dying young. The expression on his face shocked and stunned Nahesu, her expression flashing with fear at the words coming from his mouth. It seemed that the emotion displayed in Nahesu's eyes satisfied his desire. B retracted his cold aura and continued to look at her with warm eyes. But if you're lucky enough to meet the right person, you might be happy. Amidst the wandering crowd, the two faced each other, Baha incessantly teasing her with sweet words, laced with sincerity and joy, is an older woman than me, about 10 years older, with the family name Nana and a name ending with Ku. Realizing that the person he was referring to was none other than herself, and hearing BM Tai's chuckling beside her, she knew she had been tricked, that she was indeed foolish to listen so seriously. Nahu Heku's face couldn't hide her embarrassment and shyness, and she leaned away from him, but her eyes remained fixed on Biha. Annoying, Biha. Who are you teasing? I thought it was real, so I listened so intently. Nao's reaction made him laugh incessantly. Ha ha ha, it is real. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she glared at him. Do you think I'm an idiot? After speaking, she turned away with a sulky mood, planning to leave BH alone. Get out of the way! I'm leaving! Go buy your noodles by yourself! Hearing this, he couldn't help but continue to tease her. Are you planning to eat and then abandon me now? Nao didn't expect him to say that, so she was extremely flustered and quickly scolded him. What are you saying? What would people think if they heard that? Immediately afterward, he gazed intently at Naodu's face for a while, the corners of his lips curving into a gentle smile, thinking to himself, Naodu lives at a slightly slower pace than others. Even letting go of a relationship takes her a long time. Looking at the gentle girl with a heart full of wounds and a slightly bitter smile, she had made an impression on Tiha, burning slowly and shining most passionately. When will you be able to feel warm again? The sky was already turning towards dusk, with the surroundings tinged with pale orange and rows of buildings reflecting on the clear surface of the lake. I don't hate warming you up. Someone who is sunk too deep. At that moment, Braha suddenly grabbed her hand tightly, pulling Nahihayu towards him. So keep asking me until you get bored. And then he embraced her tightly. Despite her bewilderment, her mind still filled with thoughts. And I will prove it until you get bored too. The scene suddenly shifted to a room with a young woman wearing a nightgown. In her hand was a cigarette that was still burning. She looked up at the scene outside the balcony and gently asked, "What's wrong?" Before her was Lej, sitting on the bed, wearing a loose jacket revealing his sculpted abs, his hair falling freely, making him even more attractive. He followed her words. Is it because you're busy that you don't bother replying to my messages? Hearing this, he rubbed the back of his neck, sighing wearily, his tone extremely exasperated. Forgive me, I have to be a 24/7 bodyguard for a rich young master. Today is the first day I've been free. The corners of her lips curved into a bright smile as she asked him curiously, Is your new master very demanding? Come here. Lej not only agreed but also complained about his crazy new master. It would be lucky if he was just demanding. But he's completely insane, so I don't know what to do. Afterward, memories began to flood his mind. Lej remembered the day he accepted the task from the young master to go to the clothing store, looking down at the neatly arranged clothes. Is this like a hidden camera prank? After pondering for a long time, the shop owner rested her hand on her chin. I can't understand the thoughts of L's young master. It would make sense if he told me to charge more. But this is the first time in my life I've seen someone ask me to sell clothes cheaper for one day only. Moreover, it seems like they're all expensive clothes, taken from the shopping mall? Who would do this if they weren't crazy? Even he, the young master's bodyguard, didn't understand his crazy intentions, so he just responded with a smile that looked rather creepy. That's right, it's clearly a crazy act. The problem is, he himself does it, even knowing it's crazy. Right after, she leisurely sat on his lap, pinching the cigarette between her fingers and bringing it to Lady Day's lips, sweetly asking, Who's that young master? Do I know him? He played along, taking the cigarette she offered into his mouth, refusing to reveal, Sorry, but I can't say. I don't want to slip up and get buried alive on a mountain. In the expensive room with minimalist and modern furniture, their voices echoed, breaking the silence. If you knew who I was working under, you'd be surprised. How amusing. Her whole body moved closer to Li Day. Her hand slowly reached deep inside his thin shirt, groping his firm and attractive chest. I told you, if you just took pocket money from me, you'd be comfortable. The more you get involved with people like that, the only one who'll bleed is you. Faced with her alluring charm, his eyes gazed passionately, not leaving her for a second. The freedom is only a moment. Can't do that. The distance between him and the girl closed. She leaned in, wanting to kiss his lips, while Lely Day calmly observed her seduction. Pocket money alone isn't enough for me. Following that, they entwined. Her jacket slipped down to her waist, letting him touch her as he pleased. Anyway, Day, you're really greedy. At the same time, on Nalyu's side, she and Belmteha were strolling around a small supermarket picking things out, holding a packet of ramen because she had already eaten 4 fish cakes. She looked up at him, offering, I'm still full, so shall we buy 1 pack to share? Immediately after, he smiled gently, his tone full of indulgence. Okay. After preparing the packet of ramen they bought, Baha carefully carried the hot bowl of noodles with her towards the Han River. On the way, Nau opened her mouth, breaking the silence, immediately drawing his attention. Ah, hey, among the things we didn't get to do today, is there anything else you want to do? Rummaging through the thoughts and intentions in his head, he didn't know how to answer her question. Because there are too many, I don't know where to start. Hearing that, she recalled the list of things they had done together today. Taking photos together, chatting at a cafe, going to the aquarium, buying and eating fish cakes, eating ramen by the Han River. She then softly exclaimed, So many? We've already done this much? Then just say 1 or 2 things. Baumteha nodded and smiled, while simultaneously pondering what else he wanted to do. The sky grew darker, the sun had completely disappeared beyond the horizon, and the streetlights lit up one after another. I want to go to the market and cook a warm meal together, then go get a tarot reading or a love fortune reading. I've never done those things. Every word he spoke was carefully noted by Nagahakeyu, seriously listening to Belmteha's desires, gazing at the warm smile on Belmteha's handsome face. A thought flashed in her mind. It's not that he's never had a girlfriend, but that he's never had a love fortune reading. A track record of over 1 million exes. As someone who's been there, she leaned in, her eyes looking into the distance. Let Real Long give you some advice, but it's not right, mostly wrong. Hearing that, Bomtai could somewhat guess what she was saying. It seems like you've tried it before, huh? In response, she gave a sad and slightly bitter answer. Yeah, not recently. Remembering the day she went to get a love fortune reading with her ex-husband. Before their eyes was an old woman with a fierce expression holding a staff adorned with copper bells. The old woman sat on the ground in front of the Buddha statues. After observing for a while, the old woman pointed at Kang Min Cheon, ignoring his surprised and doubtful gaze. She resolutely predicted, "You must treat her well. Treat the girl next to you well." The old woman's words struck his pride. A look of injustice was evident on Kang Min Che's face, his tone extremely certain. "I treat you well, don't I?" Nae-Su maintained her fierce gaze. The old woman resolutely reminded him, "So, continue to treat her well so you don't have to be ashamed of yourself now." The more she spoke, the more intense her expression became, causing people to feel fear and trepidation. Her eyes seemed to see through the other person's sins. After a few words of advice to Kang Min Cheon, the old woman's finger continued to move toward her. Nae-Su's expression became startled and cautious, her heart filled with anticipation and anxiety. But before the old woman could observe her and think, Kang Min Che, seeming to not believe the nonsense she was spouting, quickly pulled her out of the room. As she stood up, the old woman immediately lifted the copper bell, preparing to ring it over her, causing Nahemu to startle and look back, instinctively dodging. Seeing that, Kang Min Che decisively covered her ears to prevent the noise from bothering her, then resolutely left the fortune-telling shop without looking back. The memory of that year ended, and she returned to reality, but Nae-Su's body was stiff, as if she hadn't broken free from the past. While Bagiha stood next to her, smiling happily, as if discovering something, his eyes glanced behind him, quickly recognizing the scenery was now extremely romantic, and exclaimed, "Ah, the weather is perfect!" Hearing that, she turned her eyes towards the sky, her eyes wide and sparkling as she looked at the sunset, her face not smiling brightly but carrying a still expression, as if carrying a lingering sorrow. The sky was brilliant with streaks of orange, yellow, and pink intertwined, creating a warm and magnificent scene. The setting sun shone on the tall buildings, casting long shadows on the water. A cool breeze gently blew through Nae-Su's hair. Her eyes were filled with sadness, her expression still as if she was contemplating something as the sun set. But perhaps what Baha noticed wasn't the glorious evening scenery, but the girl in front of him. When she spoke, all of his eyes were filled with Na-Hu's figure. "You wanted to eat ramen by the Han River. Not because you really wanted to eat ramen, right?" In the distance, the sky changed from dark orange to dark red. The last rays of the day shone on the tall buildings along the river. Long shadows were cast on the calm water. From the bottom of her heart, she exclaimed, "Thank you. It's really beautiful." Emerald eyes, filled with sadness, watched the setting sun, the brilliant sunset dyeing her delicate face, a flushed orange, creating a beauty that was both gentle and contained a deep sorrow. "Now I know, love that seemed eternal can also end in a dirty affair." The sky above still retained a bit of soft light, reflecting down on the flat river like a giant mirror. Ripples gently rippled at the end of every love, leaving only painful and cruel remnants. The human soul is so fragile. In that scene, now looked towards the red-orange horizon, while Baha turned his face towards the girl, his calm eyes following her figure amidst the scenery. Both were immersed in a peaceful moment, each carrying their own thoughts. Although they didn't touch, it was already a painful ending that couldn't be repeated a second time. His face tilted slightly, his pensive eyes never leaving her. That gaze wasn't just simple observation, but seemed to contain deep thoughts. Nae-Su was no longer naive enough to believe in this youthful simplicity. Right after, Braha turned to her, gently offering her the noodles that weren't as piping hot as before. "Mind holding this for a sec?" Hearing that, Nabu readily took the bowl, inwardly wondering, looking up at him. Unexpectedly, he leaned down, his face moving closer to Nae-Su's. His hands gently cupped her face, taking her by surprise. Her eyes widened in utter shock, their figures blended together against the romantic backdrop of the twilight. He gently lifted her chin, giving Nachiu a kiss that was sweet and passionate. Their faces drew closer, the kiss becoming deeper and more intense. He softly stroked her cheek. It was as if the surrounding space stilled completely, leaving only the intense connection between two wounded hearts in need of healing. The kiss continued, gentle and trusting, and both of their eyes closed. Immersed in their own world, the one who's always been sincere until the end of this love, I'm always counting down each farewell. In the fiery sunset that dyed both the sky and the tranquil water red, two figures embraced tightly. This kiss was like a caress, a wordless confession. Sorry about that. An hour before the supermarket closed, Tae Ha pushed the cart. He watched her determined face. Ready, Hesu asked, her spirit filled with fighting resolve. Target, discounted items before closing. It's crowded, so don't get lost. You have to follow me, Hesu said. Rushing forward, Tae Ha looked at her and gave her an affectionate smile. She was mesmerized by the food on display, muttering, "What should I make for breakfast tomorrow? Maybe seaweed soup, or refreshing fish soup." Tae Ha's gaze remained quietly fixed on her, and he happily thought to himself, "A relationship based only on bodies. This feels like we're preparing to live together." Meanwhile, a car door opened, and a tired voice rang out. "Off work!" The speaker was none other than Dai. Min Cheon, in the driver's seat, turned and reminded her, "Buckle your seatbelt." Dia sighed in complaint. "I'm too tired. Do it for me." He reluctantly nodded in agreement. Okay. Min Cheon leaned over to fasten Dai's seatbelt. She pursed her lips, secretly watching the expression on his face. Dai softly called out, "Min Cheon, should I get a new car?" She asked his opinion, but he just frowned in confusion. "It's fine as it is." "What's wrong?" Dai blushed for a moment before replying, "It's just, you're driving my car now too. I think a cooler car would suit you better." Inwardly disgusted, Min Cheon thought to himself, "A car is just a thing, she wants to change it like that." Oh, he didn't even look at her, replying bluntly, "Even if we wanted to buy one, we need money. Our salaries aren't that high." Dion whined, "That's right." But then she smiled gently at him, her eyes sparkling. "It's just, if I said the car got into an accident and asked Dad to get me a new one, he'd probably do it. My dad listens to me no matter what." Min Cheon found it incredibly absurd. Yuna, Dee doesn't know whether she's being innocent or naive. Min Cheon also understood that this absurdity was precisely what made her different from people like him, which was why he was drawn to her. He assessed Adi after their days together as having an innocence, to the point of being able to say things like that. A girl who grew up under the protection of her parents, who could provide their child with anything. He realized that this innocence was refreshing, but sometimes it was suffocating. The cute girl Adi pleaded with Min Cheon, "Don't go straight home, I want to go on a date, it's just work every day." His tone was slightly difficult to respond to. "I'm tired, let's do it another time, on a day off," she pouted. "You always say you're tired." Adi glared at him. At times like these, he was like an old man. Min Cheon laughed casually and replied, "I am an old man." Hearing that, Dai fell silent, looking at him without saying anything. Suddenly she called out, "Honey," she suggested softly, "let's have a baby." Min Cheon froze, then he snapped. "What are you saying?" Adia replied cheerfully. "What else? I mean, let's get married." He began to get angry at her childishness. "Can't you think about that more seriously?" Dai, taken aback by his outburst, retorted, "I'm always thinking seriously about it." Out of options, Min Cheon had no choice but to placate Dikati. He gently stroked her cheek, saying, "You're not old enough to talk about marriage yet." Dai snapped back at him. "That's ridiculous. 26 isn't young anymore. I've done everything that needs to be done. But why do you keep putting it off when it comes to marriage? You think I'm a kid?" Before she could finish her sentence, Min Cheon pulled Dean into a deep kiss. Dai couldn't stop him as he unbuttoned her shirt. The two were locked in a kiss. Min Cheon decisively took off her shirt, revealing her sensual black innerwear. A moment later, Min Cheon slowly released Dee. The two locked eyes, breathing heavily. "I don't think you're a kid, okay?" Not wanting to argue with her, Min Cheon gently coaxed, annoyed. Dee glared at him. "I'm so frustrated," she cried out, and tears streamed down her face. She choked out, "You always avoid the topic like this. I know everything, but because I like you more, I can't say anything. Stop being so handsome." Her voice was tearful. "I'll endure a little longer, so please think seriously about it." Min Cheon silently gripped the steering wheel. Listening to Adi confess to him, "I want to marry you soon." As he said that, a feeling of disgust surged within him. Minion dejectedly thought that he was starting to get tired. Meanwhile, in front of Hugh's house, Taeha quietly said goodbye to her. "Go inside." Then, he couldn't help but look at her with a happy smile. "I had so much fun today. Thank you for spending time and hanging out with me," Hugh politely replied. "I'm the one who should be thanking you. It must have been boring to hang out with an old lady like me." Taeha nodded and bid her farewell. "Well, I'll be going then," Hesu hesitated slightly. "You're leaving already?" He responded with a smile. "Yes. Wait. Hesu had something she wanted to say to him, but she was so shy that she stammered, "Is there still something you want to do?" She looked at Taeha, who was about to turn away, and softly pleaded, "Do it, and then leave." Hearing this, even the cold Taeha couldn't help but smirk slyly. "Do what?" he asked her. Taeha couldn't resist teasing Hu. "You saying that makes me not know," he replied like a naive Snow White. You said it just now, going to buy something." Her face turned slightly red. Hesu decisively lowered her head and mumbled, "Because you cooked for me last time, I'll make you breakfast tomorrow before you go." After saying this, Hesu really couldn't look Taeha in the face. She pursed her lips, her face as red as a tomato, and turned her head away, but all her expressions were captured in his sharp eyes. Taeha tilted his head and whispered in her ear, "Last time, an old lady I know seemed to tell me that if I don't know to be afraid of adults and follow them around carelessly, I'll get into trouble." Hyudo was too embarrassed, so she just answered, "If you don't want to, it's fine." Then she wanted to twist the doorknob and run away. Just as Hesu was about to close the door, Taeha's foot blocked her door. He looked at her with a face just like a sly wolf wanting to eat a little rabbit, his voice deep and husky. "I never said I didn't want to." He raised an eyebrow, deliberately teasing. "You're not going to do anything weird, are you?" Hugh immediately retorted. "Of course not. Do you think I'm a pervert?" He laughed heartily. "Then I believe you." Taeha turned and went inside, saying, "It's cold outside, hurry up and come in and close the door." Just as he finished speaking, the mysterious figure of a strange man appeared outside. Hesu sat on the floor, looking at the scattered clothes around her. "While he's taking a shower, I should tidy up the clothes and fold the laundry while I'm at it." Thinking this, she quickly started working, but her mind was in a chaotic mess of thoughts. "I think I'm really lucky." Luck has never smiled on Nahesu before. She unconsciously smiled happily and thought to herself, yet this time she happened to walk into a store having a special sale, so it felt like she had solved her clothing problem for several years. Who recalled an encouraging saying she had heard before, that there are many bad days in life, but there will also be good days that come with them, so keep going. Namhu nodded. "It's true that if you keep living, good things will happen." The handsome, aloof Taeha came out, raising an eyebrow at her with curiosity. He saw Hugh, hugging clothes, smiling like a flower, rolling around on the floor. "What are you doing?" he asked. Suddenly, Hesu was startled and immediately stopped her foolish actions. Then she immediately sat up, pretending to be serious, and said, "I'm folding clothes." Taeha sat down next to her and smiled. "Is that so?" Then he looked at the pile of clothes in her hand and suggested, "Let's do it together." Hugh immediately refused. "No! You're a guest. Why do you keep wanting to work?" Taeha shrugged and replied casually, "I like doing things like this." But Taeha insisted on helping her fold clothes. Hoon couldn't help but look at his stunningly handsome profile a few times, then she secretly praised him. "The more I look at him, the more amazing he seems." He obediently folded the clothes, letting her think whatever she wanted, not changing his expression no matter what she said. But sometimes, when she remembered his expression back then, her ears would turn red. As if emotions were expressed through the ears, Hesu couldn't help but imagine Taeha as a little cat with 2 ears on his head. When he's happy, his ears perk up. When he's sad, his ears droop down dejectedly. Hesu unconsciously looked at him with 2 ears wiggling on his head and smiled, not unlike a little puppy. She looked at him and kept thinking random things. She only looked at his expressions before, so she didn't realize it. But lately, his emotions are gradually becoming clearer. Then, Hesu, as if possessed, slowly moved closer to him. "Maybe it's because we've become closer than before," she wondered. Then, unconsciously, sat closer to Taeha. Hesu gazed at the expression on Taeha's handsome face, a face that still held its usual coldness, but unconsciously revealed his feelings. For some reason, it was a little cute. As soon as this thought popped into her head, Hesu leaned in towards him. She pecked him on the ear. He jolted awake from his subconsciousness. At this moment, Taeha was also stunned by her actions. Hesu immediately widened the distance between them. She covered her mouth, staring at him, truly unable to believe her eyes. She stammered, trying to explain, "No, that." Seeing that she wanted to run away, Tae directly pulled her leg. He lunged forward, grabbing both of her arms. Then Taeha used his immense strength to clamp down on her hands, pinning her easily beneath him. Tae pulled her hands above her head, not letting her escape from his sharp claws. He smirked at her menacingly. "Our old lady." His voice was low and resonant, and then he slipped his hand under her shirt. Now, Taeha was like a cunning wolf pouncing on his little prey. Locking her under his strong body, he grinned and asked, What are you doing? Hae-woo felt his hot breath on her face. She shyly avoided his gaze, then softly stammered a reply. Ear-biting, Ta-ha raised an eyebrow, deliberately stroking her soft skin, and pressed further. Why? Hae-soo didn't even understand what she was saying. She mumbled, yeah, right, why did I do that? Hae-soo looked at him, gently shaking her head, and said, I don't know. Ta-ha smirked at her with a menacing expression. He immediately leaned in, baring his white teeth, then targeted her neck and bit down. Ta whispered in her ear, if you don't know, then it doesn't matter. With those words, he continuously savored the sweetness on her neck. Hae-soo was ticklish all over from his actions, and couldn't help but moan, it's stuffy. Before, he had bitten her like this, making Hugh involuntarily remember the same spot as last time. The remains from that day still haven't been picked up. Ta pinned her down, his face buried in her shoulder as he bit and sucked. Hugh, truly confused, spoke up. Why do you keep biting the same spot? Are you a dog? As soon as she finished speaking, he released her. His gaze, filled with longing, made Hae-soo unable to help but think. He's not even a beast, just touching me. That hard body has already made me shrink back, like I'm about to be eaten alive. Ta gently stroked the delicate skin of her neck, then caressed her breasts, and finally, he gave her a passionate kiss. All of his actions caused Hae-soo to helplessly fall into the charm he brought. That persistent gaze kept bringing back memories. Even though she didn't react, her body still didn't listen, because her body already knew the feeling of being tense to the point of breathlessness. Just as she was being opened up, Hae-soo thought of Ta skillfully taking off her pants. On the floor, the clothes that were just folded are now scattered everywhere. Hae-soo's low, broken voice sounded, wait! She turned to escape his embrace, then slowly crawled towards the light switch. Her mouth stammered, lights! Turn off the lights! Hae-soo's hand barely touched the switch. Click! The light vanished. Leaving the room in complete darkness, Ta suddenly grabbed her wrist, startling her and causing her to scream. In the darkness, Ta pinned her body tightly against the wall. His hand was like a snake, slithering under her thin shirt. Ta decisively pulled her shirt up, revealing her alluring breasts. Hyuni also obediently took the shirt in his mouth. She looked at him with glistening, teary eyes. The moment Ta saw her beautiful, youthful figure, he started breathing heavily. Without a word, he buried his face between her breasts. His restless hand groped down to that place of hers. Hae-soo was stimulated and involuntarily sobbed and moaned. Ta didn't stop, relentlessly targeting the weak spot between her legs. After a moment, past her limit, she blocked his hand. Her face was as red as a tomato, her voice trembling as she begged. Stop, stop, let's go over there now, Ta indifferently replied. Don't want to. Then he grabbed her sulky face and teased. Are you planning to run away again? He stared intently at her face, which became even more alluring when she was angry. After a while, she retorted, who said that? It's just that you were too big last time, so I couldn't take it. As she spoke, she pushed Ta forward, and so, as she finished speaking, thud, Ta fell to the ground, and she straddled him, sitting upright. Next, Hae-soo suddenly leaned towards him. Her voice rang out firmly. You lie still, I'll do it myself. With that, she seriously unbuckled his pants. Then she gently rubbed against him, feeling the pleasure he brought. Feeling the burning sensation being suppressed, she couldn't help but think to herself, as she felt the enormous size behind those pants. Looking at him lying obediently beneath her, she couldn't help but think, even though I loudly said I'd do it myself, now that I actually have to, I don't dare. Her whole body involuntarily trembled. Ta couldn't hold back and grabbed her buttocks, his voice like a pervert whispering in her ear. When are you going to do it? It's slippery enough now. Hae-soo pursed her lips. Having said the words, she couldn't back down. Immediately, she grabbed his mushroom and positioned it between her legs. Hae-soo blushed, trying to slowly sit down. The enormous mushroom penetrated her deeper and deeper. Unable to bear it, she arched her back and unintentionally emitted suggestive moans. Ta decisively pulled her down and embraced her tightly. Hae-woo rested her head on his chest, panting heavily. Confused, she thought to herself. It's already swallowed like I'm choking, but how is there still more? By this point, even Buddha couldn't save Ta, and he immediately moved his lower body. Seeing that he wanted to move, Hae-woo pleaded softly. Wait, no, not yet, hold on, she unconsciously said. You're too big, causing him to grit his teeth, trying to calm down a bit. Ta watched her bouncing on him, and couldn't help but think. She's not embarrassed anymore, acting like she's leading the way now. But it took her so long just to get used to this. He told himself to take it slow, because he had more time than back then. In an instant, Haesu had completely swallowed him. Both of them softly groaned, and he gently caressed her cheek as if comforting her. Then, Taeha's hand wrapped around her neck and pulled her down for a deep kiss. His lower body moved in and out continuously. Who could only endure it? Closing her eyes and kissing him. After a while, she covered his eyes, frowning as she said, "Don't look at me anymore," because she thought that if he kept looking at her like that, she would feel embarrassed again. As soon as she thought that, he thrust deeply, causing her to scream. Taeha didn't listen, closing his eyes but staring at her intently. Harry widened her eyes and hugged him tightly, her whole body convulsing repeatedly. Seeing her so pitiful, Taeha gently hugged her and whispered, "You're squeezing too tight." She blushed and couldn't answer, making him wonder, "Did you come already?" Hugh continued to remain silent, but her head kept nuzzling against his chest. He sighed inwardly. If it's like this already, what am I going to do? Then, he held her buttocks, thinking to himself, I haven't even started yet, he thought, then couldn't help but push into her hard once, making Helu helplessly moan, then fall silent.